for the COVID-19 pandemic with a focus on the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, by the Departmental Committee on Health, subject to inclusion of recommendations. And also, the members of the National Assembly will be debating the approval for the ratification of the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization, IHO, by the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. Also scheduled for debate is the approval for the ratification of the accession to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance by the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. Report on inspection visits to the Kenya Revenue Authority offices to ascertain the impact of revenue enhancement initiatives on revenue collection by the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning is also in the order of business this afternoon. And so is the report on an inquiry into the optimization of revenue in grain handling services at the Port of Mombasa. This is a report by the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. The report on public petition on reconsideration of the House resolution on the crisis facing the sugar industry in Kenya by the Committee on Implementation. It's also before the House. And should the members dispense of business that precedes this, then the members will be debating that as well. The second reading of the Statute Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, is also lined up, as well as the Committee of the Whole stage, where some proposed amendments to the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020 will be considered. Also, in the Committee of the Whole House will be debate on the Tea Bill. This is a Senate Bill number 36 of 2018. A lot is lined up this afternoon, and various members as well will be asking some questions to various cabinet secretaries. But of importance to note is a procedural motion which comes at Order 8 on the extension of sitting time, that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 30, subsection 3A, this House orders should the time be appointed for adjournment of the House today be reached for conclusion of business appearing at Order number 12, that is the Committee of the Whole House. On the order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of the said business. If you're just joining us, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, donning a blue mask, has stepped into the chambers to oversee the business of the National Assembly on this first day of December 2020. This is the fourth session of the National Assembly, and this broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, PBU, in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy your viewing.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country out of those whose interests were committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Communication will issue a little later when we go to the business.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order number 225, subsection 2, paragraph B, requiring the Speaker to report to the House any petition or those presented by a member, I wish to report to the House that I have received a petition from members of the Manyonyi community in Lugari sub-county, Kakamega County. The petitioners are farmers who predominantly rely on subsistence farming and also keep domestic animals. In the year 2017, Nzoia Quarry Limited acquired land for purposes of mining of stones. As a result of poor environmental impact assessment of the quarry, the environmental pollution occasioned by the operations of the factory has been disastrous. Deafening noise caused by the blasting machines' operations has affected the learning environment in neighboring schools and is detrimental to the health of children, the sick, expectant women, and the elderly. In addition, dust emitted from the mining activities has caused air pollution, which has resulted in respiratory problems, caused redundancy in the growth of crops, and limited availability of clean water for domestic use. Honourable members, the petitioners further aver that the presence of trucks carrying heavy loads of quarry materials have resulted into rapid deterioration of infrastructure by weakening of bridges and rendering roads impassable during rainy seasons. The petitioners are concerned that Nzoia Quarry Limited has not made any attempts to integrate with the local community through offering of opportunities, nor through corporate social responsibility activities. The efforts by the petitioners to have the matter resolved by relevant stakeholders have been futile. The petitioners therefore pray that the National Assembly makes recommendations that it deems fit in addressing the circumstances raised in this petition, including ensuring that Nzoia Quarry Limited compensates the affected persons and realigns its operations so as to exist harmoniously with the locals. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 227, the petitioner stands committed to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources for consideration, and the committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petitioners in accordance with Standing Order 227, subsection 2. Thank you. Honourable members, there is still yet another petition which I have received from residents of Tetu sub-county representing evictees from Tucha/Kiandogoro Forest. The petitioners affirm that they are part of 534 households that were duly vetted on the 11th of October 2017 by a committee led by the Deputy County Commissioner, Tetu Sub-County. The petitioners state that they were evicted from Tucha/Kiandogoro Forest in 1988 with a promise to be resettled at Solio Ranch, Village 3. Unfortunately, people who are not validated as evictees ended up being the beneficiaries, leaving the legitimate beneficiaries homeless and destitute. The petitioners assert that in 2008, a major resettlement was done to evictees from Kabaru, Narumolu, Hombe in Mount Kenya Forest, and those evicted from Kabage and Zaina in Aberdare Forest, leaving out evictees from Tucha/Kiandogoro Forest. Currently, the Tucha-Kiandogoro Forest evictees are scattered all over Nyeri County. Most of them work as casual laborers with limited chances of making a living from agriculture, the main economic activity due to lack of land to cultivate. The petitioners claim that Village 5 of Solio Ranch is still vacant and unsettled. Honourable members, the efforts of the petitioners to have the matter resolved by relevant authorities have culminated into the Regional Commissioner, Central Region, advising them via a letter dated 18th of December 2019 to file a petition to Parliament, since the matter required intervention from several government agencies. The petitioners therefore pray that the National Assembly intervenes to have these evictees resettled. And pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 227, the petition therefore is committed to the Departmental Committee on Lands for consideration, and the committee is required to consider it and report its findings to the House and to the petitioners in accordance with that Standing Order 227, subsection 2. I thank you. I see there a few comments. Member for Kimilili.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to comment on the first petition by members of from Lugari constituency, and that is very important that any contractor who is involved in any kind of activities must ensure that he mitigates pollution, and where he is borrowing, whether he's mining or getting, whichever thing that is borrowing, the pits must be properly filled back, Honorable Speaker, to avoid those pits posing as health hazards to the communities. And I think that this committee's report will also be used to find out what the government can do in other areas. These borrow pits are all over this country, Honorable Speaker, so I support and I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on top of what the honourable member stated, one of the best mitigations is by Mombasa Cement and how they have covered up the pits and they've created forests. Mr. Speaker, I think it should be a standard because this is all over the country. And not only this particular pollution, there are others who are sending a lot of dust, and cases of deaths, especially of children, have already been reported on respiratory problems. So I think this time the committee and the House has really to be hard on this, Mr. Speaker, so that environmental impact assessment is complied with, and the company is then forced, after activities like that, to make sure that they improve the environment, and especially if they can do forests, like the case in Mombasa with the Mombasa Cement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the petition by the members from Lugari on this company that is doing quarrying. Honorable Speaker, issues about quarrying, I think the Committee on Environment, and I've seen the chair, Justice inside here, I think they need to come up with a common policy, especially on the road network towards the quarry side, because many of those people they just go collect the stones, blocks, and they don't care about the road. And you've used resources to prepare that road. You've used care money to do the road, but they are not taking care of that road. So I think we need a policy on holding them accountable wherever they do that. On the second petition by members from Tetu, Honorable Speaker, forest evictees have actually undergone a lot of trauma. It is not just limited to Tetu. It is also spread over in areas where you have forests, like, for example, in Mount Elgon Forest, where we have people who are evicted from Smith Farm. We had people who are evicted from Sorongso Farm. These are farms with IR numbers. They have been evicted. We brought this petition to this House, Honorable Speaker. The committee went to the site. They made recommendations. But unfortunately, those recommendations up to date have not been implemented. The Ministry of Lands appeared before the Lands Committee, and they admitted that they collected money. The government received money from this community, especially of Soronso, Smith Farm, Rest, and others. They got this money from the poor Kenyans who are settled in those farms. But eventually, the government cassated those farms. These people are evicted from the forest during the SLDF, and now they are still suffering up to the date. Nothing has been done to assist this community to get the proper life. So I think as the committee also looks into that, past injustices that have been committed against these communities should also be looked into, and I hope the Committee on Implementation can look at some of these reports and have them expedited, because when you are beginning a new petition and the old petitions which are similar have not been solved, then the House might be doing a work in futility, and we don't want that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe I don't know whether everybody understands what SLDF stands for. That must be Sabbath Land Defense Forces. Yes. I see. Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to comment on the petition from Lugari, especially Manyonyi, and I wish to say, Honorable Speaker, that Lugari is my neighbor, and actually the concerns they've raised, I know, I feel it happens. But my comment, Honorable Speaker, is that let NEMA take cognizance that approval of license, Honorable Speaker, should not just confine itself to the environment where the mining should take place only. Let them also consider the environment in totality in terms of the shipment of material from where they are mining to the end user, Honorable Speaker. So that if NEMA could consider mining, the route from the quarry up to how the lorries go to the tarmac, then, Honorable Speaker, these concerns could not be raised. But NEMA has left it open. Destruction of infrastructure is going on, but they only concentrate on the quarry itself, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it might take that, let NEMA take cognizance whenever they are giving licenses to miners, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Kadiani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to also make a comment on the second petition, the one on the evictees, who, from what I hear, they're almost becoming squatters in their own region. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the biggest problems we have as a country is issues to do with land. And I feel that when you listen to that petition, there is provincial administration seems to be involved, Ministry of Lands. I think maybe this committee, as it deals with this, they need to figure out exactly who should deal with matters land. Is it the National Land Commission? Because a lot of people go to different offices seeking for solutions, and they spend a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of money, and they cannot even get help. So it's important to figure out who can handle this matter to its logical conclusion, so that these issues of land stop being a bother to Kenyans continuously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think they seem to say that the regional commissioner advised that now, because of the many agencies involved, we better go to Parliament. Well, and of course, in excess of their rights under Article 119 of the Constitution, they have come maybe to the rightful place. Finally, the Honorable Mutunga, member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the first petition by the members, by the people of Lugari. Honorable Speaker, the environmental impact assessment is done to not only take care of the environment, but the people. The purpose is to make sure that the people are not affected. Honorable Speaker, when we are transporting hazardous substances, there should be precaution even on the routes that these hazardous substances cover and the handling processes themselves. So there is a question, when the people are affected, it means the impact has gone very far. And therefore, NEMA needs to move with speed to make sure that they do the correct environmental impact assessment, especially the impact on the people themselves, so that we can classify the substances, either hazardous or non-hazardous, and then even look at the handling processes themselves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Jomo Kangebe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mining is one of the economic activities that can really change the economy of our country. Yet, it is one of the activities that really mess up with our environment. In the last parliament, Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity when we were doing the mining law to do a study tour in Australia, which is one of the best mining destinations, and where environmental matters are taken very, very seriously. And Mr. Speaker, our NEMA, National Environment Management Authority, has a long way to go to be able to manage our environment. right from the way we extract building stones from our quarries, the way we transport sand and we go messing up and dropping sand particles along the road. There's so much that needs to be done that I would like to challenge NEMA to take their work seriously, so that as we are improving on our mining activities, and I know right now there's what is called IRO, there's a survey going on to try and establish where are our minerals so that it is easier for us to extract them. And as this is going on, it is very, very important that NEMA pulls up its socks so that we do not mess our economy, we do not mess our environment as we try to build our economy. We must build our economy and build our environment in the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kangema, finally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support the first petition, and it puts to mind matters NEMA. I think this is up to the time that matters surrounding the NEMA and the lethargy attendant to NEMA in administering matters mining. Mr. Speaker, the country is replete with the mine sites and the pits that are not rehabilitated or reclaimed. Many examples are there to see. Thika Road, Daragua, if you go to Keno, between Keno and Muranga, there are pits that have not been reclaimed. Mr. Speaker, I think this House and the country should rethink what jurisdiction or why should we have NEMA at all? Because you visit a site, it has no ablution. And then you see another site that was wetland. I have spoken on matters wetland here, and our life depends on wetlands. And this, you visit many places and you find buildings coming up, Kiabu Road, for example. Wetlands already reclaimed. The junction on the northern bypass and Kiabu Road, it is all built up. Gong, if you go to Muranga town, all these are matters in NEMA. We should, as a country, ask ourselves, because our life depends on environment. What is the role of NEMA? Should this country have NEMA? Should we rehabilitate NEMA? Should we have a fresh NEMA with the new or imported staff from Australia or elsewhere to administer our environment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nyaribari Church.
Yeah. They can do what Baburi has done.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity also to speak into this motion. Honorable Speaker, whereas we appreciate the impact of industrialization in our country, we have to do it in a structured way that we are not going to hurt our economy. Because the people we represent, Honorable Speaker, would require safety which can only come from this House. We have had cases, Mr. Speaker, where mining has been done, especially where I come from in Kisi. The quarries which have been left behind, Madam Honorable Speaker, have caused more harm to the community than good. The harvesting system they're using, especially to harvest the stones, which later is crushed to become the parast, is so old-fashioned and dangerous to the environment and to the community around. In my neighboring constituency, Povasi, which borders my constituency in Nyaribari Chache, we have had the cases where the parast harvest has caused damages to the community around it. Houses have been destroyed. Women have aborted because of the explosions. And we are thinking that NEMA should come up with a standard way which can ensure that even when people are harvesting the sand, and they're harvesting the forest, they do it with the modern technology because there are ways which can be used to do it and do it in a better way. We want to support our economy. We want to ensure that the economy grows because we can't do it without having the industries, but they have to use the modern technology where we are not going to cause harm and danger to the people we are representing. The dust from that harvest and the mining has caused a lot of asthma around the community. The research which was conducted, Honorable Speaker, has confirmed our worst fears that part of the challenges that has caused the asthma in the neighboring community where the harvesting is being done is because of the dust from the forest. So we have to engage NEMA, and the NEMA needs to improve its way of doing things so that they can protect the country and the economy. Because treatment of any one of those causes is very, very expensive, Honorable Speaker. With those few remarks, I support, and I think the motion is timely. Thank you.
You see, this is why I was saying, that maybe you came after the and read out the petition. There's still no motion as yet. So, please, and you see, this is why, you see, comments and clarifications on the petitions, they're actually very limited. Because when you introduce now some other dimensions, it becomes very difficult. The member for Mara, who is also the chairman of the Environmental Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the very onset, I want to start by acknowledging the petitions from the people of Lugari, and at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the sentiment by the honorable members in regard to the management of our environment. Mr. Speaker, as we appreciate the work which is being done by the exploiters of our natural resource, we should also be cognizant of the impact, the environmental impact associated with this mining, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, quite a number of members have raised several issues to do with NEMA, and I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that NEMA have been having challenges even when it comes to the recruitment of experts, because, Mr. Speaker, the experts who are hired by NEMA to come up with an environmental impact assessment, many of them, Mr. Speaker, are teachers who normally do very short courses, and then they are given the consultancy jobs to undertake this important work of environmental impact assessment, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we shall be calling upon NEMA to review the hiring of consultants who are normally hired and the training of the consultant. They need to be professionally trained consultant in matters to do with the environment so that they can be able to come up with environmental impact assessment which will be able to be in conformity with the laws of the country, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, NEMA is facing a very big challenge in terms of compliance. It normally goes out of its way to issue licenses with a task conditionality, Mr. Speaker, but the compliance of those conditionality becomes a very big problem, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Kegano Muturi has indicated the issues of veterans, Mr. Speaker. The other day, Mr. Speaker, we went to Coast, Kwale, Kilifi County, where a company called Muzuri Sweets was licensed by NEMA to reclaim vast pieces of veterans, Mr. Speaker. And when my committee visited the site and raised serious issues on the reclamation of that veteran, Mr. Speaker, that the time NEMA went thereafter, Mr. Speaker, suspended that license, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the compliance of the license conditionalities issued by NEMA, NEMA completely refused, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make an undertaking and promise this House the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources should be seized with this matter, and we are going to expeditiously be able to file our report in this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The very last, Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to have an input in this petition. First, I support the petition. I share the sentiments of my colleagues who have talked about the after effect and the need to restore as much as possible the physical environment. I want to emphasize also the second order effects that occur on health long after the act may be over. either in waters or in air, as the case might be. But I want to put a particular emphasis on the oversight of these activities. I think the law is in place. NEMA is in place, but the remarks by the chairman, I think, have touched on the soft underbelly of NEMA. I think perhaps by virtue of the actors, in cases that go before them, they are unsure which way to act, and they wait to see where the leaning is going before they arise. I have instances that I've experienced with the NEMA of indecisiveness, of vague letters. They translate what their work, they're supposed to be science-based, into something that is perhaps continuously controversial. I think we need a more decisive NEMA. I think it's a real problem. And as we look at specific cases such as those implied in this petition, and they are all over the place, very timely petition, we should now also think more deeply about NEMA. When somebody suggested, Honorable Kigan suggested, that maybe they should hire experts from outside, it wasn't a joke. They are not using the scientists they have got and the policymakers there effectively. So I think we have a real issue there. But with those few remarks, I do hope that a lot of this will come out in the discussion around the petition. I support the petition.
Next order. The first petition is referred to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. That's a petition from the residents of Lugari. The second petition, the residents of Tetu, referred to the Departmental Committee on Lands to deal with. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2019 and the certificates therein. A, State Department for Livestock. B, State Department for Correctional Services. C, Machakos University. D, Cash Transfer Program for Orphans and Vulnerable Children, IDA grant number 097272-KE. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next is the chairman.
Malaysia on 26th to 30th August 2019. 2, study visit to the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, Canada on 14th to 18th October 2019. And a study visit to the Parliament of Turkey on 14th to 20th October 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, the chairman, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Honorable Mwadi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 1st day of December 2020. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on its consideration of 1, a public petition regarding payment of salary arrears to staff of the Kenya Postal Corporation of Kenya. 2, the Employment Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 79 of 2019. And 3, report on fact-finding visit on social protection measures put in place by the government in combating COVID-19 pandemic in coastal region. I thank you.
Very well. The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Vice Chair, Honorable Wayenya Dirangu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to read the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the agreement for the avoidance of double taxation between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Mauritius, into brackets, legal notice number 114 of 2020. close brackets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairman, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, December 1, 2020, report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on its consideration of the Narcotics, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substances in Bracket Control Amendment Bill 2020. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. A report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on its consideration of a petition by residents of Chepsabas regarding historical land injustices in Chepsabas area in Bomet County. Honorable Speaker, I take that again. Injustices, land injustices in Chepsabas area in Bomet and Kericho counties. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education and Research.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. Report of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the petition regarding imminent closure of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Kakamega Campus, by Honorable Titus Hamala, MP. I beg to lay. Thank you.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson, Departmental Select Committee on Implementation, Honorable Olekenta. Honorable Olekenta. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance, Honorable Wayenya. Honorable Wayenya, you are giving notice. So all you need to do is press the intervention button.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not seized of that notice yet.
It's not a motion for adoption of the report which you've just tabled.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion in.
No, you are not moving. This is order number 6 is notices of motion.
Pass me that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me on that side. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That, Mr. Speaker, this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and on its consideration of the agreement for the avoidance of double taxation between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Mauritius, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 1st of December 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8/4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the agreement for the avoidance of double taxation between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Mauritius. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a fact-finding visit on social protection measures put in place by the government in combating COVID-19 pandemic in coastal region, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 1st of December, 2020. Thank you.
For the second time, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Implementation, Honorable Olekenta, or the vice chair, Honorable Sati.
Mr. Speaker, I saw my chair around, but I'm wondering why he's not in the chamber. Maybe I find out.
He was merely supposed to give notice of a motion for adoption of the status of a report on the question of non-payment of former employees of the Kwale International Sugar Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware the report is ready and the motion is ready to for notice. Maybe you give me a few minutes, I find out.
Or he can do it on Thursday.
Thank you.
Yeah, he can do it even on Thursday morning, since he's chosen to be away. It's very much unlike Honorable Olekenta. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member for Trans Nzoia, the Honorable Janet Nangabo, who has written to request that the member for Vihiga asks the question on her behalf. The Honorable Beatrice Adagada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I wish to ask question number 343/2020 on behalf of member for Trans Nzoia, Honorable Janet Nangabo MP, to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. 1. What immediate plans are in place to rehabilitate and revamp the railway network to Kitale Town in Trans Nzoia County to enable farmers along the North Rift region who rely on agricultural economic activity to transport their produce to the markets? 2, does the ministry intend to synchronize the Kitale line rehabilitation program with the ongoing works at other railway lines, such as the Nakuru, Gilgil, and the Nyahururu routes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be responded to before the Transport and Public Works Committee. The next question is by the member for Nyando. Honorable Kelo.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And on the same vein, beg to ask question number 345 of 2020. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain, well, the question is directed to the Minister, or rather the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain what action the Ministry is taking to ensure the schools in Nyando constituency that have been affected by flooding are ready to accommodate pupils and students upon resumption of schools in January 2021? The second and the final question, Mr. Speaker, what efforts is the Ministry making to ensure that learning in these flood-prone schools remain uninterrupted or unhindered during rainy season? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be responded to before the Committee on Education and Research. Next question by the member for Lamu County, the Honorable Captain Rueda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question 351-2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of the National Government. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measure taken by the Ministry to address the plight of the Bajun people of the coastal region whom have endured years of neglect, disservice, and historical injustices in their own motherland? 2. What specific affirmative and other measures is the government pursuing to assist internal displaced persons from among the Bajun community in securing their livelihood? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question by the member for Rabai, Honorable Kamoti Mumkale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 355 of 2020, which is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. 1. What policy measures has the ministry put in place to facilitate the purchase and marketing of crops from farmers who have experienced a bumper harvest and have access stock of the produce, in particular cassava farmers in Kilifi County? 2. Could the government consider compensating such farmers who have failed to secure a market for the excess produce despite investing millions of shillings as encouraged by the government through bank loans that have accumulated interest and other charges? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Agriculture Committee. Next question by the member for Starehe. Member for Starehe, you could put the intervention button. Do you know which one it is? Yes, now that one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 359 of 2020 directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Devolution and Asals. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the plans put in place by the Ministry to ensure food and relief items are kept in stock for emergencies such as droughts, famine, and other calamities? 2. What steps has the Ministry taken to mitigate against any inadequacies and provide the much-needed food and other release commodities when droughts and other calamities happen? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied to before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Member for Subukia, the Honorable Kashabe. Member for Subukia. Where's that one? Where is she? Is this Honorable Jane Kihara? But in the mask you look. Have you been sent by the Honorable Kashobe? Members suggest that since he's still held up in traffic, he can ask the question on Thursday. He can ask the question on Thursday morning. Question deferred to Thursday morning. Next, member for Kiambu, the Honorable Jude Jomo Kangede.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask question number 366 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Health. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware of the sale of a highly addictive nicotine product with the brand name Lift, which is sold in pouches in retail outlets countrywide, particularly in Kiambu constituency? What action, if any, has the ministry taken to ensure that the sale of this product is restricted to adults, considering that the target market seems to be unsuspecting minors and youth, causing adverse health complications, addictions, and increased school dropout rates? Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the product is registered as a drug in Kenya and confirm whether sufficient tests have been conducted with respect to its purity and grade of ingredients used in manufacture? What are the recorded short-term and long-term side effects of Lift nicotine pouches on human? And how has the ministry sensitized the public about these side effects? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Health. The member for Kikuyu seems to know that it is not locally manufactured. Yes, and it has well, the Honorable Judy Jomo did not seem to know that it isn't. He thought it's manufactured in Kiambu. The member for Naivasha. Next question by the member for Naivasha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. I wish to ask question number 367, 2020. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that one Ms. Jambi E. Kimani, an orphan of index number 27537502/37, sat her KCSE in Kiambogo Secondary School in Naivasha constituency in the year 2013 and was issued with a certificate, KCSE certificate number KCSE/13 0744474, bearing the photograph of another person. What action, Roman 2, what action is the ministry taking to ensure that Ms. Kimani is issued with a KCSE certificate bearing her photograph? And Roman 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain what steps are in place to correct such errors whenever they arise? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Committee on Education and Research. Next segment, Majority Whip. Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43-1, I wish to make a statement to the House regarding the preparation for burial of the late member for Matungu constituency, the Honorable Justice Murunga Makoha, MP. Honorable Speaker, it has now been confirmed that the burial of the late member will take place on Saturday, 5th December 2020 at his home in Matungu constituency. I also wish to inform the House that the Requiem Mass in this regard will be held at St. Stephen SEK Church along Jogo Road on Thursday, 3rd December 2020, starting at 2 p.m. Members and staff are invited to attend, but with the strict observance to the Ministry of Health COVID-19 protocol. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to thank the members of the ad hoc committee established by the Parliamentary Service Commission to spearhead the burial process for the efforts made so far towards the preparations. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Tessa North, Honorable Kaunya. You don't have a card?
I have a card, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my mic was not working. Honorable Speaker, I rise to request for a statement pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C on the killing of Mr. Ezekiel Odera by a police officer. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to that Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request a statement from the Chairman of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the killing of Mr. Ezekiel Odera by a police officer in Teso North constituency. Honorable Speaker, on the 27th of November 2020, last Friday, a group of armed police officers undertook patrol of Malaba area of Teso North constituency in a bid to ostensibly curb the sale of illegal brew and to ensure adherence to COVID-19 protocols, including the wearing of masks by members of the public. During the course of the patrol, the police officers were heckled by a group of border riders who were not comfortable with their approach. In response, Honorable Speaker, to the heckling, one of the police officers shot and killed a 27-year-old Ezekiel Odera, an innocent and unarmed bystander from Kajei village in Teso North. Honorable Speaker, in further aggravation of the situation, police officers used excessive force to disperse residents who are holding peaceful demonstrations against this shocking act of impunity. And it is in view of this alarming turn of events that I seek for a statement from the Chairman of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following issues. And Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of that committee, and I did inform the Chairman, but because of the public interest in this issue, Honorable Speaker, I ask the following. Has the police officer responsible for the killing of Mr. Odera been arrested and arraigned in court? 2, what specific compensation shall the government accord the family of the late in the light of the fact that he was a breadwinner and an innocent victim of police recklessness? Number 3, what specific procedures are police officers expected to follow in ensuring adherence to COVID-19 protocols and other aspects of routine patrol in order to avoid unnecessary tension and confrontation with members of the public? Number 4, what immediate action is the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government taking to transfer officers who have served at stations in Teso North constituency for more than 3 years? Honorable Speaker, I would like to mention that the public explanation of eyewitnesses indicates that this young man was shot because he did not wear a mask. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, something of interest is that in the police OB, the indication is that the officer shot in the air to disperse the crowd. And Honorable Speaker, that does not add up because this young man was not in the air, and Honorable Speaker, he wasn't in any high building. He was a bystander on the ground. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me that opportunity. Thank you. Well, your chair is in the House. Honorable Koinanga, you wish to say anything about that?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I spoke to Honorable Kaunya yesterday when he told me of his concern. And Honorable Speaker, even before getting the statement to go through the process here, I've already spoken to the IPOA, And they had said by tomorrow I should get a report, and if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, I will on Thursday give an advance report of what is happening on the ground, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education, Honorable Flores Makali Mutua.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry I had stepped out. I hope it's a statement.
Yes, you are giving a response to
Honorable Didymus.
a request by Didymus Mutua Barasa also.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a response to the statement by Honorable Didymus Barasa, Member of Parliament, Kimilili constituency. And it reads, Mr. Speaker, what measures has the Ministry of Education put in place to address embezzlement of funds in public schools? And the response, Mr. Speaker, reads, the Ministry has instituted the following measures. 1, appointment of boards of management for every school who has been assigned the responsibility of managing school resources. 2, enhanced disclosure on utilization of resources through adoption of international public sector accounting standards, that is IPSAS, financial reporting standards. 3, introduction of risk management in schools to minimize incidents of loss and misappropriation of funds. 4, devised the Financial Management Instructions Manual for schools to improve accountability. 6, training of schools, finance managers, boards of management, principals, and bursars on management of resources. 7, on-site audit of school funds as per the PFM Act 2012. 8, revamped audit of school funds through establishment of the Directorate of Schools Audit and recruitment of additional auditors. 9, enhanced collaboration with other agencies, such as the Teacher Service Commission, TSC, to ensure that school administrators are subjected to administrative actions when audit findings are negative. Finally, the Ministry has factored support under the PFMR Strategic Plan 2018-2023 to strengthen financial management systems at school level. Mr. Speaker, the second question read, what is the status of the forensic audit of the financial year 2019-2020 requested by the Board of Management of Kimilili High School, and has the Ministry taken any action against the persons involved in the embezzlement of funds? And the response reads, Mr. Speaker, the audit was conducted from 29th July to 7th August 2020, pursuant to a request by the Board of Management of St. Luke's Boys High School, Kimilili, to conduct a forensic audit of books of accounts of the school for the period January 2020 to date. Mr. Speaker, a preliminary audit report was forwarded on 5th October 2020. As the investigations continue, the Ministry has sought further information from the Registrar of Companies on details of the directors of the companies mentioned in the report. The third question, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of the suppliers and contractors who have been contracted to supply goods and services, stating the names of the directors in the said companies and itemized goods and services supplied by each, and the criteria used in awarding contracts and tenders in Kimilili High School? Mr. Speaker, the response reads, as such, for the directors of the companies which supplied goods to the school is yet to be concluded at the Registrar of Companies in Nairobi. However, the audit team made the following observations on the procurement process. 1, there was irregular procurement of works, goods, and services. The school procured goods and services for the construction of tuition block at a cost of shillings 9,509,793 without following due procurement process. Similarly, the school BOM approved the construction of a multipurpose hall, which by the time of the forensic audit, the school had incurred an expanding totaling to Kenya shillings 56,656,063.35, as at 30th April 2020, as per full board meeting, the minutes 36 full board, July 2020. At the time of the audit, the project was not yet completed, despite incurring expenditure that had exceeded the initial estimate of shillings 55 million to completion. B, Mr. Speaker, implementing a project without a budget. It was observed that there were two capital projects during the year 2020, that is construction of a tuition block using maintenance and improved funds and continuation of the multipurpose hall. However, the school had not drawn budget estimates for the aforesaid projects. During tendering process, there was only one applicant, Comavi Enterprises, who was awarded the tender for supply of hardware materials, but there was none of the building materials, and it was resolved that the school would source seemingly using direct sourcing. C, Mr. Speaker, reads, the itemized goods and services supplied. Various suppliers made deliveries for the said items, although with varying prices. For instance, a sample of suppliers of different items in the school is indicated below, and Mr. Speaker, there is a very long list of the suppliers, of the supplies that were bought, Mr. Speaker. There is a very long detailed table there, Mr. Speaker, with the suppliers and what was bought. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide financial statements of any funds received from MS Jenkins check by the said school, and giving an account on how the funds have been utilized since the year 2007? The response reads, Mr. Speaker, the audit of funds received from one MS Jenkins check is not yet complete, and more time is required to comprehensively audit the expenditure related to the monies received from the said MS Jenkins check. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Signed by Professor George Eho Magoha, CBS, CS.
Honorable Barasa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I first want to thank the Chair for providing this very detailed statement. And going through this statement, Honorable Speaker, it is very clear that we have money that is lost, Honorable Speaker, and that the report is very clear on the specifics where improprieties were recorded. And I just want to ask the Minister to give an undertaking on how many time he requires to be able to provide the full report, specifically on the amount of money that this school received from Jenkins from UK, and how that money was spent, Honorable Speaker. And also, he has not provided an answer to the question which I asked. Which action has the Minister taken or is going to take on the people who are involved in embezzlement of these funds, Honorable Chair? Because from his report, it is very clear these are people who are supposed to be in prison. Because we have a number of students who have dropped out of this school during that time, because the construction, the 56 million that were used to construct this multipurpose social hall, which is incomplete by now, Honorable Speaker, it was money that the parents were asked to pay on top of what the government has approved. So we need to know from the Minister what action he has taken, or what action is it going to take. Is it going to dissolve the board? Is it going to forward this report to DCI, to DPP for prosecution, so that this can act as a deterrence to those other principles, Honorable Speaker, who always engages in this kind of financial improprieties? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The DPP would require investigations, so it can't go to the DPP before investigations have been carried out by whomever it is. But more importantly, Honorable Didymus Barasa, you said the minister has not said, and I want to ask the minister, but I'm looking around for the minister and I'm not seeing the minister. Honorable Flores Mutua, you could be the person that the Honorable Didymus Barasa has in mind as the minister. Perhaps you can take up the matter to go and communicate to the minister, because the minister is not here. next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the audit was not complete as the response has come. So once the audit is completed, I'm sure the necessary steps will be taken by the necessary organizations. Thank you.
Next is by the Honorable Karega Mbiuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to give a response to the statement by the Honorable Alfred Ketel, MP, regarding the perennial landslide and mudslides in parts of Nandir constituency. Mr. Speaker, going to the specifics issues raised by the Honorable Member, I wish to respond as follows. Mr. Speaker, one, on the immediate actions the Ministry is taking to address the issues of landslide and mudslides that have recently affected Kapchanga, Legon, Kimwongi, and Uson areas of Nandeo's constituency and led to the destruction of property and displacement. Mr. Speaker, NEMA as a coordinator and regulator and a member of the disaster committee alongside other members of the disaster committees, which included the Ministry of Interior Coordination, Red Cross and county government, carried the following activities. One, evacuation of the affected residents to relatively safer grounds, that is Shelondorf Primary School, was done where comprehensive care was given to the evacuees. Two, provision of basic needs, such as foodstuffs, including maize flour, sugar, beans cooking flours, cooking oil, rice, salt, and other foodstuffs, Mr. Speaker, by the county government and other stakeholders through the Red Cross and the Disaster Management and Coordination Committee, to which NEMA is a member. Three, provision of non-food items such as mattresses, blankets, soaps, washing powder, candles, and toilet tissue loss. And four, Mr. Speaker, on-site medical attention was availed by the provision of emergency medical care at the main camp, voluntary stand by nurses provided medical services. And finally, Mr. Speaker, NEMA and the Kenya Red Cross carried out rapid assessment and reporting on all affected areas to identify and analyze damages brought by the mudslide to the residents, animals, and other agricultural crops, as well as the environmental impact, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry had earlier, through the project, the Lake Victoria Environmental Management Project Phase 2, now which has already been concluded, carried out community-driven project in various parts of the county. The monitoring reports attached to this statement, Mr. Speaker, outline some of the interventions, including tree planting. Mr. Speaker, sir, on actions the government has taken to ensure families and residents affected, and in particular the young children and vulnerable people suffering suffering the most, have access to basic needs, especially food, shelter, and other essential services. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry through NEMA and the Meteorological Department, who are members of the Disaster Committee, have been involved in the disaster mitigation measures. However, the specific government department concerns us as special programs. The Presidency and the county government are found in other ministries and could handle this question far much more effectively, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on plans, the government has to ensure the affected people are settled in safer grounds. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Environment, in consultation with other relevant ministries and departments, has initiated a mapping and zoning of all risk places in the county, as well as several sub-counties are experiencing similar problem. On completion of this, Mr. Speaker, it will contribute to the completion of the major proposal already being developed for the rehabilitation and contingency plans for the intervention. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Meteorological Department have been issuing weather advisories, which include movement to safer grounds. Given that the land issues fall in the Ministry of Lands and Fiscal Planning docket, the advice would be, Mr. Speaker, their consideration to effectively advise on not only resettlement of affected persons, but also to give guidance on the tenure of no longer habitable slope areas with a view of rehabilitation of church integrated land. Specifics of church resettlement may also be availed from the ministry responsible for special program and the Disaster Management Committee. As a member of the Disaster Committee, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry will give advisories and advice on environmental safeguard. Mr. Speaker, on future plans and precaution steps, the government has taken to ensure that no further loss of lives and property is experienced as a result of mudslide and landslide in the country, and in particular in Nandi Hills constituency. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has enumerated a number of interventions, including afforestation in the area Nandi escarpment, by engaging in tree planting activities, which will be undertaken even as the communities continue to live in these fragile areas before a solution is found. The detailed response to the statement has been annexed to this statement, Mr. Speaker, and the Honorable Ketel will be given a copy too. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to submit.
Honorable Ketel. The member is not even present. Should just have tabled it without necessarily even reading it. Very well, next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of sitting time.
Leader Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3A, this House orders that the time appointed for adjournment of the House today, sorry, let me get that again. Beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 30, subsection 3A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House today be reached before conclusion of business appearing at the order number 12 on the order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of the said business. Honorable Speaker, as members will be aware, we have suffered some delay in the processing of bills. And now that we have some agreement on some bills that we could process, and we are going away this week, when we discussed this within the House Business Committee, it was a feeling of the committee that we seek the indulgence of the members so that we are able to process 2 bills today, which have been, waiting for a long time and which are just about conclusion, especially the T amendment bill that has gone through extensive consultation and which we then need also to take back to Senate for further reconsideration of our amendment. So that if we are able to clear that today, or on the latest, put the question on Thursday morning, then we'll be able to communicate to Senate before they go on break. Then they can rearrange how they do it. Honorable Speaker, we've done this before, and I did give an indication to the House that much as we are having limited, should the need arise, we'll be calling upon the House to show to Kenyans that this House can rise to the occasion and serve Kenyans in their hour of need. And such hour of the need is today. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask members that we prepare ourselves psychologically and also physically to spend some little time beyond the 7 o'clock, and depending on how much we interact in the course of the committee, with limited debate, we'll be able to process far much faster. But we anticipate that at least we will require an extra two hours of your time today, which will be a great contribution to a great republic. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask the whip of the majority party, the Honorable Wangwe, to second.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do second that the House adjourns after, as per the order paper, Honorable Speaker, The reason being, Honorable Speaker, without necessarily anticipating debate, I was a Vice Chair, Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Speaker, and the matter of the tea bill is subsequently followed by the sugar bill, Honorable Speaker. And when you look at the issues to be canvassed in the tea bill, Honorable Speaker, are very weighty and touching on every section of the country, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it's important that, Honorable Speaker, as we anticipate to go on a long recess, let us finalize on the bill so that at least Kenyans can live with a finalized position in terms of the tea growing sections, Honorable Speaker, without necessarily facing back to the Assembly, National Assembly. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, with that comment, I beg to second.
Order, 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 order. You start moving and you don't even look aside. Members, I propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 30, subsection 3, paragraph A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House today be reached before conclusion of the business appearing under Order number 12 on the order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. The desire of the House that I put the question. I therefore put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House today be reached before conclusion of the business appearing under Order number 12 on the order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of the said business. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, motion, inquiry into the utilization of funds appropriated to the Ministry of Health in the financial year 2019-2020 for the COVID-19 pandemic. Motion as amended. Question to be put.
Again, honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded last week, and what remains is for the question to be put, which I hereby do. That this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its inquiry into the utilization of the funds appropriated to the Ministry of Health in the financial year 2019-2020 for the control and management of the COVID-19 pandemic, with focus on the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, October 1st, 2020, subject to insertion of the following further recommendations following amendment of the motion. And I think for the benefit of the House, I will need this further to read out these further recommendations in addition to the existing ones, number 30 in the main report. So now, we call number 29. Number 30, PPEs held by the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. The recommendation is that within 14 days of the House adopting this report, the Ministry of Health reviews the status of the personal protective equipments, PPEs, held by Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, with a view to distributing the same to all public hospitals, guided by the respective COVID-19 caseload for use by frontline medical staff in public hospitals. Number 31, that thereafter, all public hospitals should not charge any Kenyan citizen admitted in their facilities due to COVID-19 the cost of personal protective equipment used while undergoing treatment. 32, just provision of group life insurance cover. That within 7 days of adoption of this report, the National Treasury and the Ministry of Health remits Kenya shillings 500 million to the National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF, as approved by the National Assembly in the Supplementary Appropriations Act number 2 of 2020 for the provision of group life insurance cover by National Hospital Insurance Fund scheme that includes COVID-19 cover for all medical staff working in all counties and the national referral hospitals. Number 33, that within 21 days of receiving of the 500 million Kenya shillings for the group life insurance cover, the National Hospital Insurance Fund ensures that all medical staff in the counties and national referral hospitals are placed under the group life insurance cover. Number 34, comprehensive medical cover. That within the 14 days of the adoption of this report, the Council of Governors ensures that all the 19 counties that have no medical cover for its medical staff sign up for the comprehensive medical cover through the National Hospital Insurance Fund. 35, that the National Treasury and the Council of Governors establishes a centralized pool of medical cover through the National Hospital Insurance Fund Comprehensive Medical Scheme for all county medical staff. The scheme should be in place at the beginning of the financial year 2021-2022, and that the Ministry of Health and the counties do make provisions of the same in their respective financial year 2021-2022 budgets. 36, on medical staff allowances, that within the 14 days of adoption of this report, the Ministry of Health and the governing councils of the University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, Moi University, and Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology pays all pending call allowances to doctors as per the collective bargaining agreement, CBA, and the return to work formula of March 14, 2017, signed between the Ministry of Health, Council of Governors, and Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union. 37, that within 14 days of adoption of this report, the Ministry of Health engages the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, on the need to enhance the risk allowance for medical staff with a view to replacing the COVID-19 allowance for frontline medical staff that was initially paid for the 3 months but lapsed in June 2020. Number 38, face mask for the most vulnerable. That within the 14 days of adoption of this report, the Ministry of Health ensures that the procurement of reusable face mask worth the Kenya shillings 300 million for vulnerable persons in the society is concluded, and the masks be distributed to all students in public schools, the needy and the vulnerable persons in the country. 39, medical insurance cover and arrears for contract staff. That within the 14 days of adoption of this report, the Ministry of Health ensures that all medical staff employed on contract for handling isolation facilities are provided with an NHIF comprehensive medical cover, and further, all their pending salary arrears from August to 2020 are paid promptly. And finally, lead agency in investigations, that where 2 or more agencies are recommended to undertake investigations in this report, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission shall be the lead agency. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, motion, approval of the Convention of the International Hydrographic Organization. Question to be put.
If you could stop, just take a seat somewhere near there. Before you finish shaking hands, it will be too long. Again, honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded last week. What remains is for the question to be put, which I hereby do. That this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the accession to the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization, IHO, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 17, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the accession to the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization, IHO, by the Republic of Kenya. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 11, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, second reading.
Honourable members, before we commence second reading of the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, and the Committee of the Whole House on the bill, I wish to draw your attention to notice number 1 on page 1197 on the supplementary order paper. You will realize that there are two categories of parts of the bill that have been withdrawn. The first category relates to parts withdrawn following joint resolution of the Speakers of the House of Parliament under Article 110(3) of the Constitution. This consists of all provisions proposing to amend the following statutes as contained in the bill. 1, the Housing Act, Cap 117. 2, the Basic Education Act 2013, number 14 of 2013. 3, the Political Parties Act of 2011, number 11 of 2011. And 4, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015, number 33 of 2015. Honourable members, the second category refers to parts withdrawn by the Leader of the Majority Party on the 15th of July, 30th of July, and 28th of August 2020, with the Speaker's consent as contained in the notice. This means that all the 14 provisions as listed in the order paper have been withdrawn and will not be considered at all by the House. I've also received representation in my chambers regarding proposed amendments to the Retirement Benefits in brackets Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act 2015. The proposals contained in the original bill were intended to provide for the administration of other benefits, in brackets not pension, entitled to retired Speakers of Parliament, the Chief Justice, and Deputy Chief Justice, and to factor such benefits in the respective estimates of the Parliamentary Service and the Judiciary. Honourable members, whereas that was the intent of the initial proposal as published in the bill, my attention has been drawn to a proposed amendment by the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning relating to the inclusion of pension and other benefits for retired deputy speakers. However, the aim of the committee was, in its proposal, the recent court ruling on the matter of Nairobi High Court petition number 284 of 2019, as consolidated with the petition number 353 of 2019. The Senate of the Republic of Kenya and others, first as the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya and others, and for which the National Assembly has filed an application for stay of execution, will mean that any matter touching on the two houses of Parliament contained in this bill will be put in abeyance. In addition, it is my considered opinion that the amendment may also encroach on the powers of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission as stipulated under Article 230, subsection clause 4, paragraph 3, paragraph A of the Constitution, which provides that, and I read, the powers and functions of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission shall be to A, set and regularly review the remuneration and benefits of all state officers, close the quotes. Honourable members, as your Speaker, and even as a possible future beneficiary of part of the amendments relating to the administration of benefits, I have the option of allowing the provisions to proceed for debate. However, For the good of future holders of this office, I instead choose to order that the entire provision relating to the benefits, to the retirement benefits in the Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act 2015 be withdrawn to allow for comprehensive consultations between, amongst others, the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Judicial Service Commission, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, and the National Treasury. Consequently, the provisions of the bill relating to the Retirement Benefits Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act 2015 hereby stand withdrawn and will not be considered at the second reading and the committee stage of the bill. Further, honorable members, as you may notice from the order paper, there are amendments proposed by the Honorable Gathoni Wamushomba, MP, to the Kenya Roads Act 2007. However, this act is not one of those being proposed for amendment in the bill as published. Therefore, the amendment falls outside the scope of the bill and go against the provisions of Standing Order 133, subsection 5. These amendments are therefore inadmissible and shall not be considered by the House at committee stage if reached today or even later in the week. The House and members are therefore accordingly informed and guided. I thank you, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Ishomo, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on point of order on Standing Order 47.3b, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, also on previous communication from your seat, Honorable Speaker, regarding issues that are constitutional in nature as we legislate, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, appreciating the guidance that you have given in your communication on some of the provisions that were there in this bill, the other provision, Honorable Speaker, which in my view I find to be unconstitutional in nature, and some that openly flaunt the Constitution, the provision of the Constitution, and particularly, Honorable Speaker, the amendments relating to the Accountants Act, number 15 of 2008, which seeks to amend the Accountants Act to introduce trainee accountants as a category of persons to be subject to the Act and make some additional provisions, Honorable Speaker, in that respect. In particular, Honorable Speaker, it provides that a trainee accountant members shall be persons registered under Section 17.2 of the Examinations Board and who are undertaking professional accountancy, education, or training, and persons practicing accountancy as part of the initial professional development towards qualification as an accountant. Further, Honorable Speaker, the amendment provides that any person wishing to undertake the examination in accountancy, which are prescribed by the Examinations Board, shall first register with the Institute as a trainee accountant. Honorable Speaker, it is notable that the amendments therefore seek to compel any person wishing to undertake the examination in accountancy to first register with ISPAC. Honorable Speaker, the House will recall that I think in the last 2 years, this particular amendment has come to this House and has never seen the light of day, particularly because of, one, the unconstitutionality of these provisions that have been sought by, unfortunately, my colleagues in ISPAC. Honorable Speaker, Article 36, sub-article 2 of the Constitution is quite clear and clearly spells out that a person shall not be compelled to join an association of any kind. The Institute of Certified Public Accountants, Honorable Speaker, by all definition, is an association of professionals. I am a professional accountant by training, Honorable Speaker. I worked as an accountant for close to 10 years. I trained without being compelled by anybody to join any manner of association. I worked in some of the top blue chip companies in this country, including subsidiaries of multinational companies like Unilever PLC, audited by some of the top
global audit firms in the world, Honorable Speaker. And I was never compelled to join the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. It therefore defeats me, Honorable Speaker, why years after qualifying as an accountant, I would seek to compel my constituency in Kikuyu, Honorable Speaker, young men and women who may not even have the means to be able to register in such institutes, to first register in the institute before you sit for an examination, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that brings me to the other article in the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, and it's part of a very progressive Bill of Rights, Honorable Speaker, that gives every person the right to education, Honorable Speaker, Article 43, 1F of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, it gives every person the right to education, including those who are training as accountants, Honorable Speaker. That nobody, the import of this provision, Honorable Speaker, is that nobody should be denied the opportunity to pursue any manner of education, even training as an accountant, on account that you have not been able to join an association, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I find the provisions, Honorable Speaker, both what is provided for in the bill and also the further amendment proposed by the committee, the chair of the Committee of Finance, to be falling flat, contrary to the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, and seeks to deny young people who want to train as accountants the opportunity to first train, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in your other life before you became a member of Parliament and consequently to become our Speaker, you served in the legal profession, Honorable Speaker, and there are many lawyers in this House, including senior and serious counsel like Honorable Tiende Amolo, who I see here. And he will tell you, even within the legal profession, nobody is compelled to join the Law Society of Kenya. We cannot be telling our students at the Parklands Law School, Honorable Speaker, that for you to be able to sit for examinations, you must first register with LSK. And the import of these amendments, Honorable Speaker, is what they are telling young Kenyans who are training as accountants, that you must first, or you must be a member of ISPAC. And I have told you, Honorable Speaker, in my experience over the years I worked as a professional accountant, and up to today, I have never registered with ISPAC. It is an association whose membership should be, anybody should have the freedom to be able to join or not. Lawyers are not compelled, Honorable Speaker. Engineers are not compelled to join any associations. Why should accountants be compelled? And why should we be denying our young people in this country an opportunity to first train as accountants? Once they qualify, Honorable Speaker, the Institute, Honorable Speaker, and this is the conversation we had even last year, and I remember very well articulated by the leader of minority, Honorable John Mbadi, that probably it is time the Institute of Certified Public Accountants engage those of us in the profession to look at the Accountants Act wholesomely and be able to make amendments in a substantive bill that will amend the Accountants Act, but not to seek to introduce these amendments, Honorable Speaker, that by their very nature are unconstitutional and will be denying our young men and women an opportunity to train. Allow them to train. Once they qualify, Honorable Speaker, as certified accountants, then you may find ways of compelling or making them join the institute once they're in the profession. There are many lawyers, Honorable Speaker, in this House, and your position as chair of the Public Service, Parliamentary Service Commission, you bear as witness, that there are many legal officers serving even us and offering us very good legal counsel in our committees who are not members of the Law Society of Kenya. The same thing, Honorable Speaker, there are many accountants, like myself and many others, who are not practicing, Honorable Speaker, who are serving both in the corporate sector and in the public sector as accountants who must not and should not be compelled to join an institute. But Honorable Speaker, mine was just to beg and ask you, Honorable Speaker, that in your wisdom, like you did in your other life, that you do rule on the balance of probability, Honorable Speaker, that we risk, if we pass these amendments, one, to be going against the Constitution, two, to be denying our young people opportunities to train as accountants, Honorable Speaker, when this country dearly needs services of well and trained and qualified accountants, Honorable Speaker. With that, I beg, Honorable Speaker, to ask that you do offer guidance as to whether maybe the owner of this bill, the leader of majority, would also be convinced to drop these particular amendments, or you do find them to be flaunting the Constitution and find them not properly before the House, Honorable Speaker.
Well, maybe the owner of the bill, the Honorable Kimunya, who is himself yes.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I find the intervention by the Honorable Ichung'wah rather unfortunate, especially because he will have the same opportunity to canvass the same feelings in the second reading. I actually don't know what is the unconstitutionality of this bill, because the Accountants Act is very clear. The Institute of Certified Public Accountants has been given the power by this very House to regulate all accountants. And accountants begin from the time you actually, from training to when you actually in practice. But there's been a lacuna in terms of the people who have not qualified but have been working for so long. They describe themselves as accountants. And when you look at that within the wider war on graft and the reforms that are needed to sort out corruption in this country, there's no corruption that takes place in any organization without the involvement of an accountant, because they are the ones who pay the final amount. They are the ones who ensure the money is disbursed or some payment is processed. But the ones who are qualified are regulated by the institute. The ones who are not qualified and who keep saying, I'm still under training, much as they are senior accountants, they are not regulated by the institute. And hence, the nation knows that this is an accountant, but there's no legal body mandated to regulate that kind of person. And this amendment was coming from that perspective, so that people don't just tell themselves, I'm an accountant, I'm working for this organization, and people believe, because once you are started as an accountant, everyone assumes you must be under the regulation of the Accountants Act through the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. And we must also remember that in 2008, when we changed the regulation of accountants, previously, you used to have the Registration of Accountants Board, which will register everyone. You had then proposed you to join the Institute of Accountants, and after sitting the exams of the Kenya Accountants and Secretaries National Examination Board. This House, in its wisdom, removed the Registration of Accountants Board. So you only have the Kenya Accountants and Secretaries National Examination Board that basically processes the students, examines them, but cannot regulate them, and then they are then handed over to the institute to regulate. Now, without the Registration of Accountants Board, right, which was removed, there's only two bodies, the examiner and the regulator. Now, these students who are, some have even finished or exhausted their chances of ever finishing the exams, but they call themselves students because, but they, you know, and also those who are finished, like Honorable Ichung'wah, but do not want to be regulated by the institute, will continue working as accountants and portraying themselves as accountants in the public, but there's nowhere you can go to check, is this person regulated or not? And I think that's the whole basis of linking the amendment that took place in 2008, which established the Registration of Accountants Board, and now creating a nexus between the time one wants to join the accountancy profession. You need to be known that there is this Amos Kemunya who wants to join the accountancy profession, and monitored in your training and facilitated in your training by the institute. And when you then pass, you register as a member for practice or whatever you want to do. And also, you also get through the continuous professional development to make sure that you're a member in good standing. So even when we vet a person here and say it has to be somebody who is an accountant of good standing, institute knows you from the time you're a student to the time you're in practice. So I don't see the unconstitutionality of this, because A, Nobody is being told you cannot join, which I think is the spirit. You cannot join ISPAC. You're being told once you decide to become an accountant, you register through ISPAC. It's a process. Once you decide to become a member of parliament, you register through a political party. Are you compelled to join a political party? You're not. You know, it's the same reasoning. Yeah? Once you want to join parliament, you must first of all join a political party or become an independent. But in this case, there's also provision. Once you become an independent, you cannot also join a political party. Okay? So, so here we are. And I'm sure every other profession has a way. The medics have a situation. You finish university, you must work as an intern before you can be registered. You're not being compelled. It's part of your training. It's an industry standard. So I don't see the unconstitutionality of this. And I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that you rule that this matter, there's nothing unconstitutional. Let the matter continue. Let Honorable Kimani and others canvass through the second reading. In fact, if you look at the amendments for that reading, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah has brought amendments on the same clauses. So he actually agrees that the matter should be on the order paper, should be processed, and at the committee stage, he will have an opportunity to move his amendment and convince the House to either support him or support the Kenyan people and the war on graft. Because this is the fundamental thing we need to have at the back of mind, that the regulation of accountants is part of a wider war on corruption, which is really has eaten into the fabric of this society. And if the Institute wants us to help them in this way so they can regulate the accountants, the lawyers have their own mechanism. The engineers will have their own mechanism. The totality of each of these professional bodies trying to rein in their members will result in a collective effort that will fight corruption in this country. And I believe it's for the benefit of every Kenyan, so that we stop losing the billions that we are losing. Any opposition to that, well, it's an indicator perhaps that we are not serious on our war against corruption. If we can fail to support the Institute in their fight in the regulation of their members at the different stages of their professional training and development. So, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to explain the background so that members and yourself can make a decision, but I find that I can't see what's unconstitutional with when people elect to join a certain profession being told that the pathway towards that, the pathway to becoming a doctor is you must first of all register with NEMIS in primary school with the National School Management Information System. Then you must register with a certain school. Then you must register for exam. All those are preconditions for you to move forward. It's not that your constitutional right, you're being forced to join a school. You're not being forced to register with the Kenya National Examination Council. These are prerequisites for you to qualify. And I think I look at this in exactly the same way. I think that's all I have, Honorable Speaker.
No. Now, let's not make it a debate, because I think I am able to give a way forward. Honorable Ichung'wah, you.
Honorable Speaker, I appreciate what the former chair of the Institute and now member for Kipipiri and leader of majority say. But Honorable Speaker, we must appreciate that unlike the other professions that Honorable Kimunya is mentioning, what this particular provision is doing is to create a proviso that for you to even train as an accountant, you must join the Institute. Honorable Speaker, that denies Kenyans the right to education. Educate Kenyans to become accountants. If you want further professional development, if you want to regulate accountants who have first been trained, then create laws or legislation that will allow the regulation of people who have already been trained. And therefore, the import which the leader of majority has not responded to is on the flaunting of the right to education. 2, on compelling a student to join an association. And the Constitution is clear that no person shall be compelled to join an association of whatever nature, be it a professional association or institute like ISPAC or LSK. That is why lawyers, Honorable Speaker, allow lawyers first to be trained, to go through their professional training, sit for examinations without being hindered, then they are regulated when they go out to practice. That is all, Honorable Speaker, that we're asking for Kenyans who seek to train and be educated as accountants. That first educate them, train them. If you want to regulate them, there is no time limit, Honorable Speaker, as to when we can legislate on how the institute and indeed government can regulate the conduct of accountants. But we cannot deny Kenyans their rights to education and compel them to join associations. Tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, another profession, maybe the association of evangelical societies or evangelical preachers or some form of religious grouping, will also seek to create legislation that for you to train in a certain profession, you must first be a member of an institute. Honorable Speaker, I beg to indeed submit that the Honorable Kimunya has not responded to the issues of how we are denying Kenyans the right to train, the right to education, and compelling them to be members of associations.
May I understand all these interventions? The members who have pressed the intervention buttons, they all want to address me on this. No, not just, there's no need for just general comments, so that we can make progress. I think, let me just say the following. I've been availed the bill, and in it is the act which sought to be amended, the Accountants Act number 15 of 2008, whose section 17, which is intended to be amended, provides as hereunder. The Examinations Board shall, prior to registering a person to undertake an examination in accounting, require that the person be registered as a member of the institute. That's the current provision. You know, this is in the Act, section 17(2)(a). Now that is what is sought to be amended. Now, well, the accountancy is a profession, like the Honorable Ishongma has just said. Nobody is forced to join the profession. I imagine that everybody with their open eyes and minds chooses to join whatever profession. If you choose to be a surveyor, you know where to go, how you start. If you finally wish to be registered, you also know the processes. And so are all other professions. I think if we extended the meaning in Article 36, Clause 2, that nobody shall be compelled to join any association of any kind, to include professions, then people will just be, there will be no guide to any profession. If you want to join the Honorable Otiende Amolo in his revered profession, you know what you are supposed to do. So that if you become like, you've seen a number of people who have been going to court very frequently. I don't want to mention names. They are never registered even there as lawyers. They go there as just ordinary folks from the streets. Because if they purport to refer to themselves as lawyers, even though we've heard they are taking instructions, obviously they will run afoul with the law, the Advocates Act, and of course several other processes then would follow. My view is that we proceed with this bill, and since I'm informed that the Honorable Ishongwa has proposed an amendment, persuade your colleagues here that it is not, there is merit in what you are saying. But I think to block this bill from being considered on the grounds that it may turn out to be unconstitutional at this stage may not be advisable. Therefore, I rule that the bill proceeds to second reading, and when the time comes for the committee of the whole House, the Honorable Ishongwa, and you know we have approved your proposed amendments, then they will be placed before the membership to consider. So for the time being, we proceed with the second reading.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the statute law miscellaneous amendments, being National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the statute law miscellaneous amendment bill of 2020 was published on 3rd of June 2020 under the signature of my predecessor. And this is in keeping with the practice of making various amendments to the various laws which ordinarily will not require separate bills, and then they are consolidated within one omnibus bill. This bill contained initially, I think 35 or 36 odd statutes. Several have been removed, some earlier and some as late as today, and hence, eventually, we'll be considering on a net basis, I believe, 24 of those statutes, 23 of the statutes. The bill was first read on Tuesday, the 23rd of June, and thereafter, it was committed to the various departmental committees for consideration within the respective mandates of the committees. Further to your communication of June the 25th. In this connection, Honorable Speaker, I wish to commend the 9 departmental committees that have been considering this bill, with the lead being taken by our own, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the Admin and National Security, Finance and National Planning, Labor and Social Welfare, Committee on Transport, Education, ICT, Energy, Trade, and generally, then everything has then found its way into JLAC for consolidation. Now, just looking through some of the highlights, the first bill is the Interpretation and General Provisions. And again, this is more of a typing, editorial issue to harmonize the definition of Kenya Defense Forces in the Act of 2012. Again, to recognize the AG, the Attorney General, as an officer to administer the matters relating to the legal sector. Again, that's more of editorial. The Records and Disposal Act, again, we basically empowering the Chief Justice to make rules on disposal of records of the Employment and Labor Relations Court. Penal Code, again, this is purely to look at, it still refers to the Commissioner General of Police, and we have since moved on with the Inspector General of Police. So it's a nomenclature. The Public Holidays Act, this, members will remember that what we used to celebrate on October 10th as Moi Day has since been renamed Utamaduni Day, and hence it's just to then rename that day and to recognize the change where people are supposed to be looking at cultural issues and reflecting on how we help one another and the country. In the terms of the Firearms Act, again, this is editorial to rename the Commissioner General of Police as an IG. The Official Secrets Act is also one of the other bills being proposed, and this is to define some of the terms, including what is data, what is telecommunication apparatus, so that it's for clarity in terms of what is actually data, what is apparatus, and to harmonize it with the advances in technology, so that production of data by a person who owns or controls any communication apparatus used for sending or receipt of any data to and from Kenya is also placed within the ambit of the Official Secrets Act. The Kenya Roads Board Act, again, the amendments is to provide for the minimum number of meetings of the board, so that the board cannot keep, the current situation, the board is told they must hold a meeting every month, and the Mwongozo Code basically, and generally the standard is at least not more than 4 in a year. So again, this is for good governance. Statistics Act, again, we're looking at amending the statute to give the board the power to cancel or revise data if data is found to be inaccurate. There's no point in data, garbage in, garbage out, if you're using data and processing. So long as that data has inaccuracy, it's of no use to anyone. And hence, we need to give the board the opportunity, once the inaccuracy has been established, that they can cancel that data so that nobody can depend on it or use it for decision making. The Employment Act, again, is to remove references to the contribution to the National Housing Fund, and also to harmonize the references to the Armed Forces Act with the terms applied in the Kenya Defense Forces Act, and also to exclude the Coast Guard Service from its provisions. The Accountants Act, we've had a discussion on this, and basically, as you rightly stated, Honorable Speaker, there's already a current provision in Section 17(2)A that the examination board requires one to be a member of the institute. But when you go to the institute, the Accountants Act itself, the member of the institute is assumed to be a qualified member. So you cannot be a student, yet you're supposed to be a member is the one who is qualified. And this amendment now creates a student category, that because the board requires you to become a member, but you can only become a member of the institute when you are qualified. Now, so to meet the requirements of the examination board, this basically creates a category of student membership, right? So that there's a member who has qualified and also a member who is a student. So that when we pass this, we will then conform, at least give guidance, ensure that the applicability of what's already within Section 17(2)A of the Act. It's really more editorial for clarity to ensure that student members are not told we cannot register because you're not a member. Yet there's no category right now within the Accountants Act for student membership. Again, this is it's something I forgot to mention that when I was replying. The Judicial Service Act, again, is to reduce the post-qualification years of experience required for recruitment as a legal researcher from 2 years to 1 year, basically to enable people moving into research to move in earlier than the current law. The Kenya National Commission of Human Rights, basically it's an elaboration on the function of the commission and to update the provision relating to appointment of members of the commission. The function shall now include advice on the state of the ratification of a section to international and regional treaties relating to human rights. Within the other one is the Employment and Labor Relations Court Act, basically to empower the Chief Justice to make rules for delegation of specified powers. And the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, again, the amendment here seeks to allow the Ethics and and Anti-Corruption Act to institute proceedings for the recovery of corruptly acquired assets located outside Kenya. I believe Honorable Sotsi will be very happy with this. He petitioned us on this. It further proposes to amend the Act to allow the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to institute proceedings for the recovery of corruptly acquired assets located outside Kenya. The bill also, National Police and Service Commission Act, proposes to amend the Act to create clarity in terms of, again, respect to the Inspector General. That's editorial. The Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, again, this is important to us. It proposes to increase the period during which a House of Parliament shall consider a nomination and table its report from the current 14 to 28. Honorable Speaker, you agree that every time we are vetting staff, committees usually come back here to say they want an extension of the time. It's unrealistic to expect that we'll be able to get all these things within 15 days, and you end up with the wrong quality. But by doubling the time to 28 days, we'll have a better situation. The amendment to the Universities Act of 2012, again, seeks to amend the Act to provide for establishment by charter of degree awarding institutions specializing in national security issues, and to apply some of the provisions of the Act relating to administration and management of universities to those institutions. Members may be aware that we have a highly respected and established national defense college, which is been offering degrees in collaboration with other universities, and it's time to actually get them an independent charter. But because they operate in a different sector from this civilian kind of operations, it may be necessary to exempt them from some of the provisions of what would be required of Nairobi University, what would be required of Catholic University, because they are doing some things that have a highly security in nature. And that could also apply in terms of any other university that comes up. They're doing atomic energy or something restricted that you'd want, they may not necessarily be put to the same governance structure as a generic university. So again, this is a very straightforward thing to just facilitate the creation of that as a degree awarding institution, and also recognize that they're in a unique sector that may require a different set of rules, while ensuring that their degrees' credibility will never be doubted, because you're not awarding degrees for Kenya, you'll be awarding degrees for the world. The Kenya Law Reform Commission Act, again, is to provide the powers of the AG with respect to communication to the commission, and to stimulate membership by who are ex-officio members of the commission. Scrap Metal Act, it's always amended, of 2015, is to provide for powers of a police officer during the investigations under the Act. The Investment and Financial Analysis Act of 2015, again, this is to amend this Act to streamline the day-to-day operations of the Institute with the Act, and include some provisions providing, among other things, that a person shall not become a chief investment officer or head an investment department or function in a practice, and that person is registered as a certified investment and financial analyst, and basically also holds a certificate and an annual license issued by the registration committee, so that we don't have anyone purporting to be an investment advisor, and you give their monies and you lose it, and there's nowhere you can have any recourse, because the people who you are giving your money or taking advice from in terms of where you need to invest, which shares are increasing, are not under regulation by anyone. So again, it's part of the bigger issue of protecting the public from unscrupulous people who may want to masquerade as professional advisors, yet they are not subject to any regulation. The Court of Appeal Organization and Administration Act of 2015, again, the bill proposes to amend the Act, the Court of Appeal Act of 2015, to provide for the vacation dates and of the court, and to harmonize them with those applying in the other courts. So harmonization issue. Witness Protection Act of 2016, the bill proposes to amend the Act to, among other things, give reference to the correct citation of the Public Audit Act and provide that the legislation and regulation provision on classified procurement and disposal of assets shall again apply mutadis to the agency. And lastly, the Kenya Coast Guard Act of 2018, the bill again proposes to amend the Kenya Coast Guard Act to include Kenya Wildlife Service and the Kenya Forest Service as bodies from which the service can recruit officers. It also proposes to expand the technical committee of the service and to standardize the ranks in the service with the defense forces. So, Honorable Speaker, I believe the details of which act is being amended are contained within the bill, and the memorandum is very clear in terms of what happened. The various committees have gone through and I've seen quite a number of amendments that they'll be bringing as part of making it even better for us to do justice to this act. And it's a fairly straightforward act because these are minor editorial things. They may be important, but they don't warrant bringing of a whole act. All the bills where we thought that fundamental issues were being introduced, we consulted and withdrew them so that they come within a bigger framework, so that you have coherence within a bill. Because the danger we have is you have one small item, then a flurry of amendments are made, but because there's no reference to the mother bill, when eventually it's read together with the original bill, you find inconsistencies coming in and incoherence, that one section is talking with this about, the new amendment is talking about that, and that is best brought within the framework of a comprehensive amendment to a bill. And we now limit ourselves to just these touch-ups that I've enumerated within my moving notes. So, again, Honorable Speaker, I do not need to belabor the point. Today is a busy day, like we said. I would like to ask members that we give priority to the committees that looked at this bill. Then the chairs can share with us exactly what they came up with. And if we are in agreement, then we don't need to a lot of debate. We move on so that we can close this bill and move on to the other business of the House, noting the time limitations that we have. And I must also take this opportunity to thank you for agreeing to stay behind and stay on tonight until we are able to at least complete the two bills before us and have it on record before we go on this recess, so that I don't have to save bills that we could have finished tonight. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I would like to ask the Honorable Muturi Kigano, Chair of JLAC, who consolidated all these bills, to second.
Honorable Kigano.
Honorable Speaker, I raise to second the amendments that are sought in the Statute Law Amendment Bill number 15 of 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, my committee considered 4 matters that fell under my committee, and also considered the reports submitted by the 7 other committees, and pursuant to Order 199, Sub-Order 6, we consolidated all the reports and made them one report, which we tabled on 15th October this year. Mr. Speaker, all the matters that fall under the bills, the respective committees and the matters raised by the bill were advertised through the daily newspapers on 30th July this year, and I can confirm that all the memoranda and representations made by stakeholders and others were duly considered. I will be asking the other chairs to give the synopsis of their own individual amendments. The 4 amendments that fall under the jurisdiction of JIRAC, and the amendments speak for themselves, sir, but what I'm going to say is more or less apply to the other committees. So we will try to save time, and I plead with my co-chairs perhaps to not to repeat what applies to the 4 that I'm going to stipulate. The first one that fell under my committee is the Records Disposal Act. An amendment we sought to amend to effect an amendment under Section 2, subsection 1 thereof, to include the environment and the land courts. These are courts of the same status with the High Court that are now stipulated under the Constitution, but were not then contemplated by the Records Disposal Act. The committee supports the amendment and resolved that the provisions intended as proposed by the Chief Justice to make, will empower the Chief Justice to make rules regarding the disposal of records. The second act, I think this was spent through the Business Committee, is the Political Parties Act, so I have no comments for that. So the second substantive amendment falls under the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights. That amendment by that body sought to include them as a party approving the treaties and ratifying the treaties. But under the Treaty Making and the Ratifications Act of number 45 of 2012, it recognized the Attorney General as the domiciled department on matters concerning treaties. So they have no justification to usurp the powers of the Attorney General. So we seek to amend Section 8 to clearly, to delete. We seek to delete that amendment that is sought. The next law is the Kenya Law Reform Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, we seek to delete the proposed amendment and substitute Section 8(1) sub 1B with a new subsection B, to be one member appointed by the Attorney General through an open and competitive process. That is, refers to the members of the Commission. And 2, subsection 2 thereof, we seek to substitute, delete and substitute, and stipulate that the member thereof shall be an advocate of the High Court immediately after the words the Law Society of Kenya appearing in the proposed amendment. There is, again, justification for this. The Law Society should be, the profession clarify that the representative of the Law Society be an advocate of the High Court to avoid possibility of unqualified persons like the persons who my as well Member of Parliament, Honorable Chungwa spoke of, quacks, to be appointed to represent, to be members of the Kenya Law Reform Commission. So he must be an advocate of the High Court. And subsection 3 thereof, a new phrase will be 3, we insert the words appointed under subsection 1, subsection CA, subsection CD, subsection D, and D, immediately after the words the Chief Justice, appearing in the proposed section 8 subsection 3 of the Act. There is justification for this. We need to clarify that the public officers appointed as members of the Kenya Law Reform under those provisions are the ones being designated as ex officios. The last under my committee's domicile, again, is the Court of Appeal, Organization and Administration Act, number 28 of 2015. The Chief Justice, through the Chief Justice Office, they sought an amendment under section 26 subsection 1. They sought to increase the duration during which judges serving the Court of Appeal shall recess in addition to normal leave days. The committee was of the view that increasing the duration of the court recess will lead to increased case backlog in the judiciary, leading to additional costs to litigants and other stakeholders in the law and the justice sector. So we seek to delete that amendment that was sought by the Chief Justice. So with those remarks concerning the 4 bills that fall under GLAC, I beg to second and call other committee members to speak about their own amendments.
I propose the question, which is that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, be now read a second time. Honorable Koinange.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Administration and National Security was tasked to consider various proposed amendments to statutes that fall under its purview. They are 1, the Public Holidays Act, Cap 109, 2, the Firearms Act, Cap 114, and 3, the Official Secrets, Cap 187, and 4th, the National Police Service Commission Act 2011, number 30 of 2011, and the Kenya Coast Guard Service Act 2018, number 11 of 2018. Honorable Speaker, the Statute Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2020 intends to amend the Public Holidays Act, Cap 109, in order to delete the definitions minister and district and substitute with the words Cabinet Secretary and sub-county. This is to align in the terminologies as used in the Constitution and the bill seeks to amend the Act in order to rename Moi Day as Utamaduni Day. Honorable Speaker, in the Firearms Act Cap 114, the bill proposes to amend various sections of the Act in order to replace the use of the term Commissioner General of Police with the Inspector General in line with the National Police Service Act. Honorable Speaker, in the Official Secrets Cap 187, the bill proposes to amend the Act in order to harmonize its provisions with the structure of courts and other state offices established by the Constitution. It also proposes to amend the Act to harmonize it with the advances in technology. Honorable Speaker, the National Police Service Commission Act 2011, number 30 of 2011, the bill proposes to amend Section 10, bracket 2 of the Act in order to correct an error in the section by deleting the misplaced word concerned. And finally, Honorable Speaker, with regard to Kenya Coast Guard Service Act 2018, number 11 of 2018, the bill proposes to amend the Act to include the Kenya Wildlife Service and the Kenya Forest Service as bodies from which the service can recruit officers. It also proposes to expand the technical committee of the service and to standardize the ranks in the service with the defense forces. Honorable Speaker, while considering the proposed amendments to the mentioned statutes, the committee observed the following. One, that the proposed amendments to the Public Holidays Act 109 are in order, as the implication of the amendment is to harmonize the terms applied in the Act with the Constitution and to rename Moi Day as Utamaduni Day. Two, that the proposed amendments in the Firearms Act, Cap 114, are in order, as the implication of the amendment is to replace the reference to the Commissioner General of Police with the Inspector General in line with the National Police Service Act of 2011. And thirdly, Honorable Speaker, that in the proposed amendments in the Official Secrets Act Cap 187, the implication is to harmonize provision in the Act with the structure of courts. It also proposes to amend the Act to harmonize it with the advances in technology. The committee further observed in the proposed amendment to Section 6 that there was need to provide for extent of limitation to the right of privacy. The committee proposed national interest as the criteria that may warrant a cabinet secretary to seek the limitation of one's right to privacy. The committee also observed that the exercise of such power should be subjected to external verification by the court in making information available to the cabinet secretary or any other authorized person. And fourthly, Honorable Speaker, the proposed amendment to the National Police Service Commission Act 2011, number 30 of 2011, is in order as the implication of the amendment is to correct an error. And finally, Honorable Speaker, fifthly, that the proposed amendments to the Kenya Coast Guard 2018, number 11 of 2018, are in order as the implication of the amendment is to include Kenya Wildlife Service and the Kenya Forest Service as bodies from which the service can recruit officers. The committee noted that the amendment proposed to expand the technical committee and standardize the ranks in the service with the defense forces. Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I beg to move.
Honorable Mutua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Committee on Education and Research handled the Universities Act number 42 of 2012. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be amended as appears in the order paper. Mr. Speaker, the justification is the amendment 6 to further improve the amendment proposed in the bill to give the President the power to establish specialized universities specializing in national security issues. While the committee noted that there is need for the establishment of a university to offer standardized studies on matters of national security, there is further need to involve the National Security Council in the establishment of the university. The National Security Council is established under Article 240 of the Constitution and is mandated to exercise supervisory control over national security organs and perform any other functions prescribed by national legislation. The amendment, Mr. Speaker, will therefore ensure that a university established to specialize in national security issues shall be established by the President on the recommendation of both the Commission for University Education and the National Security Council. The amendment therefore restates what is contained in the proposed new paragraph C, which the committee has proposed to delete and introduce the aspect of the advice of the National Security Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mwadhi, the committee was considering which one? Was your committee considering anything?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. My Committee on Labor and Social Welfare considered the Employment Act 2011, and specifically Section 2, which, Honorable Speaker, was dealing with the definition of salary, and there was a proposal to do away with the term basic salary, and the committee held a meeting and a sitting, and we agreed that we shall be moving an amendment to ensure that we don't remove basic salary. And the reasoning behind it, Honorable Speaker, was that the moment we remove the term basic salary in an employee's payment, it means that the employer can decide what quantum forms your basic salary, and therefore, if there are any benefits that accrue pursuant to the amount that is paid to you as basic salary, then it will be calculated on what the employer will have decided as your basic salary. So, Honorable Speaker, we'll be moving that the term basic salary be retained in the bill, and therefore, in regard to this bill, I rise to support, and at the appropriate time, I'll be moving that amendment. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Thank you. I'm not sure that because me, I'll be speaking on this. Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to indicate that as I support the omnibus, I want to specifically speak on the Employment Act amendment. And that concerned the amendment to remove the basic salary. And I want to indicate that the basic salary is very important. It's the base upon which all calculations of all our other deductions of an employee are done. And the basic salary is usually calculated after valuing the job, and that's what we have currently in Kenya as job evaluation. We evaluate the job one is going to do, after which we put a basic salary. If you follow the basic salary issue further, you will realize that it is very vital to protect it because it is usually fully taxable, members. The basic salary is usually fully taxable, and if it's very high, you will certainly welcome a very high tax regime, and vice versa.
So removal of that will actually put workers in a situation where the employers can decide on the tax regime without having a basis on which they are basing that tax regime on. It's also a basis for the other deductions that we do call statutory in labor are based on. That may include annual gratuity, that may include all other deductions that are made on the salary should be based on the basic salary. So I want to assert that if we remove that term in the labor movement, if we remove that term even for the members of parliament, then the basis upon which those statutory deductions will be done will be swayed and can be changed anytime. In fact, the International Labour Organization talks about this and says that the basic salary is not easily changeable. You may not reduce it, but you may deal with all other benefits above the basic salary, which we will add up to form what we call the gross salary. This may include overtime and other allowances. So, Honorable Speaker, without much ado, because it's a very busy day, I wanted to weigh in that the basic salary needs to be protected. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my committee also had a chance to look at the statute law miscellaneous amendment. We went through all the other amendments, but some of which have fallen off. So the ones that have stayed is the Accountants Act of 2008, and as was explained by senior accountant and chairman of the institute at one time, this is basically to bring in the issue of student accountants as members of the institute. So our concern at the time was if you bring in trainee accountants, is it just for the basic reason of raising revenue for ISPAC? But they explained that these members would join without fee. And we have an amendment that we have discussed with the majority leader together with Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, who's also another senior accountant, and we've agreed that for avoidance of doubt, we will move a further amendment to include the fact that when trainee accountants are recruited, unemployed trainee accountants will not be required to pay any fee. So we want to include that in the amendment for avoidance of any doubt. Honorable Speaker, the retirement benefits, Deputy President and designated state officers, that has since, Honorable Speaker, with discussions with yourselves, been shelved for later consideration. Mr. Speaker, the other bill that we had there is the one on the Investment and Financial Analysts Act of 2015, which is essentially saying that we don't want rogue people moving around saying they are investment and financial analysts and conning Kenyans left and right. We want people to be registered with the institute so that we know who is an investment analyst, or, because we have too many quacks saying, do you have a lot of money? Bring, I help you invest here or there. We had an amendment on the order paper, Mr. Speaker, which we'll be reconsidering because there was the issue of funding for this institute from Exchequer, which we had said we were averse to. But we have discovered that this is only for regularization purposes because it is already minimally being funded. So, Mr. Speaker, we will be reconsidering that amendment when we come to Committee of the Whole House. So for today, those are the bills that we had here as the Finance Committee, and we support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I have two roles to play today. One, I'll comment as a member of parliament, but secondly, and the first important one, I'm representing the chair of the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, was asked me to weigh in on his behalf. As a committee, we were asked to look at proposed amendments under the Scrap Metals Act. Honorable Speaker, I think the drafters of the amendments in the miscellaneous bill simply misunderstood what the inspector in respect of Scrap Metal Act was talking about. So, Honorable Speaker, at the Committee of the Whole House, as a committee, we have proposed that the amendments that purpose to talk about a police officer as an inspector above the rank of an inspector is misplaced, because imagine is an officer appointed under the National Police Service Act, yet this inspector is appointed under Section 29(1) of the Scrap Metal Act. We will be making those amendments at the most appropriate time. Honorable Speaker, now as a member of, representative member of people of Funyula, as we have always said in the past, the question of miscellaneous amendment bill is an area that we need further refinement, because some of the issues raised in this miscellaneous amendment bill are normally very fundamental. Honorable Speaker, we have complained here in the past, we have mentioned here in the past, for this case, it had a whole 38 bills, or such 38 statutes being amended. You can't do justice to 38 statutes in the given period of time. After the withdrawals and Article 110, 3 of the Constitution, and by the leader of majority party, we are left with the 24. Again, some of them are so fundamental. Yes, a few are editorial issues. A few are matter to align the Constitution or the various acts to the Constitution. But in totality, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a matter that even members of the public are getting concerned. As I was seated here, Honorable Speaker, quite a number of SMSs and texts have been coming that how can you deal with some of the fundamental issues through a miscellaneous that does not give members of public adequate time to look at the various issues. But obviously, having seen the amendments, that the withdrawals and your ruling, it is important that over time, we really look at ways and means. Honorable Speaker, allow me to make just a comment on the Coast Guard Act. Honorable Speaker, it was meant to protect our maritime boundaries. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here, we passed it some times back, the President launched it some times back, but the process of full operationalization of the Coast Guard has been very slow, painfully slow, and as a result, our members who go fishing within Lake Victoria continue being brutalized by the police and the thugs from Uganda. And they come all the way to the boundaries of Kenya. I know I and Mheshimiwa Angela, that's Funyula and Budalangi, share the same unit that is based at Port Victoria. Honorable Speaker, whenever we are under attack and we call them, they simply say they have no fuel, they have no tugboat, they don't have enough guns and ammunition to come and confront the so-called thugs from Uganda. As I speak to you, as I speak here today, Honorable Speaker, I have a constituent who was shot twice on the thighs within the waters of Funyula constituency. We have followed up the matter. The Coast Guard and the security systems keep on telling us there is nothing they can do because they have no facilities, they have no ammunition, they have nothing. We hope the proposed amendments allowing them to hire from Kenya Forest Services and other parliamentary services will allow them adequate time, adequate facilities to enable them respond to the issues. Finally, Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, if it had come on its own, Cap 109, I would have obviously been reluctant to approve the change of Moi Day to Tamaduni Day. Some of us who drank Nyayo milk, some of us who lived through Nyayo, the patriotic songs, and the grandiose that accompanies presidents and the occasions, we feel the word Moi Day ought to have been left to stand. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Before Nambale.
I had something else in mind, Speaker, so I'll just skip this and save time.
Okay. Member for Mwea? Member for Kimilili? Not there. Member for Roysambu? Also not there. Member for Larry? All these people have put their cards. The member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but what I was looking to speak to is actually an agenda that's coming up later.
Oh,
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Very well. Member, then maybe I could get an indication from the member for Udaya before I even give him the... Is it about this or about the tea? Tea, I knew. Member for Geshogo, I'm sure about tea. So these are tea girls or tea boys. How is it that... how is it? Yeah, I can see you are there, but how come I don't see the name of the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo? There? Was defective? At some point, you are actually the one on top of everybody else. I've been wondering what it is that has been happening. Honorable Ishongwa, then we go to the Honorable...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me also rise to support this statutory miscellaneous bill. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to speak to two issues. One, Honorable Speaker, is the issue that we're conversing on the registration and the role of accountants, especially trainee accountants, and has been adequately articulated by the Chair Finance, Honorable Nyasuna, is that following consultations also with the Leader of Majority, we have agreed that we can do a further amendment that will exempt trainee accountants from being levied any fee to join the institute. And that way we'll be able to protect our students and our young people from being compelled to pay fees to be able to join an institute. So that, Honorable Speaker, those who are paying fees to join the Institute of Certified Public Accountants are people who are already working. And therefore that we'll be able to protect our young and very vulnerable youth who want to train as accountants. But Honorable Speaker, let me say, because it's a discussion that we've had also with the former chair of the Institute, Honorable Kimunya, that it is time, and I think we said this last year, Honorable Speaker. I have had a conversation with the CEO or the chair of the Institute of, the current chair, Lillian, of the Institute of Public Certified Accountants, that it is time that we looked at the Accountants Act wholesomely, not these small amendments, so that there are many things that we need to do, Honorable Speaker, if we want to fight, to support the fight against corruption. Then we need to regulate the accountancy profession better than just regulating those who are sitting for exams. It is those who are already working and those who seek to work as accountants that we need to regulate, Honorable Speaker. To Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to the amendments relating to the Universities Act, Honorable Speaker. And the Chair, Security, Honorable Koinange will agree with me, Honorable Speaker, that even in our TV discussions, you see a lot of people, whenever there's a terrorist attack, people calling themselves security experts. If you ask who are these security experts and what training they have gone through, Honorable Speaker, you will realize many of them were police corporals who probably even left the force unceremoniously, Honorable Speaker, but now they masquerade as experts in security. And therefore, part of the provisions of the Universities Act is to be able to create specialized institutions that will be able even to award degrees on security matters, Honorable Speaker. And at a time when the world and this country, Honorable Speaker, is confronted by the challenge of terrorism, Honorable Speaker, issues to do with crime on money laundering and narcotics, Honorable Speaker, we need institutions, Honorable Speaker, that will be degree awarding institutions that will be able to confer degrees to people who have trained specifically on security matters, so that when people purport to be experts in security, Honorable Speaker, these are people who have been trained by institutes or universities that have been accredited and given charters by the Commission for Higher Education, Honorable Speaker, and therefore want to support this this particular provision on Section 2 of the Universities Act, Honorable Speaker. And I have amendments to that effect. I've seen amendments also, I think, from the Chair, Education, and the Leader of Majority. And also we're in discussion on what to do with the particular amendments. But, Honorable Speaker, let me also, in finishing, touch on the proposed amendments, although we may have an opportunity to do that in the third reading, on the question of telecoms being able to give data. Compelled as much as there is a provision to go to the High Court. Honorable Speaker, we must be careful not to give powers to cabinet secretaries to be able to compel organizations like Safaricom and other telcos to give your personal data, Honorable Speaker, and especially communication from you to people on the pretext of national interest, which is not even defined in the proposed amendment by the chair of the Security Committee. But Honorable Speaker, I think we'll converse on that when we get to the third reading. But let me support and also take this opportunity to thank the Chair, Finance, Honorable Nyasuna, and the Leader of Majority for seeing the logic in being able to protect trainee accountants, Honorable Speaker, because for me, it is something that is very dear to me. I just had a conversation with a member for Odhaya, and he told me he trained as an accountant by just reading on his own. And I was telling him, supposing we tell other young people in Odhaya today that they cannot train, and he trained and qualified as an accountant. Therefore, it's important, Honorable Speaker, even as we move forward, to wholesomely relook at the Accountants Act so that we better regulate the industry and the sector, such that I will be allowed to train. And upon graduating and finishing my Section 6 of the accounting profession, then maybe that's where we may need to create provisions that, or when you're already working, as the Leader of Majority says, that for you to work or even to practice, there must be continuous learning that you go through the institute, and probably even now be forced to meet certain qualifications that will be able to be a member in good standing of the institute. And we will continue to engage with the institute to ensure that we do what is in the best interest of the country. But I am happy that with the amendments, proposed amendments, we shall be able to protect our trainee accountants, our students, and our young people in this country. With that, I beg to support.
Honorable Tiende Molo. Yeah, it looks like that machine, I think, is not proper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support most of the sentiments already expressed here. Mr. Speaker, like some of my colleagues, I have sometimes had difficulties with the idea of too many amendments through the miscellaneous statute, miscellaneous amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I'm on record as suggesting that we should, as much as possible, separate them. On this one, happily, by happenstance, a lot of the proposed amendments were dropped, and now we are back to 23. I think that we can live with, even though that is still quite significant. Mr. Speaker, speaking to some of the amendments, like the discussion the Leader of Majority just had with Honorable Ichung'wah, clearly we will need to re-examine some of these provisions further. I am happy that they have come to some sort of consensus that is not so much a constitutional issue, but is an issue of principle. But even as we look at that principle, we must accept, one, that professions must be regulated. When you say professions require self-regulation, it is not a form of servitude. It is a form of having a situation where you can deal with those who are rogue. But even as we do that, clearly they will need, perhaps as Honorable Ichung'wah says, to look at the Accountants Act afresh. Because even as we make that amendment to introduce student accountant or student trainees, the Act itself confines itself to regulating accountants. And the word accountant is defined. And that definition does not appear to include a person who's still training to be an accountant. So that is an issue that will have to be confronted. In fact, Section 24 even appears to allow regulation in terms of age on who can be admitted. And so those are very critical things that will have to be looked at. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee spoke quite eloquently to the amendments by the committee. Just maybe to add two for emphasis. One is we also added the question of reintroducing a representative of the Public Service Commission in the panel that will be interviewing those to join the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. We thought that that is a very important commission to be represented. At the same time, we were not persuaded that we should give the Kenya National Human Rights Commission additional jurisdiction to advise government on treaties and international obligations, because that is already a role for the Attorney General. We thought the Human Rights Commission has its own role set. When it comes to the Law Society, of course, we added that it must be an advocate of the High Court. It is only because of time that we did not refine this further. But with the events that are now unfolding at that body of ours, it is clear whenever we say the Law Society to appoint, we will have to now go ahead and determine how that is to be done. Because I foresee very soon we might end up with 2 appointees, and we will then have that role of determining who is the legitimate appointee. Unfortunately so. Mr. Speaker, we were not persuaded to adopt the additional recess for the Court of Appeal for a number of reasons. One, we noted the history of the idea of the recess of the court in April, in August, in December. It is a history that is actually foreign to us. This was brought at a time when most of the judges were white and they were from abroad, and they needed time to go back, especially during the summers, to now also enjoy part of the recess with the family. And that is why you find that it's a recess that is only unique mostly to lawyers. The accountants will ask, why is it that they don't get that kind of recess? But having noted that, we also note, Mr. Speaker, that there is also the annual leave that is provided for. Now, while we appreciate that judges are overwhelmed, right now, especially in the Court of Appeal, and it's unfortunate that there are judges who have still not been appointed. And so now, even a certificate of urgency in the Court of Appeal takes months. But, Mr. Speaker, we thought, one, these are things that can be determined administratively. It need not be written into statute. In any case, two, it will add to the backlog. And we thought, Mr. Speaker, therefore, that this can be regulated separately. Lastly, as I finish, is the Coast Guard issue. The Coast Guard issue is an issue for all of us who have constituencies that are along the lake. Rarieda, with over 200 kilometers of the lake, when we passed the Coast Guard Act, we believed that it was going to protect our people from the invasions from other countries. While I'm sure they are trying to do that, Mr. Speaker, we have ended up with another problem. Some of the Coast Guards, especially those based in some of those areas, because they are unable to confront those people, now they have turned to our fishermen. Now the fishermen who they came to protect are now telling us, why did you ask these people to come here? Mr. Speaker, we really think, even as we support this amendment, and my chair for security is also here, that they must be told that they are supposed.
Member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to align myself with the sentiments of Honorable Otiende Amolo, especially on the issues relating to the Court of Appeal and other issues pertaining to lawyers. And the reason I'm doing that, Mr. Speaker, is I'm often a very diligent member. I've actually not had time to look critically at these amendments. And for the same reasons that I think Honorable Oundo has said, that we've had sometimes the amendments are so many, and with our multiple roles, including constituency roles, it becomes very, very difficult, sometimes almost intimidating to even start looking at them. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think we have spoken a lot about the need to limit the number of bills that are brought by miscellaneous amendment. And for that matter, Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak to the one issue on the Coast Guard. It's coincidental that yesterday, I've just come this morning from the constituency, and yesterday I was speaking to fishermen, specifically two called Onyango and Odoyo from Rusinga Island. And they sent me to come and say that the Coast Guard issue is a problem, and because the Coast Guard is no longer protecting fishermen. Instead, they are the ones harassing fishermen. And instead now what we are doing here is trying to beef their capacity, but their capacity is being beefed up to harass fishermen. So, Mr. Speaker, personally, I'm not really persuaded by this amendment, because we are not going to be giving them beefing up their strength when their strength is being used to harass fishermen. And I think as a House, we need to put them on notice, because this is actually a new institution, that if they continue, the same House that set them up can actually cause them to disappear. because when it comes to issues of fishermen, Mr. Speaker, we are not going to take it lightly. For some of us, that is the only source of livelihood of our people. And so if you have a situation, Mr. Speaker, actually, at one point, I was, by coincidence, I was in Rusinga Island when there was a problem at a beach called Litare Beach. And so I ran over there, and they were saying they were being harassed by police from Uganda. And I must congratulate the members of the public because they actually arrested the alleged police, and I found them, they had actually brought them to land. But when we assessed the police they arrested, they turned out to be Kenya police that were masquerading as police from Uganda. And Mr. Speaker, that time was before we brought the Coast Guard. And I'm told in Busia side, they've actually chased them away. So we want to tell them if they are joking the same way they've been chased from Busia, we will chase them in our islands in Suba North. We are not going to joke with them. Let them come to protect our people from Tanzanians and Ugandans that are harassing our people. Let them not be part of the problem. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I wish to abstain from voting either yes or no, because I've not had opportunity to look at length on the issues that we have. And I'm actually concerned, Mr. Speaker. I know we've had time. You may actually challenge me that we've had time, but again, going by the multiple roles we play, it becomes challenging when you have so many bills. And then I was hoping that we would have time between now and the time it comes to the committee of the whole House. And I'm seeing that we are having the committee of the whole House immediately. So I would wish to abstain, but I will not support giving more powers to the Coast Guard to harass people. Thank you.
Oh no, Millie, I've never known you to complain about shortage of time, especially when it comes to this particular aspect of a member of parliament legislation. I have known you to be always very diligent and available. Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to support, and Mr. Speaker, just on two issues which I think as we go ahead will need your guidance in the future. Mr. Speaker, is that there were provisions which were in this bill, and if you allow me, I will cite them. Provisions like the Evidence Act, Cap 80, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act 203, the Public Officers Ethics, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering, the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012, the Bribery Act. Speaker, these are very, very important amendments which were in this bill, and I totally concur with the Leader of Majority because I have set a precedent. I have set a precedent that at any stage, any bill may be signed by the Leader of Majority. Through the concurrence of the Speaker, you can withdraw certain clauses. But Mr. Speaker, going forward, I think for us to protect the independent institutions and commissions who are answerable to this House, Mr. Speaker, I think at some stage, maybe next year, you need to give direction that, for example, you don't expect the Office of the Auditor General to go through the Minister for National Treasury for his amendments to be discussed in the House. That's an independent office, only answerable to Parliament. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we must find a mechanism in such a way that these independent institutions, and they have been doing that. I mean, so you expect the Auditor General to send amendments. You expect the Director of Public Prosecution, the DCI, the Controller of Budget, the EACC, and many other commissions that they are subjected to the bureaucratic red tape of the executive when they are independent institutions. And Mr. Speaker, under a presidential system of government, where the three arms of government are independent, we expect those institutions that do quarterly reports, that do, including even the Financial Reporting Center, the Asset Recovery agency. I think this, in other words, they're called the multi-agency team. I think if they can sit, Mr. Speaker, and feel there is need, there's a gap in terms of legislation, in the war against corruption, in the war against money laundering, in the war against organized crime, I think Parliament as an independent institution, Mr. Speaker, through your office, and this is, will be, I think it's part of the reforms that are attributed to you during your tenure. I think we need to find a mechanism, maybe you will discuss it during the next leadership retreat, that these independent institutions can either use the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee as the avenue, the vehicle, or the Speaker or an individual member. I'll prefer if the committees that oversight these institutions carry the amendment. So that's what, Mr. Speaker, we don't look like we are subjecting them and we are denying them certain legislative proposal that they feel if the House enacts them, it will improve in their day-to-day duties, either in the war against corruption or in organized crimes. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I feel the 10 items from the Criminal Procedure Code, Cap 75, up to the Bribery Act of 2016, all these look like these are amendments from independent institutions who report to Parliament, who do quarterly report, who are oversighted by Parliament in terms of budget and administration. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want them to go back. And I've given an example of the Auditor General. The Auditor General cannot be going through the CS National Treasury. I beg to support.
Well, I think in the last leadership retreat of August of this year, it was resolved that those independent constitutional commissions and independent offices are at liberty to approach, as you rightly said, the committees that oversight them with the proposals where they think that there's weakness or lacuna in existing legislation. Propose improvements by way of amendments so that indeed the committees are the ones which own those amendments when they come to the floor of the House. And that's the route to go. And that's what I think was agreed in the last leadership retreat. And therefore, all those many commissions, if it is, of course, for instance, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, they are at liberty to approach the Finance Committee. If it is Kenya National Human Rights Commission on Administrative Justice, several others approach the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. There are others which deals with matters to do with the refugees. There are so many committees here that really would help. And it's only fair that many of those bodies, independent offices, understand how parliaments work. Because it looks like many of them assume that Parliament is only when people go to over weekends for rallies. I think that's when Parliament is working. They should just approve, feel free, write. They can even write to the clerk, and the clerk will forward their request to the relevant committees. And it has always worked. I've seen the people in the health sector, they've always written, and they've always been given a hearing by the health committee, and so many other committees anyway. So I think it's only those bodies that need to appreciate that there is opportunity and a good avenue for them to ventilate, their matters to be ventilated through the House. And in any event, even when they bring those proposals, they will still be subjected to further public participation, where more stakeholders will appear before the committee alongside themselves, so that that mix, the blend of what comes out of that kind of engagement, will only help us have better laws. I wonder, the member for SEME, is it on this one or is it on T? On this one. Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this. As I stand to support Mr. Speaker, I want to say what everybody has said. The miscellaneous amendments process actually, to some extent, disadvantages members, except maybe members whose committees are involved. Because the amendments are so many And actually, if you want to look at it, you will actually have to read 3 documents at the same time. And if there are that many, and we have said many times that we look at it so that we don't bring in substantive issues, but maybe we'll have to find a process of actually putting that in the standing orders. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I support many elements, but I want to weigh in on the one of the Coast Guards. In my constituency, we have 11 beaches, and the Coast Guard, what it was meant to do, it has missed the point completely. It was actually supposed to guard the local people against Uganda and Tanzania, which is the biggest problem. But what it has turned to do, it has turned on the local fishermen. And that's what is happening. Now they are implementing some rules and regulations maybe from the Maritime Authority in a very illogical manner. For example, now there is the issue of coxswain. Fishermen who are just using simple boats with simple engines, which they've been using for years, or just using oars, are now required to have a coxswain certificate. And in order to be trained to get the coxswain certificate, now they have to be trained, they have to pay 70,000 shillings. Yeah, as if they are actually going to maneuver large ships. And that, so it is a problem. And then when they go and they find that they are using wrongness, okay, that is okay, but it's really not in their area. They have come into that other area of fishing regulations. The way they treat this is actually very crude, and they beat them up, and actually they also take bribes. So I think they have to find out what exactly they were supposed to do. I think they're not properly resourced to do what they were supposed to do. And we will have to look at it. I think the amendments would have been really to see how they can be strengthened, get better resourced, so that they can tackle the bigger enemy. You know, when you get somebody to protect you from outside, then he turns in and starts harassing the children in the home. That is really not acceptable. And I also don't see why we want to link it with wildlife services and forest services. This is an institution that should just recruit its own people directly to serve. So I think we have expressed this, and if it goes on, we will actually have to relook at the whole idea of the Coast Guard services. But there are also other amendments that have come in that I support, like the Universities Acts and the security training. I think it is important that if you are going to have people trained in security services, there has to be involvement of the National Security Council, the involvement of the chair of the National Security Council and the University Commission, that they work together. Because you can see when it gets to higher levels of security, even people, experts get killed. So the information that will be used is not the information that can be open to open research and open data. So I think that is something that I support. The Official Secrets Act, it is true, with the technology we have, it has to change from the little pink paper we have been signing, and people have now mobile phones, people have these pages, WhatsApp pages, and so on. So a lot of information can be passed. And again, when you start to limit, it has been noticed, the committee has said, that you may limit individual freedom. And therefore, to look at how that is managed within the constitutional requirement is important. I was also a bit concerned about the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, which is saying that maybe after 24 months, the officers that were restricted or were out of employment can apply back, and that the commission has to apply. I think when we come to corruption, we should be very strict. It should be clear. In other areas, in employment, if you are in court for issues, you actually are on suspension, and that stays. But if we start looking like, oh, they have been punished too much, I think that is an area that we really should be worried about in terms of fighting corruption.
There were honour members, I think, trying to find out all the other members who had put their cards and who wanted to contribute to this. I think the last one was the Honourable Nyikal. I therefore call upon the mover to reply. There being no other member who was to contribute on this. Honorable Kimunya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the members for, especially of the various committees, who put in their time to go through with a fine-tooth comb, and the chairs have articulated what the committees deliberated on and brought as either by way of amending or by way of concurring with the bill. I also agree fully with the sentiments by Honorable Duale about the independent bodies, and confirm that indeed we did discuss that within the leadership retreat on how best we can process business coming from those without it being seen that we are interfering with their independence, and hence that may not be an issue into the future. I also want to thank Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah for bringing in the issue of how we protect the young unemployed accountants from, being barred from accessing training, yet they may not be able to pay. And because the understanding is very clear that they will not pay, and I believe the Chair of Finance and ourselves, we have agreed on a formulation when we come to the committee on how we will protect that category of people who are not employed, so they don't have an income, but are desirous of joining a professional body for regulation, so that the money does not become the barrier to them being regulated or entering into the regulation pipeline. So, and I believe we have a win-win situation for that. So I also want to alert members that, yes, I know there are some concerns on data, and I think Honorable Tiende Amolo has said opening up of data, and I think Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah did mention the same. But the first thing is people who sign up to the Official Secrets Act, again, they are signing up because of certain, they're exposed to those secrets. And hence, we expect that they themselves, we will not divulge. I'm sure if you even turned Honorable Nyikal upside down overnight, there are things he will not tell you. He knows. There are things I will not tell you that I know because of our own exposure and what we signed. And I think it's important that we extend that. And if you look at, I don't want to bring in, I have also seen amendments coming in within the other initiatives that are planning to amend the Constitution. And one of the things that being enshrined is, again, data rights within the Bill of Rights. So, again, there'll be protection of the people within the Bill of Rights in terms of what the electronic data that you have. But as well, once you sign the Official Secret Acts, it's also known that the data you access through your phones could also be. And if you know, even within the US, for example, right now, the Twitter accounts of the outgoing president have already been taken over. And the data has been archived because it's official secrets. And I think that's part of the thing we should be going forward, that whatever you have kept electronically on your head can be downloaded, and then you can walk away without any official secret. How you download what's in the head is through conscience, but what's contained within your phones and everything else that was there should be a matter for the state. I think with those, I want to thank everyone for agreeing, and that so that we can make progress. I would want to ask that even as we move to the next stage, that we move with the same cooperation, and so that we can prosecute this bill and to its logical conclusion in the next couple of minutes. So with those few remarks, I beg to reply.
Honourable members, I now put the question, which is that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to make various amendments to statute law. Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Why don't you use that? That we move quickly. Order, members. Order, members. We are now the committee of the whole house. We are dealing with the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020. Excuse me. No, just must be spacing. Yes. Yes, we can now proceed. Give us a minute, honorable members. We are dealing with something here.
Provision relating to the interpretation and general provision cap 2.
I propose a question which is that provisions relating to the general provisions cap 2 be part of the bill.
Section 3.
I propose the questions which is that provision relating to the general interpretation and general provision act section 3 be now part of the bill. And I put the question which is that provisions relating to interpretation and general provisions cap 2 section 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Any as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to Records Disposal Act cap 14.
I propose a question which is that provisions relating to the Records Disposal Act cap 14 be part of the bill.
Section 2(1).
And I propose a question which is that provision relating to Records Disposal Act cap 14, section 2(1). Let me call the mover on this one. The mover, please.
Legal, Justice.
Yes. That's the chairperson, legal.
You are the main mover.
You are the mover of the amendment, isn't it, Honorable?
The whole amendments were moved
by the...
Yes. So I propose...
Just what is it? Just a minute.
Page 7.
Yes. No, I don't have it. Sir, I move that the...
Let me first give as you prepare yourself. What is it, Honorable Duale?
Chair, you know, the leader of majority is the mover of the bill. The amendments belong to committee chairs. So the leader of majority will, if he has no amendment, he will only come at the tail end of this period. So I really want the chairs led by Honorable Kigano to prepare so that they have the justification, they move and they have the justification, so that we move faster.
Okay, so that is actually the position. And I can... that is a position. And as we had done, we had already given the chairperson, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, who is the mover of that specific amendment. So I'm sure he's ready now. I can see from the signals that he's actually ready.
Sir, I beg to move that the...
Kindly have the mic, you know, so that you can... Yes, you are now okay.
I'm most grateful to Honorable Duale for that little advice. Chair, I beg to move that the schedule to the bill be amended by inserting environment and the land court immediately after the words employment and the labor relations court appearing in the proposed amendment to section 2, subsection 1.
Very well.
Of the Act.
Very well. So then I propose a question which is that section 2(1) be amended as proposed by the mover. I put the question which is that section 2(1) be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I proceed to put the question which is that provisions relating to Record and Disposal Act, Cap 14, Section 2(1) be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I have done everything. Well, haven't we done that? We are finished with your... You want to go to the second one? Then you are going a bit too fast for us, the Honorable Member for Kangema.
Provisions relating to the Penal Code, Cap 63.
I propose the question which is that provisions relating to the Penal Code, Cap 63, be part of the bill. Let's have the mover now. And since there is no amendment, I put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Penal Code, Cap 63, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 52(3)(b).
I propose the question, which is that section 53(2)(b) be part of the bill. There is no amendment on that particular one, so I proceed to put the question, which is that section 53(2)(3)(b) be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to Public Holidays Act, Cap 109.
I propose a question, which is that provisions relating to the Public Holidays Act Cap 109 be part of the bill.
Section 3.
And then I propose a question, which is that Section 3 be part of the bill. There is no amendment, so I put the question, which is that Section 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I propose the question, which is that the schedule be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that the schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So now I put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Public Holidays Act Cap 109 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Firearms Act Cap 114.
I propose a question, which is that provisions relating to the Firearms Act Cap 114 be part of the bill.
Section 2, Section 27.8, Section 29.3, Section 38.1, Section 38.2, Section 38.3, Section 38.4, and Section 39.2.
So then I propose the question, which is that Section 2, Section 27.8, Section 29.3, Section 38.1, 2, 3, and 4, and Section 39.2 be part of the bill. I put the question, which is that Section 2, Section 27.8, Section 29.3, Section 38.1, Section 38.2, Section 38.3, Section 38.4, and Section 39.2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I now put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Firearms Act Cap 114 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Official Secrets Act Cap 187.
I propose a question, which is that provisions relating to the Official Secrets Act Cap 187 be part of the bill.
Section 2.1.
Propose a question, which is that Section 2.1 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that Section 2.1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 6.
Let me call the mover on that particular one. You have an amendment. So let me propose first the question, which is that Section 6 be part of the bill. Mover? Honorable Koinange, the chair, sorry. I'm calling about the chair. The chair, Honorable Koinange. We are doing now Section 6, which is a proposed amendment to the Committee on Committee on Administration of Justice and National Security. Well, I could give you a minute to consult on that one. Are you prepared, Honorable Koinange, or I can see there is some consultation?
I don't have it. Come again?
What is it? Actually, Honorable Koinange, I can see you are proposed to delete Section 6. So you can simply move that one quickly and you can give us a justification.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to propose as per the order paper.
Yes. Well, I will proceed to propose anyway, but of course we would have been happier with some justification, but it's still okay because I know the members have the order paper. So I propose the question, which is that Section 6 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair, Honorable Koinange. I put the question, which is that Section 6 be amended as proposed by Honorable Koinange. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 10.1, Section 10.2 and Section 19.1.
And I propose a question which is a Section 10.1, Section 10.2, and Section 19.1 be part of the bill. And I put the question which... What is it? I'm dealing with Section 10.1, Section 10.2, and Section 19.1 of the Official Secrets Act, Cap 187. Now, we cannot exchange in that manner, Honorable. If you have an issue, you should do it in the normal manner. So then I put the question, which is that Section 10.1, Section 10.2, and Section 19.1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I proceed to put the question, which is that the provisions relating to the Official Secrets Act, Cap 187, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion?
No. It's about
I do. The Honorable Member for Kikuyu, what is it?
Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, it's the chair for the time being.
Honorable Chair, sorry. Honorable Chair, I beg your indulgence because that's why I was being rather uncouth in your engagement with you. Because this particular Section 6, Honorable Speaker, on production of data, the chair did not explain the import of this amendment. And Honorable Chair, this to me looks like a very, very dangerous provision. Because if what the chair is telling us that where the cabinet secretary thinks it is in national interest to...
Now, Honorable Member for Kikuyu, what has happened, unfortunately for you, is that we have already dealt with that, and it has been taken. Now, what you need to do next time, and I know being an Alliance alumni, you'd easily pick that, is you very quickly pick on something that is still on. Now, unfortunately, this has gone through, so I actually gave you an opportunity, thinking that you wanted to deal with Section 10, which already is also gone. So what I'm doing now is to putting the omnibus question for that particular act. So let's finish with the Honorable Member for Kikuyu first. So the unfortunate bit is it is gone. So now what we are going to do is to put the omnibus, which you have a choice. If you have an issue, you can handle it at that particular point.
We can kill all of it then.
No. Yeah, so let me give yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I belong to this committee, and I know we've really gone far in terms of this particular amendment, but if you look at the order paper, there might be need for a committee of this particular section.
That's fairly interesting from a committee member, I mean of that particular committee member, because you should have handled this at the committee level. But I'll give Honorable Dwale and then come to the leader of majority, and we will proceed. And we will proceed.
Chair, number one, Honorable Ichungwa, in my opinion, is out of order. Because first we have Section 6. We are at Section 10.1, Section 10.2, Section 19.1. These are more like replacing the Attorney General with the Director of Public Prosecution. So this is just realigning with the Constitution. But I want members, as they think of the committee, they should look at both what is in the bill and what the amendment is, Honorable Koinange, which has passed, so that we see which one are we comfortable with. But I really want Honorable Chungwa, do not incite that we kill the whole of it. There are some parts which are just procedure. You know, replacing is the whole constitution, replacing the Attorney General with the DPP. So, but as we think, those who want to do the committee on the 6.1, let us look what is in the bill, if you have the bill, and what the committee is recommending. So which one are we comfortable with?
Yes, I'm giving the leader of majority now. And as I do that, honorable members, kindly be keen.
Yes.
Because sometimes we move fast because we have to deal with this thing quite fast. And then, you take us back.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we probably moved so fast, and I know committee stage is still unfamiliar territory for most members. But what happened in Section 6, just for the record, is that what was in the bill was where it appears to the Cabinet Secretary that it's in the public interest, the Cabinet Secretary could demand somebody to produce the data and the apparatus. What the committee did is then say, where it appears to the Cabinet Secretary, it's in the interest, in a public national interest to do, the Cabinet Secretary may apply to the High Court, right, for an order requiring a person. So the protection of the person is already inbuilt. That it will not be the Cabinet Secretary requiring the order, but he will have to go to court to seek an order to compel somebody to produce. And I think that's in tandem with all the other production of any other data. So I think it's good. Just, now, yeah, that is what members have passed. Yes. So I just want to allay your fears that what you have passed is the right one, which requires the Cabinet Secretary to go to court to seek an order.
Yes.
Right?
So
just for the record. Yeah,
just to clarify, now I'm not opening it anymore, members. The position which I was in, the reason why I, stepped back is because I put the wrong question, which I want to put it right now. Because we are now putting the question with amendments. So I proceed to put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Firearms Act, Cap 114, be, sorry. So, honorable members, I put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Official Secrets Act, Cap 187, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to Kenya Roads Board Act 1999.
I propose the question, which is that provisions relating to the Roads Board Act, Cap 1999, be part of the bill.
Second schedule, paragraph 3.
I propose the question, which is the second schedule, paragraph 3, be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that second schedule, paragraph 3, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Proposed new section 71B.
Isn't that a different one?
Kenya Roads Board Act. Yes.
Okay. Honorable Kosing.
Yeah, I thank you, Chair. And
kindly move a second reading of the new section.
I thank you, Chair. I beg to move the amendment to the Roads Board Act.
The second reading. Move the second reading.
Yes, I beg to move the second reading, Honorable Chair, of Kenya Roads Board Act in the schedule as it is on
now,
the order paper.
How do you do it, Honorable Kosing?
Yes.
I know you are a seasoned member. It's just that it be read a second time.
Yes.
Then we proceed. Of that particular 7.1b.
Yes, I propose, Honorable Chair, that section 7.1b be read a second time.
Very well.
So, Chair, what the import of that is only one thing, Honorable Chair, which is to call the Director General of Kenya Roads Board the Director General. That is what we are seeking. From what? From what it was Executive Director. The problem with Executive Director, Honorable Chair, is that you cannot know whether that is a Director General, whether a CEO, or a board member. And that is why my committee thought, through public participation and the government, that let us realign it in accordance with the other Director Generals in the road subsector. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. So then, I propose a question, which is that the new section 7.1b be now read a second time. I'll give 2 members maximum. And this is the member, Honorable Dr. Oundo. No, Honorable Oundo, sorry. Oundo Jambo, member for Funyula. You have a problem with your mic? So maybe you take the next one. Well, it's not working.
Oh. Chair, I think the chair of the committee has not been very clear because I don't know. Fine, changing to executive director to director general, he says that's what happens in the other areas. I do not know whether this was subject to public participation, so that members of public accepted that they changed from the executive director to director general.
Honorable Undo, the chair was very clear. He indicated that there was public participation. He says there was consultation. And he has simply said that it is a change from one to the other. Now, you have an opportunity to, you know, to either try and negate it or support it, which is okay. But he actually explained it. He explained it. What is it, Honorable Dwale?
Chair, you know, if you read the report of that committee, you will find even in the advertisement for public participation, the clerk of the National Assembly subjected particular provisions to respective committees, even from the advertisement. So this matter, anything to do with roads went to transport, anything to do with labor went to labor. So I think if you read it, public participation took place. And this is just inlining. The rest of the other roads agencies have director generals. We are removing the roads board from the executive. So I think you put the question, we move on.
So, well, Honorable Nyikal, and that should be the last one.
Chair, I'm inclined to support that, but there is another explanation needed. Whenever you use the word director general, it means there are other directors. Then that would actually be quite easy to understand. So if you use the executive director, that does not tell you what is happening below. But if it means there are other directors and this director general, that if that is the case, I support.
Very well. So I put the question, which is that the new section 7(1)(b) be read a second. We now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contra opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I proceed to propose the question, which is that new section 7(1)(b) be now part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that new section 7(1)(b) be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Propose new section 12.
I call the mover to move second reading. That is Honorable Hossein again.
I thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair. I propose the new section 12 be read a second time. And this is, Honorable Chair, is to delete the words executive director wherever it appears and substitute therefore the words director general. Just cleaning up wherever executive director was in the main act to replace now with the director general.
Very well.
Thank you.
I think that is fairly straightforward, honorable members. We have already passed the other one. So the rest is that I therefore propose a question, which is that new section 12 be now read a second time. What is the point of order again?
Section
12.
Section 12 has another subsection 4. Yeah, so I want him to, the chair, the one on the tenure of 5 years. But we do it together, Chair.
Okay. It's still under section 12 anyway?
Yes, I did a cleanup, Honorable Chair, and if you guide me to proceed with subsection 4, it is as Honorable Duale said, that Honorable Chair, we are proposing that in that subsection 4, that the Director General shall hold office for a period of 5 years and shall be eligible for reappointment for a further final 5 years. Honorable Chair, through the public participation, it was found out that in the infrastructure industry, Honorable Chair, when you give Director General 3 years, and when you are designing a road takes about 1 year, another looking for money or a budget, Honorable Chair, will also take another 1 year, and by the time you want to implement your work, you have no time, Honorable Chair, to actually implement your work. So the entire infrastructure is moving in terms of policy direction, Honorable Chair, to 5 years, and that's why we are proposing that we move to 5 years, renewable only once. You have no other time. Depending on performance, you can only get 1 term. If you don't perform, you only serve for 1 term. If you perform, you only serve for two terms. Even if you are the best after 2nd term, you go home and you give another Kenyan an opportunity. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Now, honorable members, let us be, allow me to propose a question. Yes. You will have your time. So I propose a question which is that new section 12 be now read a 2nd time. Now it's open for debate, and I give 2 members. I give Honorable Dr. Makau, now Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, while I support the first amendment in terms of deleting where executive officer appears and we have a Director General, I want to oppose the second one. Honorable Chair, I would want first of all to know what the Mongozo thing says about parastatos. The other thing, Honorable Chair, in most of, even in the commissions, we are giving 6 years non-renewable. Why do you want to have a DG for 10 years in an institution? On a serious note, it doesn't make sense, Honorable Chair. We would rather talk about 4 years renewable, 3 years renewable, 5 years, another 5 years, 10 years. I oppose.
Okay, is that Honorable Tanui?
I'm also opposing. Thank you, Chair. I also too wish to oppose this amendment. 5 years is a very long period for an appointment. 5 years is only for elective positions. For appointed positions, needs to be 3 years. Thank you.
Well,
oppose.
That is over. I'm proposing to put the question, which is that Leader Majority.
Chair, I think we need to remember to look at where we are coming from. The Kenya Roads Board, the Kenya Roads Board basically is the one that raises the money and disperses the monies to the different agencies. To Kenha, to Kura, to Kera, you know, and its span goes beyond several. The original act that created Kenya Roads Board had actually got 5 years. So even as we are aligning, we are basically talking of then I think there was some change of the other bodies when they were created to 3 years. And this was left hanging in terms of, it's not sure. So it's being created now to actually say, the Director General, what will be the term. And if you go back to what was in the original law, was 5 years. And I believe even the public participation, when you look at the report, it basically talks of the people say, roads construction is a long-term thing. At the roads board, remember this is not at the Kenya, it's not at the Kera, not at Kura, not at Kenha. This is the roads board that fundraises the money and then disperses the monies to the different agencies. Yeah? So, because it was 5 years, let us respect the wishes of public participation and give the 5 years.
Okay, so I put the question, which is at new section 12, be now read a 2nd time. Will as many as of the opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. And I propose the question, which is at new section 12, be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is at new section 12, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
New section 26(1).
Propose the question, which is, no, let me call the mover to move 2nd reading of the new section. Yeah. Now, can we could actually do, but let's proceed. Let's proceed.
I thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that new section 26(1) be read a 2nd time. And this, Honorable Chair, is just like the earlier one, which is removing the word Executive Director and replace thereof with Director General. And that is everything until the end, Honorable Chair. Just cleaning up.
Very well. So I propose a question, which is that the new section 26(1) be read a 2nd time. I put the question, which is that the new section 26(1) be read a second time? Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I propose a question which is that the new section 26(1) be part of the bill. I put the question which is that new section 26(1) be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Proposed new section 28.
Let's have the mover to move second reading.
I beg to move, Honorable.
That it be read a second time.
Yes, I beg to move that section 28 be read a second time. And it is same as earlier said, that wherever executive director is mentioned, we remove that and replace with the earlier one, which is director general. Finish.
Very well. So I propose a question which is that new section 28 be now read a second time. I put the question which is that new section 28 be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question which is that new section 28 be part of the bill. I put the question which is the new section 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Proposed new section 29.
The mover, please move second reading.
I thank you, Chair. I beg that section 29 be read a second time. What is it, Honorable Chair? Deleting executive director and replacing with director general. I thank you.
Same thing. So I propose a question which is that new section 29 be now read a second time. I put the question which is that new section 29 be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? 29 be part of the bill. I put the question which is that new section 29 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Proposed new second schedule.
I propose, let's have the mover moving second reading.
I thank you, Chair. I propose that new second schedule be read a second time. What is it? Remove the word executive director and replace with director general. As simple as that.
Same thing. So I propose a question which is that the new second schedule be now read a second time. I put the question which is that the new second schedule be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose a question which is that the new second schedule be part of the bill. I put the question which is that the new second schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provision relating to the Statistics Act 2006.
Well, I thought we have not done the amendments by Honorable Member for Kiambu. Yeah? Okay. Oh, these ones were dropped. These were dropped. So we are now going to provisions relating to the Statistics Act. Is it Act 20, well, whatever? So I propose the question which is that provisions relating to the Statistics Act 2006 be part of the bill.
Section 23.
I propose the question which is that Section 23 be part of the bill. And I proceed to put the question which is that Section 23 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. There was no amendment. There was no amendment. Okay. So I put the question which is that provisions relating to the Statistics Act 2006 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Employment Act 2007.
I propose a question which is that provisions relating to the Employment Act 2007 be part of the bill.
Section 2.
I propose a question which is that Section 2 be part of the bill. And I see there is a proposal by the Chairperson, Labor and Social Welfare.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that that section be amended as per the order paper. And basically, Honorable Chair, is that we are retaining the word basic salary, which is...
I am not so sure that is the position, Chair. Aren't you proposing a deletion?
I said as per the order paper.
Oh, yes, agreed.
When I say as per the order paper, with your guidance, I thought it is as carried as the order paper provides.
So you are proposing a deletion. You know, I'm trying to, bring some members who probably have not seen it up to speed.
I know this procedure, but I can read if you want, Honorable
No, I just
Chair.
wanted to know whether it is a deletion.
Yes.
Yes, proceed now, just for members to know.
Yeah, and the Honorable Chair is that the basic salary should be retained. It was removed in the miscellaneous bill. And the reason behind it is that this is the basis upon which most benefits for employees are calculated, and therefore we are proposing to retain it, and therefore we are proposing that that amendment be deleted.
Very well, that is actually what I wanted you to capture so that I can put it well here. So I propose the question, which is that section 2 be deleted. I put the question, which is that section 2 be deleted. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Section 3.2 and section 31A.
I propose the question, which is that section 3.2 and section 31A be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that section 3.2 and 31A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. And therefore, I now put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Employment Act be part of the bill, as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Accountants Act 2008.
I propose the question, which is that the provisions relating to the Accountants Act Cap 2008 be part of the bill. We will deal with them as we go back. Okay. So let's proceed. I've called the Chair of Finance. That is Honorable Wanga, the Honorable Member for Homa Bay as a whole. Give her the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that Section 17.2A be amended as proposed in the order paper with further amendments, Honorable Chair. And this section is speaking to the issue of student accountants, trainee accountants.
I'm trying to look at it between the one by Honorable Wanga and the other one by Honorable Ishungwa. Which one should come
Honorable
first?
Chair, we already...
Now, if you have agreed yours is coming first, then it means if it is taken, yours falls.
Honorable Chair, we actually built consensus.
Let's start with the first ones. Section 4.2, and then section 4. Then now we can come to that other one which you seem to have had a consensus.
Section 4.2 and section 4.
So I propose the question, which is a section 4.2 and section 4 be part of the bill. So is that Honorable Ishungwa? That we are dealing with 4 and 4.2.
Chair, just for the record, as Honorable Nyasuna Gladys Wanga was contending, is that we have built consensus. Just like we are trying to do with BBI, we have also built consensus on this one. And consensus only moves the country forward. Therefore, there is a further amendment that Gladys is doing that creates the proviso that we wanted, so that I am able to withdraw mine, and we had already consulted and agreed that I will drop mine on the proviso.
You simply need to withdraw that, Honorable Ishungwa.
But I must explain, Chair, what the import of
the consensus between yourself and Honorable Nyasuna, well, can be left for another day.
In fact, it is Honorable Nyasuna and the former chair of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, currently the leader of majority, Honorable Kimunya. Therefore, there has been consensus, Chair, I can confirm that we have now been able to protect at least the trainee accountants. But also just for the record, Honorable Chair,
when you have withdrawn,
is that we have committed that we will relook at the Accountants Act wholesomely, so that we also...
that is withdrawn, so we can leave the politics out of it. You have, you have withdrawn.
Section 17(2)(a).
So now we go to Section 17(2)(a). I propose the question which is a Section 17(2)(a) be part of the bill. And that's where now we have Honorable Wanga.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that Section 17(2)(a) be amended as proposed on the order paper with further amendments, Honorable Chair. Chair, as Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah correctly points out, we did build consensus with the very senior accountants, Honorable Kimunya and Honorable Ichung'wah himself, because the consensus came on time. The other consensus they're talking about is overtaken by events. Honorable Chair, this particular section, Honorable Chair, deals with the issue of trainee accountants. Having trainee accountants becoming members of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. That is what the amendment is dealing with. And I beg to also move, Honorable Chair, with your permission, the further amendment to this amendment, which will make this amendment now read: a person seeking to undertake examinations in accountancy as prescribed by the examination board shall be registered with the board and with the institute as a trainee accountant. The further amendment now goes ahead to say, provided that person shall not be required to pay the institute any fee for the registration as a trainee accountant if the person is not employed. Honorable Chair, that is self-explanatory. What we are saying is, yes, trainee accountants need to register for purposes of their examinations, but in the event, the further amendment by Honorable Ichung'wah, which I'm now moving, in the event the person is not employed, they should not be required to make any payments to the institute. That way, they are protected. Honorable Chair, I beg to move.
Now, honorable members, we will deal first with the further amendment. I think that's what we need to do, to deal with the further amendment first, and then we can come back to anything else. So I propose the question, which is that Section 17(2)(a) be further amended as proposed by Honorable Wanga. Now, I'll give two members to talk on this. Let me see. Who is that member up there? Yes, and it is yourself. So proceed. Well, you are taking it.
Chair.
I have not given you. I had given to that other member because you had spoken. But anyway, since you have the mic, you can proceed.
Chair, I'm not so sure this is a neat way of doing the amendments. On two accounts, Honorable Chair. One is discriminatory. Secondly, it will be onerous and cumbersome for the examination board to keep on undertaking a head count who is employed and who is not employed. I think we need to look for a neater way. Probably we push it to, probably by way of a regulation, that the minister or whoever is in charge can do a regulation on how to govern the rest, because this is discriminatory and it's going to be onerous and cumbersome to determine who is employed and who is not employed.
You know, you are one of the members who complained earlier that there were not very good explanations. Now, you are saying it's discriminatory and leaving it at that. You are not even stating what is discriminatory, so that members can also be with you. Okay. What is the discrimination so that I give another member to my right?
Chair, why would you ask those who are employed to pay and ask those who are not employed not to pay? What if somebody makes a choice to refuse to be employed so that mischievously refuses to pay? Honorable Speaker,
Okay.
we must apply the Constitution uniformly, the Bill of Rights.
Okay, Honorable Kabinga. Yes, Honorable Kabinga.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I really want to support the amendment by Honorable Wanga. Chair, this is in line with what we want for our youth. We do acknowledge that our youth, when they are training, they don't have money to register, they don't have money to pay, even for their loans. And that's why we are talking about tax holiday for our youth. Chair, this is in line with what BBI is proposing, and I think we really support it. Thank you.
So I'll give two members because I see. Let's start with Honorable Nyikal and then I come to Honorable Duale. Now,
Chair, the discrimination is this way. Take two young men. One is not employed, but one says, I'm going to be a fisherman somewhere, and my job is not even related to accounting, and because now I'm in that employment, I'm now supposed to pay, while the other person who is not in employment, and we are doing the same course. It's actually discriminatory. It is assuming that the employment is to do with the accounting, but in this case, you can be employed anywhere else, or you can be self-employed. How will you make that discrimination?
Allow me to give a few members as you, and then I'll close. Honorable Duale, then I'll go to the Honorable Iringo, and maybe the Honorable Ibingi, quickly.
Chair, this is in as far as the institute is concerned. And the institute was, in fact, in my opinion, and I am a son of an accountant, an upcoming accountant.
You are a father.
Yeah, I am a father.
Yes,
I'm a father of an upcoming accountant. You know, this institute was even charging students for subscription fee. There was an abuse. So this amendment by the Finance Committee is not discriminatory, but is helping. But the problem is, those of us who are not accountants and who are not members of this board and who don't know the institute, and those of us even who their children are not in that line, we better listen to the accountants and the chair of finance who has done the public participation.
Okay.
Not like planners like Professor Udo.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I support the amendment by the Honorable Chair of the committee and the committee, and I thank them for building a consensus on this one. And Chair, when you talk of employment, is that, you know, once somebody is going to the school and is going to an institute or any other place, some of them don't have even fees to pay for them for their education. And when you go to put other levies, it becomes very difficult, Chair. But if you get into employment, either direct employment or you self-employment, then you can join the institute. There's no problem. I support.
Okay. Honorable Girinji Gashimu.
Chair, for the record, I oppose the entire amendment, even with the riding further amendment to it, because, Chair, you cannot be a member of an institute which you have not qualified to be, because this is an institute of professionals. How then do you register to be a member of an institute when you are still learning and you have not become a member of that profession? So, Chair, this is premature, and I oppose for the record.
Okay. Honorable Kimunya, the leader majority, and we will make progress.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think it's important. I know some members may not have been here when we were in the second reading, and hence are not following what we are doing. The current act as it is says for you to be registered as a student, you must be a member of the institute. That is what the current act says. So what this amendment is seeking to do is to create a new category for student membership, right? Okay? And then further, we look at In the event that that student member is not employed, we are insulating them from being charged a fee, right? But for those who are employed, they should pay a fee, because what you're basically saying as a student, somebody could be sitting for their Section 6 accounting, is a senior accountant, right? Earning 500,000 shillings, and you want to treat them in the same category as the young chap who just finished university and wants a career in university. So that is basically it's not discrimination. It is not discrimination. It's protection of those who cannot afford.
Okay. Now, members, you have the opportunity to make your decision. So I put the question, which is that section 17(2)(a) be further amended as proposed by Honorable Wanga. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Well, I would have asked the Honorable Ishungwa to withdraw his amendment, but I think it is dropped. 17. It's automatically dropped. No question about asking him to amend. We had said if it is carried, this is over. So then I'll put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Accountants Act 2008 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Judicial Service Act 2011.
I propose the question, which is that provisions relating to the Judicial Service Act 2011 be part of the bill.
Section 7.
I propose the question, which is that Section 7 be part of the bill. I put the question, which is that Section 7 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Judicial Service Act 2011 be now part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act 2011.
I propose the question, which is that provisions relating to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act 2011 be part of the bill.
Section 8.
I propose the question, which is that Section 8 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the chairperson, Jailer, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the deletion of the proposed amendment be part of the bill.
No. You can put it just neater that
yes.
you are proposing that that section be deleted.
Be deleted.
Then we proceed.
Yeah, this is justified by that the fact that the amendment, the proposed amendment that was that we seek to amend, to delete, sought to remove the representative of the Public Service Commission from the selection panel to recommend persons for appointment as members of the commission. Yes. That is 8. I'm dealing with 8.
Yes, and they are proposing a deletion.
Yes, deletion.
Yes.
That the proposed removal is justifiable since it's not justifiable since the Public Service Commission has the mandate to promote the values and principles of public service and Article 232 of the Constitution.
Well, it did not come out clearly, but when I give some members to discuss it, it probably will. So then I propose the question, which is that
which one?
Section 8 be deleted.
Yes.
Now I'll give 2 members.
The one that we are asking you to. Yes. Yes.
Of course, I have to propose, Honorable Dwale. I have to propose because that is the only opportunity that you will have now to discuss. Proposal is the first step. So what is it, Honorable Dwale?
Chair, I thought Section 8 of the Kenya National Human Rights Commission on Human Rights Act 2011, it talks about functions to advise the state on the ratification or authorization to international and regional treaties relating to human rights. I think my good friend and my elder is dealing maybe with the deletion of 11.2. So I want him to deal with 8 on the functions, so that we were clear. I think the one he maybe read was the one on deletion on 11.2.
We have to be very clear, and you'll have to help us, Chair Jailak, because this one, I know there appears to be an issue, because at 11 you will be proposing a deletion. Yes. So there might be just
it means we are seeking to delete the amendment that is sought.
We will have a problem with that, because at 11:12 you will not be proposing any deletion as far as my records are concerned. You will be doing it at 11:14.
11.
So
yes.
This section 8 is what I really want to know, whether you are proposing a deletion.
Yes, we are proposing a deletion to the amendment.
Yes, yes.
To the amendment.
To the amendment.
Yes, of section 8. And the justification for this is that the Commission had a wide mandate under section 8, and there was therefore no need for them to seek to perform a function bestowed on the Attorney General by existing law.
I think it's clearer now.
It's
clearer now.
Thank
So
you.
I propose a question, which is that section 8 be deleted. Yes, I'm trying to see, because you have proposed a deletion. So can I put the question? Let me put the question, because I can see this is fairly straightforward now. So I put the question, which is that section 8 be deleted. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 11.2.
I propose the question, which is that section 11.2 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question, which is that section 11.2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The aye has it.
Section 11.14.
I propose the question, which is that section 11.14 be part of the bill. Yes. What is the point of order, Honorable Leader of Majority Party?
Chair, I think the chairman of
Honorable
JLAC wants
Duale.
to delete. And in the bill, it's also deleting. If you look at the bill, section 11.14 is been deleted.
Probably he's deleting the deletion. So you go back to the original position. I mean, I simply follow the request by the... I mean, if you are now you will be going to 11:14.
We need to retain, because
Which one do you want to retain?
11.
We are now doing a deletion there.
Yes.
So therefore retaining.
So we need to then, it's the same thing. We need, thank you, Chair, it's the same thing that we need to retain.
Okay.
And therefore, that is what we, in the justification.
Okay. So actually, it is like the previous one.
Yes.
You are deleting the deletion, so it remains.
Yeah, so I don't have to explain that.
Absolutely. Actually, you've done probably right. I will open it up, and the members can give contributions. So I propose the question, which is that section 11:14 be deleted. So I'll give 2 members. Honorable. Yes, what is the procedure?
Chair, procedure is the chairman wants to retain that 1114 the way it was before in the parent act. Yes. So as the chair of JLAC, I want him first to explain. You have not given him the chance to explain why he wants to retain 1114 in the principal act. Then from there we can debate. That's what yeah.
So maybe you can explain.
It becomes easier.
So that the members can be with you. Give a honorable member.
The justification for this is that the proposed removal is not justifiable since the Commission has the mandate, the Public Service Commission is the body with the mandate to promote the values and principles of public service under Article 232 of the Constitution.
Okay, fairly straightforward. So I put the question, which is that section 1114 be deleted. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I now put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act 2011, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. And as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Employment and Labor Relations Code Act 2011.
I propose the question, which is that provisions relating to the Employment and Labor Relations Act 2011 be part of the bill.
Section 27.
Propose the question, which is that section 27 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that section 27 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Put the question now that provisions relating to the Employment and Labor Relations Code Act 2011 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act 2011.
Just a minute. I am making, so which one is it that we are in now?
Provisions relating to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act 2011.
I propose a question, which is that provisions relating to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act 2011 be part of the bill.
Section 11, paragraph 1J.
I propose the question, which is that section 11, paragraph 1J be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that section 11, paragraph 1J be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now I put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act 2011 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the National Police Service Commission Act 2011.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the National Police Service Commission Act 2011 be part of the bill. No amendment?
Section 10.2.
I propose the question that section 10.2 be amended as proposed in the bill. I put the question that there's no amendments. I'll just put in the question. I put the question that section 10.2 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I'll put the question that the provisions relating to the National Police Service Act 2011, National Police Service Commission Act 2011, be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
provisions relating to the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, just hold on. I propose the question that provisions relating to the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 be part of the bill.
Section 8.1.
There's an amendment to it. I propose the question that section 8.1b be amended as proposed by the be part of the bill. There's so much confusion in listening to this. Why do they have different things for this thing? I propose the question that section 8.1b be 8.1 be amended as proposed in the bill. I now put the question that section 8.1 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to Universities Act 2012.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Universities Act 2012 be part of the bill.
Section 24.
I propose the question. The mover, I call on the mover to move for second reading.
It's an amendment.
All right, move the amendment.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that in the proposed amendments to the University Act to section 24 be amended by deleting the proposed new subsection 3 and inserting therefore a new subsection which you basically read that the provisions of part 5 of this act shall apply to an institution established under this section with such modifications as may, with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary and the Commission, be specified in the respective charter. Honorable Chair, the import of this amendment is that we have provided for the creation of specialized universities for offering security-related issues. And we are saying the provisions of Part 5, which is the governance of those universities, that may well be modified for those, as I explained in the moving. But in the bill, it just said it has excluded who will actually do the modifications, who will do those, the changes. So we're now saying with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary and the Commission. And the Commission is a Commission for Higher Education, which is the one that regulates universities and decides on who gets a charter, who doesn't get. So that, and then those will be specified in the respective charter. So there's a checks and control. There's a Cabinet Secretary who does it, then the Commission, and then the modifications will be part of the charter to make sure that that university cannot abuse those and will have to be straitjacketed in terms of what they want to do. So I think it's a straightforward amendment, and I know there was a similar amendment coming in from Committee of Education and one from Honorable Ichungwa, but we have agreed we consolidate everything into this one, my amendment, and the others will then lapse.
Very well. I propose the question that Section 24 be amended as proposed by the mover. I see interest from the Honorable Dwale.
Chair, this is a very, very important. First, the provision in the bill are very critical and important to our country, and the further amendment by the leader of majority makes it even far much better and improved. What are we talking about? We are saying for the first time in the history of Kenya and in the region, we are going to have, we are going to give charter to specialized universities specializing in national security. What are we talking about? Already we have the infrastructure. We have the leaders in the region. We are talking about the Kenya Defense College that now gets students at high level, and Karen, Kenya Defense College Karen, from the whole region. Now we have the National Intelligence Service Academy in their headquarters. We want that academy to also reach and get a charter and be a pool for the whole region. You know, Kenya has been player in the region. Similar to the Kenya School of Monetary Studies, similar to Kenya School of Government. So, Mr. Chairman, this is a very, very important amendment, and I'm sure it's a boost to our national security organs, more specifically, the current institution at the Kenya Defense College in Karen and the National Intelligence Service Academy along Thika Superhighway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Very good contribution. The Honorable Ishungwa, member for Kikuyu.
Thank you, Chair. I was just consulting with the leader of majority because, Honorable Speaker, the new subsection C that creates specialized universities specializing in national security issues, Honorable Speaker, I was just consulting with the leader of majority so that we have a proviso that these specialized universities be specialized public universities specializing in national security, so that tomorrow we do not have a situation where we are dealing also with private universities, so that matters of national security are left to public universities, Honorable Speaker. That is one. Two, Honorable Speaker, the other issue that I was consulting with the leader of majority on is that if you look at my amendment, by and large, it has the same import as that of the leader of majority. However, despite having the same import, Honorable Speaker, mine sought to create a proviso that despite subsection 1 of this section 24, Honorable Speaker, the President may, on the recommendation of the Commission through the CS and on the advice of the National Security Council, establish public degree awarding in universities or institutions specialized in national security issues. Honorable Chair, it is my view that on matters to do with public or public security, Honorable Speaker, we ought to give the President powers to be able to establish such an institution, even without reference to the provisions of section 24, subsection 1. And Honorable Speaker, therefore, as much as we are still in consultations at the time you called me out, I would beg, Honorable Speaker, maybe to alter that with my amendment, if you're able to agree with the leader of majority as other members contribute, so that we give the President express powers, Honorable Speaker, to be able to create such an institute without being hindered by the provisions of section 24, subsection 1.
Very well, the Honorable Member for Kikuyu proceed to consult. We'll have the Honorable Iringo Kubai. Just hold on, the Honorable Kubai. I think Honorable Kubai wanted to speak. The leader of majority.
Chair, I think I've consulted with the education and with the Honorable Ishungwa, and I believe the amendment by the Departmental Committee of Education, which also mirrors what Honorable Ishungwa is having, has merit. So I would like to withdraw mine in favor of the Committee on Education.
So the proposed amendment by the leader of majority is dropped. Therefore, we shall move then to the proposed amendment by the chair of the Committee on Education. The Honorable Ngunjiri. The Honorable Dwale, what is out of order?
Chair, procedure. I think Honorable Kimunya moved his amendment.
Yes.
You put the question.
Yes.
I think at that stage, you now need to give it the House to decide. After you have already proposed, there's no way Honorable Kimunya will come back and withdraw his amendment. Unless that will negate the amendment, I think procedure.
Okay, I think we have confused him.
Yes, and I think they have confused him. This is not a public or a private university. These are specialized university within the ambit of the national security institutions. As we speak today, you can walk to the University of Nairobi, Mr. Chairman, and do a security-related course or a peace building. But this is, if it is a National Intelligence Service Academy or the Kenya Defense Forces, then they must have the exclusive right on who to admit. It is a clause. It can't be a public university. And it cannot be subject to public and private universities. I can't go and build a university similar to the one of the Kenya Defense Forces in Karen, even if I have the charter. So I think we continue with the one of Honorable Kimunya, and then you put the question.
The Honorable Member for Kikuyu, what is out of order?
Chair, I was just, in relation to what the former leader of majority, Honorable Duale, is saying, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the import of what I was saying and Honorable Kimunya's amendment, you notice there's also an amendment by the Committee of Education. And both, no, they have not dropped. Both the committee's amendment and Honorable Kimunya's covers what I wanted to do in my amendment. Therefore, I wanted to propose, if Honorable Kimunya can move his amendment, and the committee also is able to move the amendment, then I would have to drop mine. In the absence of Honorable Kimunya, if Kimunya's alone goes without the Committee of Education, I have no option then but to push on the parts of my amendment that relate to the issues that have not been covered in Honorable Kimunya's. Therefore, I would like to propose, Honorable Chair, that Honorable Kimunya moves his, we dispense with the Honorable Kimunya's, then we go back to the committee's amendment, which covers the bit that I have covered in my amendment that Honorable Kimunya's amendment has not covered. We finish with Kimunya's, then we go to the committee. If not that, we go with mine. They both drop, we go with mine.
The Honorable Kimunya. The Honorable Kimunya. Member for leader for majority. What do you desire to do with your proposed amendment?
Honorable Chair, for good order, I think if we allow the committee to move the amendment under 24C.
Yes.
Because mine is coming under 24(3). Okay? So if they move the amendment on first in 24, covering C, which comes before my 3, then we will not get the confusion that was coming in. Yeah?
The Honorable Millie Odhiambo. What is out of order?
Chair, I'm requesting that we get the electronic page so that we are able to follow. So that even as they are moving, because you have, you know, in the past, because we've been using the what do you call them? Yeah, but the non-digital one, I'm forgetting, the manual. The hard copy, but we are not using the hard copy. So could we say, even when Honorable Ichungwa is talking to his, what is the page? What is the electronic page? And when Honorable Kimunya is saying, what is the electronic page, so that we are able to follow?
So page 1199. 1199 and over.
Let me give direction on the way we are going to deal with this. I think the way we deal with this, the Honorable Kimunya had already moved his proposed amendment. And we had not yet put the question on it. I have listened to the Honorable Duale I have listened to the Honorable Kimani for Kikuyu, and I have also looked at the proposed amendment by the Committee on Education. And it looks like if the amendment that is proposed by the committee is carried, then the amendment proposed by the leader of majority and the one by the Honorable Kimani will fall by the way and they'll have been carried. So I therefore propose for order and for the good of the House, that we deal with the proposed amendment by the committee first.
Leaders will not drop, mine drops.
So I will therefore direct the committee, the Honorable Wambugu, to proceed to deal with his proposed amendment for the committee.
Honorable Chair, thank you very, very much.
The Honorable Millie, I'm still consulting on your issue on the digital page. I will get back to you. But proceed, Honorable Wambugu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that the bill be amended as appears in the order paper. The amendment scheduled to the bill be amended in the proposed amendments to the Universities Act, number 42 of 2012, by deleting the proposed new paragraph C, and B, by inserting the following new subsection immediately before the proposed new subsection 3. 2A, despite subsection 1, the President may, on the recommendation of the Commission through the Cabinet Secretary, and on the advice of the National Security Council, establish a specialized degree awarding institution specializing in national security issues. Honorable Chair, the justification for this, the amendment seeks to further improve the amendment proposed in the bill to give the President the power to establish specialized universities specializing in national security issues. While the committee noted that there is need for an establishment of a university to offer standardized studies on the matters of national security, there is further need to involve the National Security Council in the establishment of the university. The National Security Council is established under Article 240 of the Constitution and is mandated to exercise supervisory control over national security organs and perform any other functions prescribed by national legislation. The amendment will therefore ensure that a university established to specialize in national security issues shall be established by the President on the recommendation of both the Commission for University Education and the National Security Council. The amendment therefore restates what is contained in the proposed new paragraph C, which the committee has proposed to delete, and introduces the aspect of the advice of the National Security Council. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I move.
I then propose the question that section 24C be amended as proposed by the committee. I then put the question that section 24C be amended as proposed by the committee. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? Now, as per my directions, if the one by the committee has been carried as it has been carried, the one by the member for Kikuyu falls by the way, and the leader of majority, yours, it also falls by the way. Very well. So now put the global question.
Semantics now, Chair. That degree awarding institution and universities. Yes. You know, my 3 and 4 are the same. What are you saying? No. That is what Kosigi is saying. So maybe Nakimunya hatuelewi English. Not figure.
The leader of majority, the legal counsel is raising issue about your amendment. You have dropped it for the record. Just go on record so that it is on record. Okay, Leader of Majority?
Yes. Mr. Chair, I think for abundance of caution, I would beg to move my amendment to Section 3 as proposed on the order paper, which is basically to capture what has not been moved by the committee, that the provisions of Part 5 of this Act shall apply to an institution established under the section with such modifications as may, with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary and Commission, be specified in the respective charter. I think the importance of this is linking the creation of the university and the provisions of Part 5 of the Universities Act, which is not covered by the committee. And also basically opening up the current Section 3 to basically say who will provide those modifications, which is the Cabinet Secretary and the Commission, rather than just leaving it that there shall be modification of the provisions. So for good order, I think I'll move that, and that should now close the matter.
I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Leader. I therefore propose the question that Section 24(3) be amended as proposed by the mover. I then put the question that Section 24(3) be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
As amended.
The Honorable Ishungwa, member for Kikuyu, you had proposed to some new section.
Subsection 5 and 6.
Subsection 5 and 6. What do you want to do with them? The member for Kikuyu?
Chair, sorry, I was still consulting with the Vice Chair of the Education Committee. The new Section 6, Honorable Speaker, I think that is covered because that's what the Leader of Majority has moved. And that's why I had said once he moves and the committee moves, that is covered. What I was consulting the Vice Chair on, the amendment by the Committee of Education on 5, the new Section 5, despite subsection 1, the President may, on the recommendation of the Commission through the Cabinet Secretary and on the advice of the National Security Council, establish public degree awarding universities or institutions on the advice of NSAC. It has been covered except just two very minute details. The establishment of a public degree awarding universities. So is the word public and universities. If there is a way we could capture those two, then as further amendments to the amendment by the Chair Education, just to capture the word public and universities as an enrichment to what the Education Committee has done, Honorable Chair.
The Honorable, yes. The Honorable member for Garissa.
Chair, I think procedurally, we deal with amendments in this House.
Yes.
And you have given direction that we start with amendment from the Education Committee.
Correct.
Then we dealt with amendment by the Leader of Majority.
Yes.
Now, what Honorable, and you have dropped Honorable Ichungwa's amendment. No, let me finish. What Honorable Ichungwa is trying to tell us is that, not even that we pick some part of his subsection 5 called public, and bring it in. The chair, if you read these amendments, even what is in the bill, it's about specialized universities. As we speak today, you can walk to the University of Nairobi, it's a public university, and do security related. But here, this amendment is geared for specialized, under the direction of the National Security Council. That is, how do you upgrade the Kenya Defense College, a regional college in Karen? How do you upgrade the National Intelligence Service Academy along Thika Road? So we cannot mix these two. The provisions are there, and I think you have dropped the one of our honorable.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, member for Garissa. The Honorable Kimani, that verse has left. It's not available for you now. I think it is done. So we put the question. Honorable members, then allow me to put the question that section 24 Yes. Honorable members, allow me to put the global question that the provisions relating to the public, to the Universities Act 2012, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Kenya Law Reform Commission Act 2013.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Kenya Law Reform Commission Act 2013 be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 81B.
Mover.
Chair, I move that the amendment be part of the bill. The amendment is to delete the amendment by substitution. Subsection 81B. Roman 1, we seek to delete the following paragraph: one member appointed by the Attorney General through an open and competitive process. And then in Roman 2, we need to insert the words, who shall be an advocate of the High Court. That is the person to be appointed to the commission by Honorable the Attorney General. We seek to insert the provision that the words, who shall be an advocate of the High Court, immediately after the words, the Law Society of Kenya, appearing in the proposed amendment to section 81BC. The justification for this is that Roman 1, the first one, is that the amendment seeks to reduce the number of members that are appointable.
The Honorable Kigano?
Yes.
Let us deal with them one at a time.
We
deal with
yes.
the 81B first. So you will allow me then to propose the question that section 81B be amended as proposed by the mover. I put the question that section 81B be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 81C.
The Honorable Kigano.
1C, the justification for this is that the amendment seeks to reduce the number of members that are appointable by the Attorney General from 2 be reduced to 1. The reason is that the current membership of the Commission is 6, and we need to reduce this to 5 to reflect decision making, right? 6 to 5, so that we avoid the question of being a dilemma when there is a tie. When there are 6, then you cannot have a casting vote. That is the main reason why this is
To avoid a stalemate.
yes, stalemate.
Very well. I propose the question that section 8(1)(c) be amended as proposed by the mover. I put the question that section 8(1)(c) be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 8(3).
Mover?
Chair, the next one is insertion of the words, who shall be an advocate of the High Court, immediately after the words, the Law Society of Kenya, appearing, yes? So the justification for this is that, yeah? Majority, I don't know why you're
No, the majority you're interrupting.
I think
senior,
the floor, yes,
is on the right track.
So I am justifying why I need this amendment. The amendment seeks to clarify that the representative of the Law Society shall be an advocate of the High Court to avoid the dilemma that Member for Kikuyu was talking about. Yeah? To avoid the possibility of unqualified persons being appointed to represent the society.
I hear you very clearly. I therefore propose the question that section 8(3) be amended as proposed by the mover. I then put the question that section 8, subsection 3 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Sections 9(2) and section 12(2).
I propose the question that sections 9(2) and 12(2) be part of the bill. And now put the question that sections 9(2) and sections 12(2) be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And now put the question that the provisions relating to the Kenya Law Reform Commission Act 2013 as amended be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Scrap Metal Act 2015.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Scrap Metal Act 2015 be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 31.
Yeah, the mover. There's a chair trade. The Honorable Undo, you are standing in for chair trade. Please
Yes, I am. Honorable Chair, we propose that the proposed amendment be deleted. I move that the proposed amendment be deleted. And the justification, Chair, is that there seems to be a misunderstanding because the inspector that referred to is appointed under section 29(1) of the Scrap Metal Act and refers to a person appointed by the Cabinet Secretary and who has got adequate training in metallurgy or related field of study. The proposed amendment is thus misplaced and should be deleted. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that section 31 be amended as proposed by the mover. And now put the question that section 31 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Scrap Metal Act 2015 as amended be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Investment and Financial Analysts Act 2015.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Investment and Financial Analysts Act 2015 be amended as proposed in the bill.
Section 8(1)(e) and Section 20.
I propose the question that sections 18(1)(e) and sections 20 be part of the bill. And I'll put the question that sections 18(1)(e) and section 20 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 32.
Mover? Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to step down this particular amendment to the Investment and Financial Analysts Act of 2015. And the justification, the committee was deleting these sections requiring funding from Treasury, but in actual sense, this is...
The Chair, if you're dropping it, you don't need to justify.
Thank you, I drop.
Very well.
Section 34.
Mover? The Honorable Iringo, what is out of order?
Chair, if I may refer you back, Honorable Millie asked the question and you have not answered us yet, Chair. We are lost. Those movers, when they are moving with the hard copy, we cannot follow with the electronic one. Can we get guidance so that we can move in tandem? Because we are getting lost now, we can't trace where we are. Whatever is on the soft copy is not moving with what is on the hard copies they are using.
Very well.
So we better get to know.
Very well.
So
Very
that
well. It's a genuine concern, the Honorable Iringo. I will ask the Secretariat to allow me to guide the members on where the amendments are on the electronic page on our desks. The Honorable Chair for Finance, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to drop that particular amendment.
Very well, very well.
Thank you.
The Honorable. The Honorable Iringo, I'm concerned, but allow me to just proceed as they try to sort us out. I will therefore put the global question that the provisions relating to the Investment and Financial Analysts Act 2015 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Court of Appeal, Organization and Administration Act 2015.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Court of Appeal, Organization and Administration Act 2015 be amended as proposed in the bill. That is on which page?
Let me call the section. Let me call the section. Section 26(1).
The mover?
I'm not on mic.
Yeah. Proceed, the Honorable Kidan.
Yes, we seek to delete the proposed amendment to section 26, subsection 1. And the justification for this is that the section sought to increase vacations for judges of the Court of Appeal.
The Honorable Kigano, let me just guide members. The page is 1199, as per my physical copy that I have here. I don't know whether it is the same on the electronic. Yes, page 1199, members. Proceed, the Honorable Kigano.
Yes, the proposed amendment that we seek to delete sought to increase the duration for judges, for the vacation of the judges of appeal, serving the, no. And this is because the provision that was there was archaic. It is still provides for vacation, summer vacations, autumn vacation, and all that. So we seek to reduce this to no more statutory leave for judges, because the present status is that if this goes on, it will increase the backlog of cases, leading to additional costs to litigants and other stakeholders in the law and justice sector. The committee, no. The Law Society thinks that, no, we agree with the submissions of the Law Society of Kenya that the Court of Appeal should be set in a flexible judicial calendar rather than a statute. Thank you.
I propose the question that section 26(1) be amended as proposed by the mover. The Honorable Millie, I'm sure this one is of interest to you. And I believe that she's okay with it. The Honorable Kigano, this is an amendment that is overdue for a long time. I will therefore then put the question that section 26(1) be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the provisions relating to the Court of Appeal Organization and Administration Act 2015 as amended be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Witness Protection Act 2015.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Witness Protection Act 2015 be part of the bill.
Section 3J, Section 3K2, Section 3K2 and 4.
I propose the question that sections 3J, 3K2, 3K24 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that sections 3J, 3K2, 3K2 and 4 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the global question that the provisions relating to the Witness Protection Act 2015 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, you may be tired, a little tired, but let us get this done. You need to put your eyes on it.
Provisions relating to the Kenya Coast Service Act 2018.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Kenya Coast Guard Service Act 2018 be part of the bill.
Section 2, Section 6(2)(a), Section 7, Section 13(2), and Section 14(2).
I propose the question that sections 2, 6(2)(a), 7, 13(2), 14(2) be part of the bill. I now put the question that sections 2, Section 6(2)(a), Section 7, Section 13(2), Section 14(2) be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Part 2 of the first schedule.
I propose the question that part 2 of the first schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that part 2 of the first schedule be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the global question that provisions relating to the Kenya Coast Guard Service Act 2018 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Is an amendment by Leader of Majority?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 1 of the bill be amended by inserting the words "and shall come into force upon assent" immediately after the words Statute, Law, Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2020. And Mr. Chair, this is to just define the date at which this act comes into force. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the Leader of Majority. I now put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the Leader of Majority. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The mover?
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its recommendation of the Statute, Law, Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Statute, Law, Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we will now proceed to the next bill, which is the T bill for consideration. Honorable members, I plead with you to remain patient so that we deal with this particular bill as we had agreed much earlier.
Order members, we now get to the T bill 2018. It's a fairly longer bill, but I'm sure we have the strength and the tenacity to push it. So please spare some bit of energy to keep moving.
but we'll move fairly fast with a balance of not letting so many people speak to one clause, but also not stifling the space for members to contribute. We'll do a balance of that so that we make movement.
Clauses 3 and 4.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill. There are no amendments to that. I therefore put the question that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 5 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. That clause 5, that the bill will be amended by deleting clause 5 and substituting, therefore, the following new clause as it appears in the order paper. The justification, the amendment seeks to provide for continuous list of functions of the board, provide for additional functions, and correct the board's functions on registration and licensing of the tea dealers. The amendment provides additional functions to the board, which enhances the role of the board and consolidates the functions of the board which appear elsewhere in the bill.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. There is subclause 2. There's an amendment by Honorable Tonui. Oh, that will not be considered because the chairperson's one has been carried. And also that one of Honorable Barire shall also not be moved in light of the passage of that of the chairperson. Honorable Chair, do you have something to say? Yes, very well. So in that case, the two get dropped automatically. Well, let me put the global question. Oh. Yes. The understanding is, let's start with Honorable Tonui. That.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. You remember the Speaker directed that we go through a winnowing process. And in that process, the committee assigned me this one to move so that they could move others. And then some of the other amendments which I proposed were taken over by the committee. So for me not to be left empty-handed, they proposed that I tackle this one. But we all agreed on all these amendments. So I don't know, because they were slightly different with that one of the committees. In addition, we are simply adding the functions to the Depot of Kenya.
Honorable Tonui.
Yes.
And Honorable Barire, because I think it falls under the same. Now, we had the clause by the amendment by the Honorable Chair. What Honorable Chair technically had proposed is to delete clause 5. Let's move together so that then you understand. To delete clause 5 and actually replace that clause with another clause 5. You had intended to amend what the chair had proposed to delete together with Honorable Barire. So the House having made a decision on deletion of clause 5, then you have nothing to amend because the clause is gone and substituted with a new clause. So it's important for members we go slowly, and that's why I put the question, and no member was contributing to it. So technically, the chair, the House has carried the Honorable Chairs, and technically there is no clause 5 as you had purposed to amend, and substitute that with another clause 5. Yes. No, the House has resolved. The House is already resolved on that. Get the mic. Honorable Tonui, I'm lingering on you so that then we move together because I think it's important. I know you have been here the whole afternoon and you have... get the mic in a minute. Okay. You're getting the mic, you get the mic in a minute. That seems not to be working. Could you, Honorable Tonui, just move to the one next? So then we save a bit of time. Sorry that is taking a bit of time. It's the mic. We need to get the mic, but give Honorable Tonui an opportunity. And honorable members, because there are quite a number of amendments, it will be Honorable Chair, Honorable Tonui, just a minute. I am just encouraging the members to go along with us, because this is going to happen quite a bit. Because when several members are doing an amendment, one takes precedent on others. But Honorable Tonui, what did you have to say?
Thank you, Chair. If you check on clause 5, in that clause 5 is the functions given to the Depot of Kenya. The functions which are there are several. So what we are simply doing is to add on those functions. So the ones which the Chair proposed was also additional functions to the same. So when I'm moving additional functions to that, I don't believe those ones have been negated by the move of the Chair. He's simply adding on the number of functions which are there. Because even if you check on that, because it's in the online, which I can access here, you will see that it's talking of F, D, E, which is unrelated to what the Chair has done. So when you say it is overtaken by events, you are assuming clause 5 is only dealing with one function. It is having several subsections.
Okay, let me guide you. Let me guide you on about Tonui, because I think this we can dispense with quickly. And please, members, take note of what we are saying. This is going to happen quite a bit. Now, Honorable Chair deleted clause 5. Honorable and substituted it with another clause 5. So it is already, the original clause 5 is already deleted and gone. Honorable Tonui, you wanted to amend, and your amendment was amending clause 5(1)(c). Honorable Tonui, go along with me. I'm lingering a bit here. I know it's taking time, but it's important for the members to understand. Now, Honorable Tonui, you are amending clause 5(1)(c). If you look at the new clause that has been brought in by the Chair, there is no clause 5(1)(c). It was in the original one, which has already been deleted by the Chair, and the House has made a resolve on it. So your amendment has no house. The house had been demolished, has already demolished, to use that word, by the resolve of the House. And that happens also for Honorable Barire. So, honorable members, we have to make progress on that. So, honorable members, I will now put the global question. I now put the question that clause 5, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as all of that opinion say aye? Will as many as all of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 6 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Again, clause 6, that the clause 6 of the bill be amended in the sub-clause 1 by inserting the following paragraph immediately after, that clause 6 of the bill be amended as it is in the order paper The justifications, the amendment seeks to provide for additional powers to the proposed Tea Board of Kenya, which are critical in enabling the board to perform its functions effectively.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose a question that clause 7 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by Honorable Chair. Yes, there is an amendment by Honorable Chair. There is an amendment by Honorable Gedeji. There is an amendment by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Yes, in that order.
Thank you.
And Honorable Miri is dependent on the decision that the House takes on Honorable Chairpersons.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Clause 7, that the clause 7 of the bill be amended as it is in the order paper. The justification, the amendment seeks to provide for representative from the National Treasury. This is a key ministry in funding and management of state corporations, but is missing in the proposed Tea Board of Kenya. The amendment also seeks to provide for consideration of gender parity, regional or other diversities, since this is a constitutional requirement.
Well, you have, we shall deal with clause 1 first. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 7(1) be amended as proposed by the chair. I will put the question that clause 7(1) be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Geshimo. Yes, Honorable Miri. Just Honorable Geshimo, just a minute. What is it, Honorable Miri?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm not too sure whether the amendments that has been proposed by the chairman of the committee deals with my issue.
No, it is actually Honorable Miri. That you are correct. It is actually related to Honorable Gedeji's.
Okay, thank you.
So, Honorable Gedeji, you have the floor.
Could I please know from the chair, in the order paper, what page, so that I can follow whether it relates to mine?
1209, Honorable Miri.
1209.
Honorable Geshimo, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And for guidance of the members, my amendments on the gadgets are on 2028, page 2028. Sorry, 1228 on clause 7.
Yes, move.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 7(1) be amended under subclauses D, E, F, and G, and substituting thereof, by deleting and substituting thereof, as proposed in the order paper. And the justification is that we need to create a representation of the Council of Governors in the board, in the Tea Board, alternatingly from the two blocks. The blocks have been defined and referred to in the Act, both at the main Act, the bill, and also in the schedule. And also, the representation of the people, of the persons from the stakeholders, the small tea growers, ought to also be gender sensitive and also ought to be elective. So it is bringing clarity as to how these people will be picked. I move to amend, to have the clause amended.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 7(5) 5 be amended as proposed by Honorable Gedeji. Let me give Honorable Miri an opportunity to say something on this one.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my proposed amendment was only relating to E, which is the 4 persons, 4 persons, 2 of either gender representing smallholder tea growers from the East and West blocks. Chair was introducing East and West block because the way it's currently worded, it's not too clear, because when you say tea growing areas, where are tea growing areas? Because it's not clear. So if his amendment passes, then I'm happy because it's catered for. But my only concern, Chair, is his amendments in relation to the early amendments that have been proposed by the chair of the committee. I don't know whether they have looked at the amendments together, because then he's adding more. And if in case it's going to clash so that my amendment doesn't get lost, then perhaps we can go subsection by subsection. If in any event his amendments may clash with those of the ones of the chair of the committee.
Well, it's already proposed. It's already proposed in a global manner, the one of Honorable Gedeji. But let's see how the House resolved on this. Honorable members, I will now put the question that clauses 7.5 be amended as proposed by the chair, by Honorable Gedeji. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We have another amendment by the Honorable Chairperson still under 7. Now it's 7.2. Actually, what Honorable Gedeji was dealing with, it was 7.1. Now we have 7.2 by the Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Clause 7 of the bill, clause 7.2 of the bill be amended as it is in the order paper. The justification is to amend is also seeks to provide for consideration of gender parity, regional or other diversity, since this is a constitutional requirement.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 7.2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I will put the question that clause 7.2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I will now put the global question that clause 7 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair, you have an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Clause 8, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 8 of the bill and substituting it therefore with the following new clauses as appears in the order paper. Justification. The amendment seeks to refer to the correct provision of the membership of Tea Board of Kenya arising out of the previous amendments affecting the composition. Further, the amendment seeks to provide for different appointment dates to ensure that there is continuity in the board operations at all times, since it is best practice to have different expiry periods of terms of office of members of the board.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. I will put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that clause 9 be amended as per the order paper. What it seeks to do is to reword it so that a member of the board, while absenting themselves, is by notifying the chair, not seeking the permission. I think it's young children who seek permission, but at our level you notify. It's good governance practice.
Very well. Yeah, it's just tidying up. I propose a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri. I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by Miri Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 9 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 10, 11, and 12.
I propose a question that clauses 10, 11, and 12 be part of the bill. There are no amendments to that. I therefore put the question that clause 10, 11, and 12 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose a question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Is an amendment by Honorable Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. That the clause 13 of the bill be amended by deleting subclause 3 and substituting therefore with the following subclauses as it appears in the order paper. Justification. The amendment seeks to provide for additional qualifications requirements for a person to be appointed as a chief executive officer. The amendment seeks to provide for 10 years knowledge and experience in a relevant field and meeting the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. This will enhance the effectiveness of the chief executive officer. Thank you.
I propose a question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chair. That is clause 13.
I wish to oppose. Chair, I wish to oppose that amendment. If you want to include young people, instead of increasing the age to 10 years for experience, by 5 years, what else do you need to learn? A person with 5 years experience is good enough to be an executive for purposes of promoting young people.
Very well. If there is no other addition to Honorable Mwirigi, is that Honorable Mwirigi? You want to say something?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I want to support what Honorable Millie has said, Mr. Speaker. 5 years is good enough.
Honorable Sabina.
Thank you, Chair. I want to support the Chair and oppose what Honorable William Murigi has raised. There will be several other positions. This is the Chief Executive who is supposed to steer the company. And so I think 10 years experience is important. We are talking about a T sector that is dealing with very many stakeholders. And so the exposure is very, very, very important. And I support young people getting positions, but Honorable Chair, there are many other positions that they can get within the board. Thank you.
Let's have one or two other persons. Can we go to the far end? Honorable Mose. Is that Honorable Mose?
Honorable Speaker, I also want to support the chair on the simple reason that we are dealing with a crucial sector, and experience is something that would enable, the chief executive to do proper management. 5 years, Honorable Chair, even my colleague here, Millie, will tell you that experience that we have even had in the Law Society of Kenya, where we have left leadership to young people, they have actually given us lots of problems. I would support that 10 years experience is good.
Honorable Mose, don't raise about that profession where you and I are members. But on a lighter note, who is this member?
Yes, Kirima.
Yes. What is just a minute, Honorable Kirima. There's a point of order. What is it, Honorable Omrere?
With absolute respect and a lot of humility for my senior, the Honorable Mose, the one for the LSK, the protagonists there have got more than 10 years experience.
Yes, Honorable Mose is well guided. Honorable Kirima.
Chair, as a small scale farmer, tea farmer, and as a a member of a number of professions. I think it's the high time that we should do anything which can promote the interest of the youth. And I support my running friend Miri Odhiambo on that side and John Mwirigi because even if you look at what has been said by my colleague Mose on the other side, that clause, there is a clause in the Law Society Act which says that for one to even be a judge, he must have practiced for a certain period. So 5 years period is the minimum period required. And any farmer or anybody who wants to be director, to be appointed as a director, 5 years experience is quite a lengthy period. That is an experienced person, and we should encourage the youth to come up, not to earn because they are lacking experience. Who cannot be called an experienced person after being in a position for 5 years? If 3 years are enough, what about 5 years? This is a quite a lengthy period. So we should reduce it to 5 years, not 10 years.
Honorable Member, let's make progress really. Clearly, we have quite a day. I'll let the members make a decision on this. Honorable members, I'll put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 13 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. No amendment to that. I therefore put the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by Honorable Miri Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. I move that clause 15 be amended as per the order paper. Again, this is a position of Corporation Secretary, and it requires 7 years. I don't know why Corporation Secretary, at least now you are talking about, the other one you are talking about a Chief Executive. This is a Corporation Secretary. Why should we put 7 years? We are actually excluding young people. And the contrary, and I want to agree with the Deputy Speaker, that even when you are making reference to LSK, a lot of the people who are fighting there are actually 10 years and above. Yeah. So it's the issue of experience also comes with a person's temperament. So it's not just about the age alone. There are many older people who behave like 20 and many 20 who behave like they are 80. So we shouldn't just block people because of age. So I'm proposing that we reduce it from 7 to 5 years. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I propose a question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. I'll put the question. I'll put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri Odhiambo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I propose a question that clause 16 be part of the bill. An amendment by Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that clause 16 be amended as per the order paper. And what it seeks to do is, in the same spirit as the amendment that was proposed by the chair, that it should take into account gender, regional, and ethnic diversities of the people of Kenya, youth, and persons with disabilities. So it's basically re-emphasizing what is constitutional. Thank you.
I propose a question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri. There's only one, let's hear only one Honorable, it should be Honorable Tonui. Yes, then we make progress.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if the issue of the face of Kenya, because this decrowing is from a certain regions. So I don't know how this one is being introduced, and the funding of those functions are also from those regions. Sort of a regional activity. So I oppose it.
Honorable Mutai.
Chair, I just wish to support Honorable Mili in the sense that despite the fact that he's from a certain region, we are talking of the country Kenya, where everyone is free to work anywhere in the country, and for such an organization. And I do say what Mill is introducing is good in the sense that it makes sure that we don't have people from one region, same sex. It actually ensures that a provision is expressively in the Act itself. Thank you.
To who? Honorable Miri, you want to inform who?
The member that was on the floor.
Honorable he says he is well informed. Honorable Sotsi, finally, then we make movement.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I want to support this amendment by Honorable Millie because this amendment is going to resolve issues employment issues in the tea sector. I come from a county, Vihiga County, that grows tea, and we have a tea factory there. 3/4 of the employees of that tea factory are not from the county of Vihiga.
Very well.
So this kind of amendment will sort out this anomaly, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I put the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by Honorable Miri. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 16 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 17 and 18.
I propose the question that clauses 17 and 18 be part of the bill. No amendments. I'll put the question that clauses 17 and 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by Honorable Baride.
Chair, I wish to propose an amendment as it appears on the order paper. It's really a question of Chair trying to it's actually just tidying up that sentence, Chair. It says, Chair, the Article 19 just says the business and affairs of the Board of Directors shall be conducted in accordance with the schedule, because we do have a schedule that needs to be followed. And then it says, I just added that the business and affairs of the board shall be conducted in accordance with the first schedule, because there are several schedules. So it's really to be specific and tidy up so that the schedule is clear. There's clarity on the schedule.
Very well, honorable members, I propose a question that clause 20, which is part 3, clause 19, sorry, that clause 19 be amended as proposed by Honorable Baride. I now put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by Honorable Baride. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Part 3, covering clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24.
I propose a question that part 3, covering clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, be part of the bill. Yes, what is out of order, Honorable Miri?
Thanks, Chair. I actually have a proposed amendment to clause 20.
Just a bit, because I think actually how the decision taken by the House will have an implication to us. So I'll come to you.
Chair, my worry is that if we do a global proposal the way you are doing, then it means it doesn't give room for me to propose my amendment.
Yes.
Unless we go clause by clause.
Yes, Honorable Miri, I hear your concern. It is only that what Honorable Chair is proposing is actually a deletion of the entire, the 4 clauses. So in that case, and a substitution of a new one, in that case, yours must fall, depending on if this one is carried. So he is proposing a deletion of the entire part. So we take it as an entire part. And you notice it is only here that we are doing part 3, all of it together.
Can we please have where is he so that I see what the line is for?
This is on page, what is it? 1209, on 1209. Members so he is actually deleting the entire part, which carries all those clauses, and will have implication to your amendment. So, Honorable Chair. Sorry, 12, what did I say? 1209 is what mine reads here. 1209.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, please.
Thank you, Chair. The new part, that the bill be amended by deleting part 3 and substituting therefore for, the following new part as it is in the order paper. Justification. The amendment seeks to delete part 3 of the bill and substitute it with a new part 3. The existing part 3 provides for a role of national and county governments, clause 20, registration of the tea growers. Should I read the whole? Yes, sorry.
As per in the order paper.
Yes. Clause 20, registration of tea growers. Clause 21, licensing. Clause 22, form of licensing. Clause 23, dissemination of market information. Clause 24, the amendment seeks to provide clarity on the role of national and county governments in the development of tea and the registration of various tea dealers, regulations of tea importers, regulation of the auction process, provision of blended teas, taxation of teas, and provision on tea value addition. Thank you.
Have you done the import of why you are doing that? Yes, very well, very well. Honorable members, I propose a question. I'll give you a chance, but let me propose first. Honorable members, I propose a question that part 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. I had some, this member, is it Honorable Tanui or? Yes, Honorable Brighton. Sorry, the Honorable Tanui is not you. It's Honorable Brighton for now.
Yes,
we'll get a chance, Honorable Tanui.
Yes, Chair, I have an amendment to section 23A.
Okay. Okay. Well, Honorable Brighton, sorry, you have to wait. You have to wait for the decision of the House on honorable chairs, okay, because it is the same circumstance as that of Miri Odhiambo. Okay. You want to say something as a contribution to the chair? Before Honorable Miri, I had mentioned Honorable Tonui. I'll give you Honorable Miri after that.
Thank you, Chair. There is this part of the bill on clause 20 where it says the functions given, one of the functions given to the county governments is to market tea only within the country, within the county, which I think is quite unfair. For example, in Bomet, we have sought markets outside internationally. We haven't gone to Iran to look for market. And we have signed some MOU with the government of Iran. So when we try to restrict the counties to only within the county, I believe it's unfair. And I want to object this one and oppose strongly.
Honorable Tanui, just for Honorable Tanui, not to cut you short, but which that clause you are reading, is it the new clause by the chair or actually the bill? Because it's also important to clarify that, because the bill, the chair is actually deleting what is in the bill and substituting with an entirely new part 3. So as you contribute, it is important to be clear whether you are reading the bill which is being deleted and substituted with another. But what the chair is proposing is actually in what I have read, page what? 1209 is the new now part 3. that the chair is...
I think there's lots of confusion because we have it online.
Yeah.
And we're having it rough, running from the bill itself,
Yeah.
running to the amendments which are being proposed. And I thought we need to be guided on how we combine the two when we are online. But when I perish through this, I can see that. And when I see it, if it's going to go through, it's going to be quite unfair.
So,
and that's the one which I want to oppose.
Honorable Chair, and for the other members, as we get to the other members, so go to 12, because I hear what Honorable Tonu is saying, and it is important for every member here to go along with what is happening. So, Honorable Member, on the supplementary order paper, what the Honorable Chair is proposing, the substitution is on 1209 on the supplementary order paper. So, before Honorable Mutai, I had given Honorable Miri to say something.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Miri, just members, that's why they're here.
Chair, what I'm saying is that what we are reading here in this gadget is not in tandem with what the Chair Agriculture is leading us to. In the handbook, in the hard copy and the soft copy is not the same. Mine, here, it's in tandem with what Honorable Tanu has just told us. So we don't know what is this other one which is coming, because what has just been led by Honorable Tanui is what we have.
Honorable Kerema, do you have page 1209 on the supplementary order paper?
Yeah, I have.
Honorable, page 1209?
Yes.
On the order paper?
Yes.
That is exactly what we are dealing with.
So now what we are saying is that now what is being read as the new amendment is what we don't have. So it's just a strange thing.
Honorable Kerema, what is being proposed by the chair, part 3,
the new amendment
is a new, and it is in 1209, and you are saying you're on that page.
Yes, I'm there, but
that is exactly the new that is being proposed by the chair. You got it? On the same point. 1209. But as a clerk sorts out that, but I'll come to that, the issues being raised. Honorable Miri, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would want to propose that in future, when we are in the committee of the whole House, that we actually have hard copies. It makes it easier, because when we are following hard copies and soft copies, it becomes a bit complicated. But having said that, Chair, because I'd proposed amendment to clause 20, I'd want to say that I've looked at what the Chair is proposing, and his part B is very similar, because what they are doing is designating roles to the counties and to the national government. So, Chair, if you look at the roles that he has assigned to the counties, is very similar to the roles that my proposal is suggesting for the counties. However, and this is my appeal to the Chair, because if you look at my proposals relating to the national government, he does not have them. I do not have procedurally the right to bring amendments on my feet. So if you find that the suggestions I'm giving are in order, I would request you to adopt them from my amendments as the roles of the national government. And my proposal for the national government included that the national government shall develop policies and regulations under this act, develop policy for marketing Kenyan tea internationally, which the counties don't have the mandate, ensure the protection of intellectual property rights over its owners, because people will take, sometimes you go to the UK and you are given tea which is Kenyan tea, which is branded as for another English tea, develop policy on labor standards in the tea sector, develop policies on consumer protection, develop policy on land planning as relates to tea growing, build capacity and provide technical assistance to county governments on new developments and technologies in the tea sector. That can only be done because it's a standard setting. It can only be done at the national level. So if we pass the amendments by the chair, which I support, mine will fall by the roadside, including the good amendments I have in relation to the national government. So I'm appealing to the chair if he can adopt and propose the amendments, which I can't do procedurally.
But before the information, Honorable Miri Odhiambo, in terms of procedure, because her amendment is dependent on the decision made by this House on the chairperson's one. Nothing stops the chair from being convinced from a member and adopting that as his, but that is entirely his. What is it, Honorable Barida? We'll hear a few people, then we make progress.
Chair, Millie has raised some important issues, but I think some of them are already ably taken care of under the functions of the T-board. Actually, almost all of them. Maybe she needs to cross-check and see what might be missing out. Under the functions of the T-board, there were quite many.
Very well,
yeah.
very well. I want to... yeah, very well. Can we finally hear one person, then we make progress? Honorable members, yeah?
Maybe, Chair, a further clarification that needs to, if we are on the same page with the other members, Part 3 is sought to be amended entirely, which runs from clause 20 to 24.
Absolutely.
So that members can it's not only clause 20. We are talking about 20 to 24, the entire. So you look at those clauses, maybe what is missing in 20 or another clause might be found elsewhere.
Very well, honorable members. I think we are on the same page. Let's make progress. Let's make who is this member behind? Honorable Mutunga. Just 1 minute so that we
thank you, Chair. Chair, the reason why there appears to be some confusion, and the reason why the language seems to be varying, is because the chair is not reading the amendment. The chair is giving the import or the justification.
Absolutely.
So the amendment is there.
Yeah.
And then that part is covering about 3 clauses, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Very well.
So we are only dealing with 20 right now.
Very well. You seem to have understood. Honorable Sabina, must you speak to this today? I'm trying to balance the load that is ahead of us. Honorable Sabina, just 1 minute.
Chair,
please.
thank you. I'm going to be very brief. And I think I wanted to raise the issue that Honorable Tonui had raised. And this is on what the chair has read as the new amendment. And this is on 20, this is 20C, 20B, about each county government shall implement the national government policies to the extent that the policies relate to the county and in particular shall be responsible for. And I want to go to exactly B3, that is 3, markets within the county. And I think that's a very important matter that was raised, whether the restriction is just within the county, and if a county would have found markets for its people out of the country, then what will be the scenario be? If they're only allowed to market within the county, and that is part of the new proposal, and it's good for the chair to give us the clarity on the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Well, honorable members, let the members make a decision on this. That's why it is a debating chamber. Honorable members, I'll put the question that part 3 be amended as proposed by Honorable Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that that part 3, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, the implication of that is that Honorable Miri Odhiambo 1 falls, and that part, as I had said earlier, and a few members had gotten that, is that it covers clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Clause 25.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 25 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as you can sense from the members, it is important to take the members slowly, let them understand. Possibly, if you can say the page, it is helpful for the members.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll go a bit slower then. Ooh.
Not too slow, not too slow. Maybe the most important is to say which page. The members are very sharp. They are able to tell. If you say the page, you keep moving.
This was close, what, 20? 25?
25.
Thank you. Now,
It is, let me help you, Chair. It is on page 1222. 1222. The members.
thank you.
So that we move together.
1222 members, I think you've heard that clearly.
Yeah, you, Chair, you can be moving.
Okay.
The members are already there.
1222, thank you very much, Chair. Clause 25, that the clause 25 of the bill be amended by, as it is in the order paper. The justification, the amendment seeks to provide for monies as appropriated by the National Assembly, which had been omitted as one of the sources of funds for the board. The monies appropriated will enable the board carry out its mandate. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Tonui.
Thank you. I wish to support this amendment. In fact, in the original order paper, before the winning process, I had that amendment. Because you remember, this subsector is one sector which is not supported by the government. If you consider even the sugarcane industries, they are built by the government.
Okay.
But the farmers in the tea subsector are not supported in any way. The tea factories are owned by the farmers themselves. They contribute to build them. So if we can have the Tea Board of Kenya being funded, at least partially, by the national government, I believe that's a welcome idea. I support it.
Very good. Honorable members, we will put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I propose a question that clause 26 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the honorable chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. It is in page 1222.
Yes.
Clause 26. Clause 26. That clause 26 of the bill be amended as it is in the order paper. The justifications. The amendment seeks to align the provision of the clause of Public Finance Management Act and the regulations. The period of preparation and presentation of annual estimates is prescribed in section 31 to 43 of the Public Finance Management PFM Act 2012 and PFM Regulations 2015. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 26 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
Clause 27, I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the honorable chair. It is still on page 1222 of the supplementary order paper. Honorable Gojiri, do not in any way be between the chair and the House being guided by the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, you're being supported.
All right, it is in the same page, page 1222, clause 27, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 27 and substituting, therefore, the following new clauses as it is in the order paper. The justifications. The amendment seeks to align the provision of the Public Finance Management Act and regulations and the International Public Sector Accounting Standards. The period for preparation and presentation of financial statements is prescribed under section 101(4), the Public Finance Management PFM Act 2012 and PFM Regulations 2015. Further, under Article 2294, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution of the Auditor General is required to audit financial statements and give a report 6 months after the end of the financial year, and it is therefore not feasible to present it together with financial statements after 3 months. In addition, financial statements are prepared in accordance with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, IPSAS accrual. The term balance sheet is no longer used in accounting and should be deleted.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the honorable chair. I put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 27 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I propose a question that clause 28 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. That is page 1223. And Chair, just be keen to let the members know the small flow that you are amending, just for flow and grammar around clause 2, so that then the members move together.
I'll explain. That is part B, eh? I think that's in part B.
Yeah, but move it together. But on clause 2, just pronounce yourself on that.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. That's in page 1223. Yep. Clause 28, that the clause 28 of the bill be amended as it is in the order paper. Yes, and then and I wish to move the same clause 28 in an amended form. B, eh?
Yeah, specifically B. And
yes, B.
Tell members what you are doing.
Yes, I'll tell members what I'm doing. Before I go to the justification, the B, that what I'm doing in the B is that we are deleting the words balance sheet appearing immediately in the words published in the report. And because there will be a repeat of statement, because we are supposed to replace it with statement, so we are not substituting it with the statement. I hope we understand. So that we don't have a double, it will be statement twice as we continue in the next. So that's why we wish to move the clause 28 in an amended form in B, part B. Eh? The justification, financial statements are prepared in accordance with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, and the term balance sheet is no longer used. So we are deleting that. I hope you understand, members. Are we together?
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. I put the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 28 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? All the members. Aye. Even if it is this hour, I am sure you have the energy to vote. I'll put that again. I now put the question that clause 28 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. There is no amendment to that. I therefore put the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I propose a question that clause 30. Yes, Honorable Barrier.
I have a new amendment of inserting a clause 29A. If you look at your...
That is a new clause, isn't it?
Yes, after 29.
The new
and
clause...
I'm seeing you're going to 30 before I bring in the 29A.
No, I understand your apprehension, Honorable Barrier, but being a new clause, it comes at the end.
Oh,
so
okay.
we'll still come back to clause 29,
Chair.
But not an amendment, but a new clause.
Okay.
Because you have to do second reading.
Okay.
Yes. So, have you read that? Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 30 be part of the bill. And Honorable Chair, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Chair. It's in page 1223. Clause 30. That the clause 30 of the bill be amended as it is in the order, as it appears in the order paper. Clause 30 of the bill provides that the board shall arbitrate disputes arising between any parties under the Act. The clause provides for a compulsory arbitration which may be challenged by the parties in dispute. The amendment therefore deletes it. Should I continue? No.
That is 30. What of... have you addressed yourself to 2?
Yeah,
yes,
the extension.
Who is, yes, Honorable Kaduri, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. I think also as the Chair also moves these amendments and additions,
he should also give us the import of its edition, so that also we can move in tandem. So when he proposes any edition or amendment, he should be able to explain the import of that edition or amendment.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's what he has been doing, but maybe Honorable Kaduri is saying just a bit of further detail, Honorable Chair.
Very fast, without any explanations, Chair. Kindly.
Okay, Honorable Chair, please, that is a valid query and issue by Honorable Kaduri and for other members. Honorable Chair, do you want to take another stab on that? Another stab on that, just the import.
I'll also, because we have members also who are together, maybe you give members so that they can also help us. Is that okay?
Or you want to what? To have another member sit for you?
No.
Okay.
I was just suggesting that you also give an opportunity to the members from the committee.
That's fine, Honorable Member, but it's only after you have moved.
Okay.
And I have proposed that I open it up. And any member of your committee or any other member can speak to it. It is okay. Honorable Chair, have you done the import of clause 30?
Yes.
Just take it again for
Thank you.
Kaduri.
Let me just take it again for purposes of member. I hope I'll be a bit slow then. Clause 30, that clause 30 of the bill be amended as it is in the order paper. So let me explain the justification. The clause 30 of the bill provides that the board shall arbitrate disputes arising between any parties under this act. Under the act, the clause provides for compulsory arbitration which may be challenged by the parties in dispute. The amendment therefore deletes it. I hope we are together.
Very well. That's fine. I propose a question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes, Honorable Tonui.
I wish to oppose this amendment because I thought this arbitration process where disputes can be handled before you go to court through the board, it reduces the cases which reach the court. And you know the court process is expensive. In any case, 30 part 2 is also opening that option. If you are not satisfied with the arbitration process in the board, you can still go to the court. It's there in part 2. Okay, so I believe it can be in order so that expenses can be reduced in the legal process.
Okay, let's hear a member who hasn't spoken on this one. Honorable Mary, on explanation, you get a chance, Honorable Maria, to speak to it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think I support the chair because the amendment by the chair is actually trying to really address the issue where the board is trying to compulsorily put members into an arbitration, yet they have the option of going out. So in this case, by deleting this section, actually the members, the board will not actually be led by itself into an issue that will even be driven into the courts later on.
Honorable Duarte.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I also wanted to support the chairman. I don't think the board would have capacity to arbitrate in such matters. Yeah, they have no role in that.
Very well. Honorable Barida, what are you explaining?
Chair, I also wanted to explain that in my new proposed clause 29, it's also providing for a procedure of complaints and investigation by the board if it becomes necessary.
On the new
clause. It is not compulsory, but if anybody, any party in this act is feels aggrieved, there's a procedure that should be followed. And that's the reason why party was deleted also.
Okay, Honorable Waniki, you haven't spoken on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I just want to, first of all, appreciate the chair because he called all of us for a meeting. And this paper that he's presenting was as a result of an effort by all the members that joined him and joined his committee to be able to harmonize the very many amendments that had been brought before this House. What he's trying to explain is the operating word is shall. He is saying if you have a dispute, you have an option to go to the board or elsewhere because you know you can't tie people who have a dispute to just go to the board? Should they prefer a court option, for example? So I think that's what he's trying to do.
Honorable Member, let's make progress on this. I now put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 30 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. No amendment to that. I therefore put the question that clause 31, on clause 31, unless I'm misguided. Well, I can tell, Honorable Miri, you haven't tired. You're not as tired as I thought. But honorable members, the clause that one has no amendment, but there is a new clause that is coming coming later. So clause that one, as I had said, has no amendment, but we'll still revisit that one and a new amendment. That it will be that 1A. It will not be that one. I therefore put the question that clause that one be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 32.
I propose a question that clause 32 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by the chair and Honorable Eve Obara. And the one of Honorable Eve Obara is dependent on the fit of the chairperson's one. On 32? Yes, 32. Must be a new amendment. Yes, that will be a new amendment. It's not an amendment. It's a new clause. And it will come. So, Honorable Commissioner, hold your horses.
Thank you, Chair. This is in page 1224, clause 32, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 32 and substituting it with the following new bill as it is in the order paper. Then the justification. Clause 32 of the bill, which provides for penalties proposed as a fine not less than 20,000 shillings or a fine not exceeding twice the value of the T or C products, yes? T products, or to an imprisonment of for a term not exceeding 6 months, or to both, those penalties are not punitive. The amendment therefore enhances it. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, I will, or should I give Honorable Eve Obara? Could you, if you want to say something, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Chair. In my amendment, the amendment seeks to align the penalty.
No, you're not moving yours, Honorable Eve Obara. Or I just gave you an opportunity to speak to the Honorable Chairs because it is yours will depend on what the House decides on Honorable Chairpersons. Would you want to say something?
Do I speak to what I had amended?
No. We are dealing with Honorable Chairpersons, but I was magnanimous enough to give you an opportunity to speak to the Chairpersons one, because yours comes later, depending on what the House decides.
Chair, can you allow me to speak to mine?
Let the House... to who? To who?
To me. Okay.
But you're next there, Honorable Miri, and I can tell you have lobbied. But Honorable Miri, okay, Honorable Miri, what information do you want to give to Honorable Bara? Who is your neighbor there?
Yes, Chair, because Honorable Eve is my sister, the information I wanted to give that if she wants to speak to her issue, it's okay if she actually connects it to what the chair is saying. Because if the chair's faults, She will not get a chance to speak to us, and she's been waiting here very patiently for a long time.
Yeah.
So all she can say is maybe hers is similar to the chairs, or it's different from the chairs, so that we also get to know what her proposal is about. It also helps us, informs us in deciding whether we are supporting the chairs or to support Honorable Barras.
Okay. That is very good information to your neighbor, Honorable Eve Obara. Yes, Honorable Obara, you can speak to the chair, but you know, you coach it out like it is around yours.
Chair, can you just give yours once again so that I pay attention to what you're saying?
Very well, I'm not sure we are going to hold. But anyway, you can get, as we hear, Honorable Mutai.
By Chair, a glance at the amendment by Honorable Barra leads me to believe it's a similar amendment is what the chair is moving. If you look at it closely, it's the same amendment. So it's similar completely. So I'm asking my colleague, if she has the time, she can chip in, because it's a similar amendment. If she has the time, look at it. It's the same amendment. So actually, there's concurrence between the amendment and that of the chair.
Okay, very well. Honorable members, Honorable Obara, can we have the House make a decision? I think we should. Honorable members, I will put the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 32 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Eve Obara, yours false.
Clause 33.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 33 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you again, Chair. It's on page 1224. Thank you. Clause 33. That the bill be amended by deleting clause 33 and substituting, therefore, the following new clause as it is in the order paper. The justification, the amendment seeks to expand the areas that the regulations would cover in order to effectively regulate the tea industry. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chair. I will put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I propose a question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Chair. It is in page 1225, clause 34, that the clause 34 of the bill be amended as it is in the order paper. The justifications, the amendment seeks to correctly do a consequential amendment to the Crops Act. Thank you.
I propose a question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 34 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I propose a question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Page 1225, clause 35, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 35 and substituting, therefore, the following new clauses as it is in the order paper. The justifications. The amendment seeks to provide for the transfer of assets and liabilities vested in the Tea Directorate of Agriculture and Foods Authority and Tea Research Institute of Kenya, Agriculture and Livestock Research Organizations, to the proposed Tea Board of Kenya and the proposed Tea Research Foundation. Thank you.
I propose a question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question. Yes, Honorable Kaduri.
Yeah, you know, Chair, I did concur with the chair of the committee, but you know, as much as we agree with him, it's always good also to support him so that also he can see we are concurring with his with what he is saying. So I wanted to support his amendment and to encourage him to continue with that spirit, because I can see definitely he is really improving now the tea sector, definitely. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Murere. Honorable
Yes,
Murere.
Chair, it is very important what they have said. And this particular amendment, it is very important because tea is one of those crops that require constant research. And one of the reasons why we have had decline of tea production, the quality of tea in this country, is because the Tea Research Foundation in this country had been neglected where it had been placed when all this was put under that CALRO arrangement. So this is a very good amendment, and I fully support it.
Very well. Finally, Honorable Tonui.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to support, but I'm seeing there's something which is missing. You know, previously the Teapot of Kenya was having assets, like even the huge buildings here, which was taken by Alpha. So I believe that when I'm being directed by the Chair, it's being captured somewhere, so that there is no losses. It's well captured for his own rights. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm guided, Chair.
Very well. Honorable Mduga, must you really speak on this or we make progress? Let's make progress, yes. I propose a question that clause 35, as amended, be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 35, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I propose a question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Honorable Chairperson, you have an amendment?
Thank you. Thank you. Clause 36 is in page 1226. Clause 36, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 36 and substituting, therefore, the following new clause as it is in the order paper. Justifications. The amendment seeks to provide for continuity of pending proceedings and claims into the proposed Tea Board of Kenya and the Tea Research Foundation. Thank you.
I propose a question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 36 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I now put the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. There is no amendment to that. I therefore put the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Honorable Chairperson, you have an amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. This is in page 1226, clause 38, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 38 and substituting, therefore, the following new clause as it is in the order paper. The justifications. The amendment seeks to provide clarity on existing licenses and registration. It also seeks to provide for smooth transition into registration and licensing under the Act. Thank you.
I propose a question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 38 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair, you have an amendment.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's still in page 1226, clause 39. Clause 39, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 39 and substituting, therefore, the following new clause as it is on the order paper. Thank you. The justifications. The amendment seeks to provide for transfer of staff employed in the Tea Directorate of Agriculture and Food Authority and Tea Research Institute in Kenya, Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, to the proposed Tea Board of Kenya and the proposed Tea Research Foundation. Thank you.
I propose a question that clause 39 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Kaduri.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't support this because, you know, in so many organizations that have transited without such a clause, many Kenyans have really suffered. But I really want to support this this amendment because nobody will float. All the Kenyans employed by the Agriculture and Food Authority and those working with the CALO, which is dealing with research, will be absorbed by the team board. But I hope, also Chair, with your committee, you must really make sure that the team board has enough resources to cater for all these people who will be accommodated by the team board. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, let's hear Honorable Mutai, then we put the question.
My concern on this, Chair, is that not all the staff of AFA or CALNO will be doing work related to what the T-board will be doing. What happens to those staff then? Because what this section implies is that all the staff in its entirety will be absorbed. The T Directorate will be absorbed, but I'm saying in the T Directorate, not all the staff will be doing the same function as that of the T-board.
Very well, very well. Yes, Honorable Kadri.
Thank you for the chance to contribute. Thank you to, and also say thank you to the Honorable Mutai, and probably just tell him that, you know, these people are permanent and pensionable members of staff, and by the fact that they were recruited to work under the Directorate of T, it would mean that they are part of the bigger picture and reason why we are going to lapse and repeal the AFA Act 2014 for us to strengthen. And by the way, saying it, it would only mean we require even to top up more members of staff with the workload that is ahead of us in regards to tea in the country. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, these staff members are specialized. They are right now under the T Directorate. We are not talking about all the staff in AFA. We are talking about the staff who are directly under T Directorate. And these are the staff who are formerly in the Team Board of Kenya transferred to AFA. So we are transferring them back. On the other hand, the staff who moved from the T Research Foundation went into CARO when the CARI move became CARO after the change of the Act. And therefore, we want to transfer them back to the Team Board of, T Research Foundation to continue doing research on tea.
Okay, let's hear from Honorable Osotsi. Sorry, Honorable Mutunga, Honorable Kaduri, is it? What did you say? A point of order?
And Honorable Mutunga is referring to Karo, K-A-R-L-O. But the members are floating, maybe they are referring to K-C-A-R-O-L. So you know, Honorable Mutunga, you know you must be clarifying all these issues.
Honorable Kaduri, you are almost bordering on being out of order. But
Chair, I can explain.
But Honorable Sotsi, please.
Chair, I wanted to explain what Karo is.
No, you don't need to explain. You don't need to explain. I'm sure Honorable Mutunga, Honorable Kaduri knows.
Chair, you know, this is a transition class somehow, because the staff are transitioning from AFA to the T-board. So I would like the chair to give more clarification, because they are transitioning staff, but they are not talking about anything to do with their benefits like pension and all that. So, yeah?
Yes.
So can you clarify on that, please?
Very well, honorable members, let's make progress. Honorable Munene hasn't spoken, then honorable members, we must also make progress. Honorable Munene hasn't spoken on this one. Honorable Munene, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think much I support the proposal by the chairman. We need to be very careful because before from the time we pass this and the time it become law, there could be change of staffs. And we need to guide that, because even currently, all the staffs who used to be in T-board, some of them were taken to other directorates within Alpha. And you know very well that currently, Alpha actually, it is mostly maintained by the resources from the T. So we need to be careful such that we don't, between now and when the bill become an act, and commences, there is no monkey business. So that some staffs who would want to go to the new team board, and maybe they came to Alpha, maybe they were in CISO, they are not taken to directorate
before the new act comes into force.
Honorable members, I must put the question on this one. I now put the question that clause that 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause that 9 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair, you are seeking a deletion.
Thank you. Clause 40 is still in page 1226. Thank you. Clause 40, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 40.
Honorable, I'm told you need to consult on this clause.
Okay.
With the clerk, if you could,
no problem.
the council, if you could take just a quick minute. Or maybe what you can do is to propose a question so that the House is not left in some uncomfortable abeyance. And then you consult. Clause 40. Clause 40. Just move the amendment, then as the members discuss, you can consult.
Go ahead.
I'm told your mic has gone off. Maybe
Use this one.
For some reason.
There should be a written. Okay. Okay, thank you. Clause 40. That clause 40, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 40 as it reads in the order paper. So should I, the justifications. The amendment seeks to delete the provision since it provides for appointed day, which is redundant.
What do you mean? that even the chair did not understand.
Yes, because it is now redundant. I think, let me read it again. Maybe it is there. The amendment seeks to delete the provision since it provides for appointment day, which is redundant.
Okay. Honorable members, I will propose a question that clause 40 be deleted. Honorable Chair, if you could consult quickly with the council as I open the floor. Yes, Honorable Omurele.
I also don't understand why he would wish to delete this. When it is providing for the day when the act will come into operation. He does not desire this act to have an operational date, or what is it that is trying to do? It's already operational. This is a totally new bill. Yes. So I think this one, Chair, it may be prudent for the chair of the committee to leave it as it is.
Yes, Honorable Mose.
Honorable Chair, I just want to associate myself with Honorable Mulele, because if we leave it like this, it is like you are leaving it floating. I mean, we need to operationalize at the end of the day. So I think the amendment that the chair seeks to want to do would actually lend a null and void what we have been dealing with.
Okay, the Honorable Chair is on a point of order. What is it? There is another point of order from the Chair.
Chair, thank you, Chair. We want to drop the clause 40. Yeah. The amendment.
Oh, if he has dropped, he has dropped, but let's hear from Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, when we are dealing with clause 40, look at it in relation to what appointed refers to. It says appointed day means the day this act comes into operation. And that is in relation to this part. Where is appointed referred to in this part? 36. On or after the appointed day, all action, suits, or legal proceedings pending by or against the agriculture, blah, blah. So it means it is giving you what that appointed day is, because if you look at the definition section, there is no definition of appointed day. So it will actually create a crisis if you drop appointed day. You actually need appointed day.
Yeah, Honorable Miri, in fact, what you should do, there is a new clause 38, actually, that relates to the, and that's why probably that's where the chair is dropping, because the clause 38, if I could read clause 38, it reads, all licenses and registrations existing before the appointed day shall remain valid until their expiry, and subsequent licenses and registration shall be issued under this act. Technically, by the chair dropping not to delete now that, saves that 8. So actually what the chair does is completely correct. And in any case, we cannot discuss it because the chair has dropped it. The honorable members, the chair has dropped that amendment, and therefore that clause has no amendment. I will therefore put the question that clause 4 to be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses. New clause 23A.
We'll get a page in a minute. We'll get a page, Honorable Miri, in a minute. Honorable Chair, honorable members, tells you quite a day. Honorable members, the new clause 23A was actually by member for Konoin, Honorable Brighton, but that clause actually has been captured by a new part. What? The new part, the part that we passed, new part 3. Part 3. So the new clause is now captured under new part 3. And therefore, in that case, actually 24. New clause 24B, which is part of part 3 that we already approved, the House resolved or carried earlier. So now Brighton, yours is already carried there. Very well.
New part 3A, covering new clauses 24Y, up to 24Y and 24ZB. New part 3A, covering new clauses 24Y to 24ZB.
Let's get a page, honorable members, because these are new clauses. Page. Yeah? I'm told it's page 1219. It's important for members, we carry along the members on this one. Page 1219 of the supplementary order paper. So that new clause, new part 3A covers clause 24Y to up to 24ZB. So, and being new clause, the chair, you have to move for the second reading. Honorable Chair, please move for the second reading of new part 3A covering those clauses.
I've not got, just
it is on page 1219.
I can't get it here.
It is on supplementary order paper 1219.
Should be in
Yeah, just take your time, Chair, so that...
I'm there. Thank you.
You got it.
I got
Proceed,
it.
proceed.
24Y, is it? Aye, thank you. Part 3A, appointment of crop inspectors, as it is on the order paper.
Yes, yeah, you need to read to move the second reading. Be now read a second time.
It should now be read a second time. Thank you.
And then you give the import.
Aye. Justification. They have the powers. Sorry, they will have the powers of entry to enter the premises and shall not be obstructed. Sorry, yeah. I think I have to go back a little bit.
It's okay, Chair. Just take your time because the members are listening.
I'm doing quick. Okay, there. The new part. The amendment seeks to provide a new part 3A to provide for the appointment of crop inspectors. The crop inspectors will ensure that the provision of this act are enforced, and they will have powers of entry into premises and shall not be obstructed. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose a question that new clause, new part 3A be now read a second time. Honorable members, I now put the question that new part 3A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose a question that new part 3A be part of the bill. I propose a question that new part 3A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New part 3B covering new clauses 2ZC and 24ZC and 24ZD.
Honorable Chair, if you could move for second reading. That is to new part 3B, 24ZC and 24ZD. That is on page 1220, honorable members.
1220, page 1220. I move part B for the second reading, part 3B, sorry, establishment of the tea levy and tea fund. The justification. The amendment seeks to empower the Cabinet Secretary to impose a levy on the import and export of tea to be paid into the proposed tea fund. One of the major challenges in the tea subsector has been the tea prices fluctuations. That is a great need for price stabilization mechanism. That is why the amendment seeks to provide that 50% term of the tea levy shall be applied by the Board for Income or Price Stabilization for tea growers. The levy shall also be remitted to the proposed Tea Research Foundation and be used for infrastructure development. All this will develop the tea industry. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose a question that new part 3B be now read a second time. I will ask Honorable Kaduri.
Maybe a clarification from the chair. Is 24ZC3, the levy on tea imports shall be charged at a rate of 100% of the value of the imported teas. 100. Maybe let me get some clarification. 100%, is it a level 100% of important?
Honorable Kaduri, you have raised your question. I'm sure I'll give someone to respond.
Yeah,
I don't want that crossfire.
I can see there are so many hands there. Maybe one of them can respond.
They will do. Let's start with Honorable Barila, then have a few others. Yes.
Chair, this was an issue that we really discussed because this is imported tea, and the whole idea was to discourage, tea competition from tea from without. So we wanted a situation where we protect our own tea and make it cheap and available to locals.
Very well. Honorable, just hold Honorable Kaduri. Honorable.
If you look at the entire bill, you'll also notice that one of the issues that we've put a lot of emphasis on is the issue of value addition. So really, if we have to add value on our own tea, then it is good that we protect it from competition from without. Yeah.
Honorable Mary, you know, Honorable Kaduri is gliding us into some crossfire. I'll get back to you. Honorable Mary.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, actually, in the committee, we discussed this very exhaustively, and one of the reasons is actually to protect the local tea industry. Chair, you'll realize that this section is actually the section that is going to really develop, protect the sector, and the funds that are going to be here, if we are going to allow cheap imported tea, and then you blend with the local ones, by the end of the day, our market will not be as will not be protected.
Well, Honorable Kadri, let's get a few members, then we make progress. I'm giving a few members because
Chair,
it's a new clause.
Chair, the sole purpose, you know, as a committee for establishing this clause was, number one, is to protect our tea at the Mombasa auction, to be specific. Because there is a lot of tea flooding our market from our neighboring countries in the East Africa community, and for sole purpose and intent to see that our farmers benefit by selling their tea at a competitive price, as much as we are doing what we call tea blending. Mr. Speaker, number one is making sure that we are able to improve for stability, for stabilization of the tea growers and the market they fetch with the same.
Okay, let's hear Honorable Kabinga, who hasn't spoken.
Thank you, Chair. I really want to congratulate the Chairman of Agriculture for coming up with this. The issue of protecting our farmers, Chair, is very important. We are facing these challenges in other areas, like importers of rice. They keep bringing cheap rice in this place. It's a high time we levy imported products by 100% or even more, so that we prevent this importation of goods that we can produce in our country. Thank you.
Let's hear from Honorable Miri, who comes from a place where there is no tea, but there is fish.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, actually, in our area, what we do is to consume. But I want to say, yes, I'm a friend of tea growers, and I want to say that this is an excellent amendment because it protects our tea growers and our local tea. And Chair, one of the things that I want to say, and I'm going to sit with the Chairman of Agriculture, because he's the one who is doing this. We are having the same problems in fishing. The President gave an executive order, but we cannot effect it until those amendments are brought by the Chair. I cannot bring it procedurally as a private member, especially that actually amendments that, like for instance, the fund, and which shields fishermen and tea growers. I think this is an excellent amendment and we should all support it.
Let's make progress, honorable members, honestly. I now put the question that new clause 13, new part 3C be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Sorry, members, I take that again. Honorable members, please. I think it has been a day. I put the question that new clause, new part 3B, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose a question that new part 3B be part of the bill. I put the question that new part 3B be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New part 3C covering new clauses 24ZE and 24ZF.
Honorable Chair, second reading.
Thank you. Second reading in part 3C, establishment of the Tea Research Foundation. I beg to move. I beg to move that this part be read a second time. Yes. Thank you. Now I can justification. The amendment 6 to sorry, am I okay?
Yes. The amendment, you are completely in order.
Oh, thank you. The amendment 6 to establish the Tea Research Foundation under the bill. Currently, the research function which regards with regards to the tea is undertaken by the Institute under the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization and is not being given the attention it deserves. Thank you.
Very well, honorable members, I propose a question that new part 3C be now read a second time. I put the question that new part 3C be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that new part 3C be part of the bill. I put the question that new part 3C be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New part 4A covering new clauses 29A to 29G.
Honorable Barire, you second reading of that part, and it has quite a bit of clauses.
That is, let me see. It's under my amendment. I think 1230.
Yes, it's 1230.
Chair, I propose new clause 29A as provided for in the order paper.
No. Honorable Barire, that is new. It is actually new part 4A.
I propose new part 4A. That I move that new part 4A be now read a second time. Chair, the new part 4A seeks to provide the outline for procedure for lodging of a complaint with the board and notification of the person complained against, and aims at empowering the board to direct an independent audit or appropriate investigation of the operations and books of account of a licensee to obtain information relevant to a complaint. Chair, the purpose of this particular new part 4A is really to give, especially the small-scale farmers who have had many complaints but did not have any room for them to raise their complaints, even when it was clear that either money has been misused and they did not really have a fallback position. They had to go to court, and they were never given a chance for an out-of-court procedure of investigation. So we are giving the board a chance to be able, number one, to come up with to lodge an investigation to a complaint, and two, to direct an independent audit of the books of accounts of the various tea factories across the country, especially those that are owned by the small-scale growers.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose a question that new part 4A be now read a second time. I put the question that new part 4A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose a question that new part 4A be part of the bill. Honorable Jessica, you wanted to speak to this?
Very well, Honorable Chair. I wanted to contribute because I know the procedure of the House, where we are. You already proposed and put a question.
No, we have now proposed for it to be part of the bill, so you can still speak to it at that point.
Honorable Chair, I want to support the amendment and congratulate the members from the T zone. I can see the members are in the House. And all of us consume tea. Every part of the Kenya, we consume tea. So we really support the tea. On the new part 4A, Honorable Chair, on launching of the complaint, it is important, and this House would record that being the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, would know what happens to the accounts of bodies. And so I want to support the mover, Honorable Cecily Barile, on the independent audit on the accounts of the T, to the fact that money is spent to the latter. I support.
Honorable Murere.
Chair, this is a wonderful idea that we must support. But I'm just wondering, without reducing anything from what the Honorable Mbarire has proposed here, whether going forward we may want to consider coming up with a tribunal so that within the board, so that I imagine that there will be a plethora of complaints from farmers, from licensees, that would need a specialized unit to deal with this special area.
Let's hear from Honorable Mwadi, who hasn't spoken first.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very good proposal, and I was just wondering, Chair, and if it's provided for, then I would be educated on it, whether it would be neater if we can have a form of complaint so that then we are able to give a framework of how those who are complaining can present it to the tribunal, as proposed by Honorable Omlele.
I'm sure Honorable Barire will have another stab to it. If we can be brief, we can have 1 minute each.
Yes.
Honorable Gishimo.
Chair, I think though the amendments appear to have been carried by the House.
They haven't. It hasn't. Well, the first part has. There's a second part.
Yes, I would support my Honorable Senior, Honorable Mlele, that since we are talking about matters that touches on the Act, the board is also part of the Act. So we might find some complaints that also touch on the board, and the board cannot sit on their own case. So I think it's food for thought that we should find a way of getting a tribunal which would adjudicate on matters that also will relate to the board and any other complainant.
Honorable Sabina.
Chair, I want to just thank Honorable Cecily Mbarire for that amendment and echo the sentiments of my colleagues. That, Chair, we need to really have either a tribunal or a way to address a complaint currently, Chair, and I want to give a real experience. There are buying centers from my zone, Kiangenye, Ndoine, Karura, and Gikegi tea factories that actually expressed their need to move from Gidambo tea factory to Kasharage tea factory, which is a factory that is just next to their tea buying centers. But till now, nobody has really addressed their issues. They are not picking their tea now for the last 2 months. And the farmers are just languishing, and KTD has kept quiet. The factories are telling them there's nothing that they can be able to do. So I support really that we need to have a complaint mechanism and how it should be addressed immediately. Thank you, Chair.
I'm giving these members because they come from tea growing. It is important to put,
yes,
they
thank
put
you,
their
Chair.
word on it.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to support Honorable Barire's amendment so that in case of any complaint, there should be a way of addressing it. And I support the amendment of proposing the independent audit by the board. Initially, I had come up with a proposal of, I wanted Auditor General to look into books of accounts of KTDA. You've had a number of complaints concerning issues KTDA because no one actually looks into them. And in fact, as we are discussing, there are issues that we've been putting forward and that we've always wanted forensic audit to be done on this KTDA.
Very well.
And that is why we support this.
Very well, very well. I was thinking we make progress, but Honorable Mutai, if you could take 1 minute.
Yes,
because,
a quick one, Chair. This issue, Chair, I wish to raise the issue that when we deleted Section 30, we were saying the board shall arbitrate dispute. That was the board doing the arbitration. But I'm of the opinion, Chair, that we should have a separate clause to allow the parties to go for arbitration themselves. They opt to go for arbitration if there's a dispute. Because there could be a dispute between the licensee and the board. It's not only that the person against the licensee. So there should be a provision to allow that whenever there's a dispute, before anything can go to court, like where they're not satisfied with the decision, there should be a provision that they have an option to go for arbitration before they can proceed.
Let's make progress, Honorable Member. I plead with you. I will now put the question that new part 4A, be part of the bill? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 31A.
New clause 31A by the chairperson. Chairperson, second reading.
Thank you.
Oh, it is on page 1223.
1223. Oh, thank you. Now that clause 30. sorry. Clause 31. New clause. That the bill be amended by inserting the following.
No, the other member.
Oh, new clause 31A be read a second time. I beg to move clause 31A to be read a second time. Now I'll go to the justification. Thank you. The bill had not made any provision for a number of important offenses which would have the effect of enabling the board run effectively. The amendment provides for these offenses. Thank you.
Honorable, let me propose a question first. Honorable members, I propose a question that new clause 31A be now read a second time. Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I rise to oppose this amendment. And I want to urge the chairman of the committee to listen to me carefully. We had already made a proposal. The chair had actually proposed an amendment, a blanket amendment for all the other offenses that may not be provided for under this act. So to an extent, this is actually repeating what was done. But the other reason, which is more worrying to me, is that this amendment makes criminal offenses of administrative actions. I'll give you an example. When I was a new advocate of the High Court of Kenya, I was assigned to the then only election petition court, and I was made to go there for a whole year, and I was refused to go on leave. But being Millie Odhiambo, who I am, after I asked my boss and she refused, I wrote a letter and proceeded on leave. If you followed this, I would have actually been charged with a criminal offense. So, I hope you can listen very carefully. There are administrative things that you cannot be criminal offense, because it's saying a person commits an offense if the person without lawful excuse ignores or fails to obey any instruction issued by a member of the board. That means because in that case I refused to listen to my chief executive at that time. So it became a criminal offense. It would become a criminal offense because I'm a kichwangumu. I'm sorry for using whatever. So you cannot punish me for being kichwangumu, but you can punish me for the other provisions that had been said before, like where you have the crop inspectors, you stop a crop inspector from coming into, getting into the premise, and there is already punishment provided for that. Or the other provision which you are sharing with Honorable Eve also gives a punishment, and you have a blanket one which covers every other. So this is actually a very dangerous provision, and I oppose.
Okay. Yeah. Honorable Geshimo, then we...
Chair, I also agree with Honorable Millie Odhiambo that this is a provision that is likely to be subject of abuse, and it talks of any member of the board. So it does not even clearly classify who should give instructions. So even the lowest junior member of the board, even if it gives instructions and you fail to obey, then you are liable to pay 500,000 shillings or thereabout. I oppose.
Very well. Finally, Honorable Munene. Yes, put here Honorable Munene, then put your question.
Thank you, Chair. And I think I do agree with Honorable Millie Odhiambo and also Honorable Geshimo. This is an amendment which you must oppose and drop. Because if you allow it, without even much ado, it's very clear that the employees, even the agent of the board, they are going to misuse this. Because when they say lawful, without rough excuse. What is that? And it's also very subjective, and we'll be criminalizing issues based on subjective nature of what was sold and what was lawful instruction given by the board. So I think in law, this is a very poor way of trying to maybe enforce the orders of the board. And I think the committee did a very good job, but on this one, I think this one must be dropped. It's not good at all.
I put the question that new clause that 1A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. So that falls.
New clause 32A.
New clause 32A, second reading. Honorable Chairperson, please. Page 1224.
Okay. I beg to read the new clause 32A. I beg to move a new clause 32A be read a second time, as it is on the order paper. Can I continue the justification? This amendment seeks to provide for penalties for offenses committed by a body corporate.
Honorable Member, let me propose a question first. I propose a question that new clause 32A be now read a second time. And please, members, note that there is enough further clause 32A that will come later. But let's prosecute this one first. Honorable Miri.
Chair, I just needed to seek clarification from the chair, because 32A says, if an offense under this act is committed by a body, corporate, or any other association of individuals, a director, partner, or any other person involved in or acting or purporting to act in the management of its affairs, commits an offense unless the person proves that the act or commission, blah, blah, blah. Chair, there's something missing in the construction of this. It's kind of hanging. I don't, unless maybe we can be referred to another clause that it's anchored on, it's actually standing very, yeah.
Okay. Well,
I know, Chair, what they're trying to do is to hold corporates accountable, which is a good thing, but the way it is cast, it's a bit awkward. The legislative drafting here, it's a bit awkward, Chair. So that's why I would, if the technical team could refer us, maybe to what clause it's linked to.
Maybe Honorable Miri, maybe it's also good to read clause 32 and 32A together and see whether that makes sense. But
Okay.
before then, let's be hearing from Honorable Geshimo. And the chair, please take note of what Honorable Miri and the members are saying.
Further chairs, on top of what Honorable Miri has said, the clause seems to shift the burden of proof to the person, to the accused person in this case. Because it says, unless you prove, so we are supposed to prove. So that any offense, he who alleges must prove. But if you look at the tail end, it shows that the person who is being accused is supposed to prove otherwise.
Honorable Chair, you may need to take note particularly what Honorable Geshimo has said, because you can never shift proof. Honorable Munere.
Chair, you have put it better than I could have put it. This provision is unconstitutional. You can never shift blame. The Constitution places the liability, the obligation to prove guilt on he who alleges. This one shifts on the person who is purported to have committed the offense. This provision is unconstitutional and must fail.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I read this differently. that if an offense under this act is committed by a body corporate, then what this is intending to do is to insulate the officers acting for that body corporate. Okay? So if you look at it from that, it's probably the construction, as Miri said, that if the offense is committed by a body corporate or any association of individuals, if you stop at that point, then a director, partner, or any other person involved in or purporting to act for that body is guilty unless the person proves that the act constituting took place without their knowledge, the person took reasonable steps to prevent the commission of the offense. So we are here talking of removing of vicarious liability. Yeah? Just because the corporate did and you are a director does not mean you are guilty, unless you are part of perpetrating that crime. So that is the way I read it, which is a good clause, which insulates officers, which insulates directors from the affairs of the company, so long as we are not part of it. Now, it's probably just the comma after individuals, body of individuals, to put the semicolon, which then breaks the sentence. That could be done editorially, so long as we get the principle. Yeah? It has to be done here. So perhaps the mover, you might want to move it in an amended form that to put a semicolon after association of individuals, right? So that then you say, if an offense under this act is committed by a body corporate or association of individuals, then a director, or partner or any other engaged is guilty only if, they prove, unless they prove is guilty, unless the person proves that the act was, So the construction of it, the intention is good, but the construction is poorly done, as to a point of causing confusion.
As I give you Honorable Miri Odhiambo, I'm happy that the chair is consulting with the council because we need to find a way out. Honorable Miri, what is out of order?
Actually, Chair, you just said what I wanted to say, that what we need to do before we go on, I want to thank Honorable Kimunya because sometimes you need an eye that is not legal. I could see there is something legally wrong, but it's actually discovered you must put the word is guilty, because otherwise this doesn't make legal sense. So maybe, I don't know what we can do in the meantime, but if the legal counsel can just help us construct the words is guilty within the main sentence, so that then what even the speaker is talking about, then Honorable Mulele, makes sense, so that you are only guilty under certain circumstances. So I think you got what my concern was.
Yes, Honorable Mulele, you wanted to weigh in on this? You know, I'm waiting for the chair to finish the consultation with the council.
For purposes of just debate, I understand what my brother, the leader of majority, and my senior, the Honorable Mili, are speaking to, that there is a need for us to hold people who run these corporations and these bodies responsible, because for long we have had situations where corporates commit crimes, commit serious offenses in this country, and they hide behind the corporate veil. So what I think this is trying to do here is analogous to, as far as I'm concerned, to the practice in law where the veil is lifted, which is a torturous process in law, as it were. But this is trying to make it easy here, where the officers who run these corporations can be held liable as a matter of law here. So I think this is a new way of doing things, so that we do not have to go through that litigious and long process of the court of lifting the veil, where corporations are found to have been liable, and the directors and other officers of that corporation hide behind the legal corporate identity of the company to say that they are separate from the company. So I think it's a new tool that we are maybe making available to ourselves, but I think the drafting needs to be a little more clear, so that we make it possible for the poor tea farmers who have been for long been at the mercy of these people who run these corporations in the tea industry.
Very well. The council is working on it. Honorable Geshimo seems like he wants to speak to it. As we wait for the council to finish.
Thank you, Chair.
An addition.
As subsequently explained, I think now it's now clearer. If it is put in the right wording, then it will not create the confusion that had been experienced, has been seen, had been, we had picked before with the Honorable Mlele. But with that explanation, I think it would be okay.
Okay, very well. Honorable Kemunya, Majority Leader.
No, I think I'm happy with it. I think we are all clear. Basically, we are saying all officers are, you are liable for the offenses of the company unless you can prove that A, you did not know, or the act took place without your knowledge, or you took reasonable steps to prevent the commission of the offense. So a director who did not know that there was coffee or tea in the store being taken away on that night, or who was on duty, cannot be taken to court because of whatever happened by the company, or a licensee doing something funny. If the licensee is a body corporate, can be sued, and the directors will be jointly and severally sued unless they prove that on that board meeting that agreed to do something funny, they were not there, right? Yeah, I think that's I probably put it the opposite way, that said it removes the vicarious. It actually puts in vicarious liability unless you can prove you're not vicariously liable. If Omlede would support my legal interpretation in my limited way.
Honorable Mose, and then after Honorable Mose, Honorable Chair, you must either way have resolved it, because we may not be able to go round and round. The House has to make a decision if you don't. Honorable Mose.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think listening very carefully to this, there is something that has always been a serious problem when you are dealing with the corporate entities. And in most cases, directors or boards of directors hide behind the corporate veil, as my learned colleague Omulere said. So if, yes, Solomon versus Solomon. So if we can be able at this stage to caution the directors that, look, we are not going to hide behind the corporate veil, so that you do something, very consciously, intentionally, but you go and say, it's the company that did that. I think if we can fashion this so that the aspect of responsibility is seriously given to these directors right from the beginning, Honorable Chair, it would help us a lot. I think the earlier position, as it was portending itself, was like, we are criminalizing the whole issue, or making it unconstitutional. But this is a good point, and it's a good actual law that would be advancing to a higher level, so that we will hold directors responsible or liable for their own acts, as just the leader of majority has said.
Honorable Chair, we must bring this to some closure.
Chair, thank you. I had a suggestion that we pass it to the second and we recommit it so that we can look at it properly. Is that better? So that we can also...
We do a recommittal.
Yeah,
okay, very well, honorable members.
Is that okay?
No. Don't need, you can't ask them.
Oh, sorry.
It is me to ask them.
That's what I'm asking you, Chair.
Okay, very well. So, Honorable Chair, we can always recommit it. So we process to the end, and then we recommit. If honorable members, I put the question that a new clause, that 2A, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? All the members, please, you have to vote. I put the question that new clause, that 2A, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that new clause that 2A be part of the bill. I put the question that new clause that 2A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable Mili, if there is a recommender, you can actually help in the language.
Additional new clause 32A.
Additional new clause 32A by Honorable Momanyi. We are still on that 2A.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
12.5. 12.5.
You've seen it?
Yeah, proceed.
Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clauses immediately after clause 32.
Order Momanyi, you are moving for second reading. Second reading of that new clause that 2A be now read a second time.
Okay, Chair. Chair, I propose that the new clause 32A be read a second time. Chair, I propose that clause 32A be amended as it appears on the order paper. The justification, Chair, being that the amendment, Chair, seeks to provide for conflict of laws. The provision, Chair, is important since it will clarify the provisions of this act when enacted, will apply if there is a conflict between it and another law, Chair.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose a question that new clause 32A be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 32A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose a question that new clause 32A be part of the bill. I put the question that new clause 32A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 32B.
That is all by Honorable Momanyi still. Please, just move for second reading. It's still on page 12.5.
It is a second reading.
Yes.
Chair, I propose that section clause 32P be read second time, second reading. Chair, I propose that clause 32P in the bill be amended by inserting the following clauses immediately after clause 32, Chair, as it appears in the order paper. Chair, the justification being that the amendment, Chair, also provides for the recourse to a person if the provision of this act is violated. Where there is a violation, Chair, a person may petition the High Court, Chair.
Okay. Let me propose a question first. Honorable members, I propose a question that new clause 2B be now read a second time. Honorable Kaduri, you have an issue.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With a lot of respect with my commissioner, why shouldn't you enact a law that if somebody feels violated, you know I'm not a lawyer, but you know this thing. Is it possible now to enact that if somebody feels violated, we put it in this act? What is the purpose of the courts? That thing should now be at the principle of the person who feels that is violated or lacks or whatever has been happened has been violated. The first clause was very good. But so the second one has a lot of malice. Because even now, Mr. Chairman, as we speak, the KTDA and the Minister of Agriculture are in vicious cycles in court. And nothing is happening in the tea sector, including elections of directors and a lot of things. So if we allow this happen now, what we are saying is whatever we have done in this house this evening, up to this we are going to midnight. Somebody can go tomorrow because there is this clause here, so that to contest in court. I think members or no members of this house, as we make these laws, let us make laws for posterity, not a law for a certain individual, a certain sector, a certain corporation. So I really totally disagree with this and I oppose. And I can see the majority is agitated as I am. You can give us more guidance.
Honorable, let's hear from Honorable Mulere first. You get the mic. Yes, Honorable Mulere, please.
Chair, with a lot of respect to my senior, the Honorable Momanyi, this new proposed amendment is actually prescribing the remedies that a litigant may seek in court. And that is not the business of legislation. There's many remedies that any person who is aggrieved by any action by this board or wherever it is can choose to go and claim from any court. So if we prescribe this kind of mandamus is a judicial review kind of remedy that is available to somebody who may approach the court. And it's a very special, it is a very well prescribed and a well-known remedy that is available, a special one. So there is no need to prescribe it here. It exists for whether you prescribe it here or you don't. So we do not need to limit the remedies that will be available to anybody who may feel aggrieved by any action that has been taken by the actors in this proposed law. So I therefore think that I would beg my brother to withdraw this one so that we move.
Yes, Honorable Sabina, we can do a quick one then.
Yeah, mine is going to be a very brief one, Chair. You know, we are here, and especially some of us, because we are brought up by tea farmers. We are tea farmers also, and we want to protect the small-scale tea farmers. Chair, whatever we have done this evening, and I think Honorable Kathuri has alluded to it, might just go into vain if we pass this clause. So I want to actually urge members of this House to reject that clause, because it's not beneficial to the farmers that we are here. It's beneficial to a few people who we know on record, they are always in court, using farmers' money shamelessly, and at the end of the day, they want to pay farmers peanuts. So I reject this clause, Chair.
Okay. Let's yes, Honorable Kathleen, 1 minute like this, then we make progress.
Yes, Chair, 1 minute. In the spirit of every member who has contributed to this, the Honorable Sabina and Kathuri, I want to agree that there are some corporate, like KTDA to be specific, if there's something they love is litigation. You check on the expenditures, they consume more than 46% in the courts. So instead of anticipating a judicial review, why don't we just drop this clause and protect the interests of the farmer as they are, where they can go for arbitration in cases where they have problems which do not really necessarily need the KTDA to spend money on behalf of the farmers. And at times they do this without the consent of the farmers.
Now, Honorable members, I'll put the question that, yes, Majority Leader.
Chair, I think the Honorable Momanyi may have explained it wrongly. Because when I read the amendment, it says any person who has reason to believe that the provisions of this act have been, are being, or about to be violated may petition the High Court. Not a person who is aggrieved. It's a person who believes that the provisions of the act are being violated may actually go to court, for a declaration that the provisions of the act have been or are being contravened, to seek an injunction, to seek a writ of mandamus, and to seek any other lawful remedy. So it actually gives, what I'm seeing, it empowers any person to be a policeman for the act. That if you feel the act is being, again, it may be superfluous, But I thought it's not exactly, if you are rejecting, let's reject it not because a person is aggrieved, but this is somebody who believes that the provisions of the Act are being contravened.
Very well.
I just wanted to have that so that we know.
Very well,
Yeah.
very well. Let's hear Honorable Kibe.
Thank you, Chair. I may not be a lawyer, but I want to disagree with the Leader of Majority. I think the issue here is not, the issue here we are talking about is about prescribing, us as a House prescribing that in case you are aggrieved or you don't agree with that, then you can go to court. Because it's very automatic. It's very automatic in the Constitution that if there is conflict in law, then you can go to court to look for interpretation. That is my understanding.
Okay. Let me, honorable members, let's put the question. Honorable Geshimo, if you take half a minute,
Yes,
if you take
kindly.
more than a minute, I just make progress.
Kindly, Chair, you know, this proposed amendment will open gates for busybodies.
Very well.
And it is elevating this act to the level of the Constitution.
Very well.
So I oppose.
Oh, you oppose. Honorable Munene? One. Yeah.
Chair, thank you, Chair. I think to me, this is, I would say this proposed amendment is just osseous. What I'm saying, the rule or the Constitution allow every person to challenge any act of Parliament, not just this what we are trying to make here. So I think we don't need to put it because nothing stops someone from challenging any act which is being infringed.
Very well.
It is in the Constitution. It's automatic, actually.
I put the question that new clause that 2B be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it.
Schedules.
Schedule, there is a, I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. We have some amendments. Check 1226. 1226 is where it is. And Honorable Chair, you have an amendment. And the fate of that of Honorable Barire, Honorable Geshimo, and Honorable Miri is dependent on the decision of the House on the Chair's one. Honorable Chair.
Was it the first schedule? Are we the first schedule? The first schedule.
Page 1226, 1227. Honorable Chair, please.
Thank you, Chair. On the new schedule, yes, that is it. Thank you.
No, it's not new schedule. It is existing.
Oh, where the schedule started. Schedule. Thank you.
We are doing amendment.
Yeah, that the schedule of the bill be amended as it is on the order paper. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Justification. The amendment seeks to provide for the first schedule since the committee will be proposing a new second schedule in the next amendments. Alisema 1226, please. 1226.
Honorable members, is it clear? Is it clear? Just the chair, just take the members slowly. On page 1226, 1227, there are two parts of that amendment. There is an amendment on the title, that is deletion and substitution of the title, and then there is paragraph 1 and 3, which is deletion and substitution of words. That of Honorable Geshimo, Honorable Barire, and Honorable Miri are all allowed the title, so it is the same thing. So, Honorable Chair, if you could, well, you are dealing with the title, so Honorable Chair, please.
So I proceed, huh?
Yes.
A, Well,
You can still move together because.
Are we together there? The
Yes.
schedule. I read the schedule and
Yes.
the justification.
Yes.
So should I continue or read it again?
Yes, give the import.
I've actually done it. The amendment seeks to provide for the first schedule since the committee will be proposing a new second schedule in the next amendment. Are we okay?
Yes.
The amendment also seeks to provide for the quorum for requesting for a special board meeting to be set as 2/3 of the board members in line with the best practice.
Okay, very well, honorable members. I now put the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Okay. Okay, let me carry that again, honorable members. It is the schedule as amended, be amended as proposed by the chair. I'll put the question to that effect, that the schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New second schedule.
So new second schedule is second reading of new second schedule. That should be page 1227. Yes, new schedule 1227. Honorable Chair, please, the second reading.
Thank you, Chair. The
That
second
the new
reading of the new schedule, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new schedule immediately after the first schedule. That the second schedule be read a second time. Thank you. Justifications. The amendment seeks to prescribe the criteria to be used by the board in assessing the professional and moral suitability of persons proposed as directors or officers of an entity licensed under the Act. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Very well. I propose a question that new schedule be now read a second time. Honourable members, I will put the question that the new schedule be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose a question. Before I propose the final question around the new schedule, there is still a further amendment on that new schedule by Honourable Gishimo. Pronounce yourself on the page. What page would that be?
1228.
Actually, it's 1229.
1220, yes, 9. Honorable Speaker, I move that the new second schedule be read a second time. And, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of this schedule is because the ones blocks have been refined into the Act, and it brings clarity as to the east and western blocks, which counties falls under the two blocks which are referred into the Act. So it's just to bring clarity when we talk about eastern block or the western block where we are referring to.
I propose a question that the second schedule be amended as proposed by Honorable Gishimo. Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to support, because this is actually more like my proposal, because the bill was referring to the west and east of the T-zones, and we do not have a west or east of the T-zones. But Chair, I also wanted to say something that referring to what an honorable member had indicated earlier, and just to indicate and remind us that the current PS for fisheries is from Meru, and he actually holds a PhD in fisheries. And secondly, Chair, part of my work at a master's level is intellectual property rights on plant genetic resources, including tea. So I can be an expert in tea from a fishing area, while Ntiba is an expert in fish from a tea area. And so I would want to encourage that even though we are using this for now, in the future, we may actually have to amend when the people of Suba North will have found ways of planting tea in water. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Honorable Faride.
I want to support this, but I'm wondering whether it still remains as Schedule 2, second schedule, in view of the fact that I think we already had a second schedule as proposed. So I think it should be Schedule 3.
No, it's still on the first schedule. That will be editorial now.
Oh, okay.
If we pass it.
Okay.
Very well. Yeah, okay. Yes, very well. Honorable Kaduri, we want to move
Chair,
fast
you
now.
know, I have no major problem with this amendment by my friend Honorable Geshimu, but you know there have been complaints all the time that the Eastern Bloc, which comprises of counties in Kiambu, Murang'a, Nyeri, Embu, Tharaka-Nithi, Meru, and Meru specifically, fetches more tea prices than the Western Bloc. So by segregating the tea sector into blocks, personally, I don't think it is the best thing because we are growing tea in Kenya. But for the people who come from the West, they have always complained that the Eastern Bloc, which actually has produced shares of the KTDA, have always been getting higher returns than the Western Bloc. So
Okay.
they have been uncomfortable with the Eastern Bloc.
Very well, very well.
But I have no problem, but it's just a comment.
Very well.
So that's why our brothers from the Western Bloc should know that there is no fisher deals in the management of the tea sector.
Okay. The honorable majority is saying it is an obiter, but it is necessary nevertheless. Honorable Mutunga.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, the reason why we resorted into blocks is for purposes of ensuring that there is equitable representation, especially in the board. And also we could not use the word zone or the word region because they mean different in the sector. The sector has used those
Very
words
well.
to mean something very different.
Very well. Honorable members, we must make progress on this. It was a second reading by Honorable Geshimo. I therefore put the question that new schedule by Honorable Geshimo be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose that question that new schedule be part of the bill. I put, yes, Honorable, before I put that question, Honorable Sabina.
Chair, although I come from the East Bloc, I was just wondering, maybe Honorable Geshimo will clarify on the categorization. I see the East, he says Kiambu, Murang'a, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Embu, Tharaka-Nithi, Meru, and Narok. Or else, West there is Kericho. I thought Narok, Kericho, Bomet, they were on the same side. Why did they have to push, or what informed him to put Narok on the East Bloc? Well, I know, but you know, if a meeting was to be held for East, let's assume in Meru, the other one in Bomet, I don't know, that's why I was saying just a clarification. I support Honorable Geshimo's amendment. I just was asking why Narok was put in the East and would have been comfortable in the West. You know, when you are even at the border, sometimes we suffer. I think they might have similar challenges with Kericho, Bomet, Nakuru, and that side, rather than being on the other side of the others that seem to be on the mountain.
Okay.
I submit, Chair.
Very well, you support. Now that you support, and I'm sure Geshimo will explain at some point. Honorable members, I now put the question that new schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. No amendment to that. I therefore put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose a question that the clause 2 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair, you have an amendment on clause 2?
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I would wish to also move clause 2 with an amendment form by inserting the following definition to the proposed clause 2.
It's good to, Honorable Chair, you pronounce yourself that you are moving that in amended form.
Yes,
and you put the import.
Yeah, that is what I started with, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
So I've just said, Honorable Chairperson, I wish to move the clause 2 in an amendment form by inserting the following definition to the proposed clause 2. T block means a block set out in the second schedule within a T where T is grown. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, clause 2, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 2 and substituting it, therefore, with the following new clause as it is in the order paper. Justification. What page is it? Just assist me there. This machine is not working here.
1205.
1205. 1205.
Okay.
The justification.
Proceed.
Thank you. The justification, the amendment seeks to delete clause 2 and substitute it with a new clause. The amendment provides for new definitions arising out of the proposed amendments. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose a question that new clause 2, I propose a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose a question that clause 1 be part of the bill. There are no amendment to that. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, congratulations. You are done with the T bill. Mover.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move the committee. Sorry, I don't know. Again, let me repeat. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House on consideration of the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018 and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018 and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Chair.